Please welcome the on-field umpires, Chris Watts and Simon Witham. Daniel Bell-Drummond and the Kent team.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome along to Bristol for the final day of this county championship match between Gloucestershire and Kent. It is set to be, hopefully, weather permitting, a thriller of a final day with Gloucestershire. 1 wicket remaining in their second innings to play with at 251 for 9. And can they add some more than handy runs this morning is the first little sort of prelude possibly to what's to come later on. At the moment, Kent would need 250 to win if they can take this final Gloucestershire wicket without them scoring a run. And Ed Middleton and Gabe Bell will be the 2 Gloucestershire batters who are trying to push this score on a bit for Gloucestershire. The floodlights are on. It's grey out there again. It was lovely and sunny about 2 hours ago. That's gone. And there, unfortunately, is the forecast of possibly some rain around about lunchtime. But hopefully that doesn't get here and we get a full day's play in. 96 overs. If we get all of those in, Matt Cole, my name's Ed Seaborn, by the way, but if we get those in, somebody's going to win.
It feels right that we don't get any rain. We play 96 overs and it's a proper finish because, yeah, it's been a great battle on a good sporting pitch. Yeah, a lot of fun. I'm not sure how much fun it'll be for either side supporters in the last session if we do go through the full for the full 96 or so. But yeah, it's an exciting prospect certainly. But definitely great, as you said when I woke up in Bristol this morning. Blue skies wall to wall, but it is closing in just a bit now. But might make it slightly more spicy for the bowlers too.
First ball of the day, Keith Dudgeon from the Ashley Down Road end into Middleton. He gets a run straight away, just pushing out to cover. And interesting there, Middleton taking the single first ball of the over. So Gloucestershire clearly coming out with the mentality of we're just going to take whatever run we can, whenever we can. So the field will close in for Bell. I can see Ben Dawkins down there being chucked a helmet. So he's going to stand at short leg. There are 3 slips, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, forward square leg at the moment, although it's probably going to move with the short leg going in, and a fine leg, so it's going to be a backward square leg. And Bell facing his first ball. He didn't face last night as Dudgeon is into him and bowls him a bouncer, which Bell flinches at, but does get underneath. Commentary, of course, via the BBC Sport website and app, brought to you by BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire and BBC Radio Kent, and also on the Gloucestershire live stream. And again, as I always do, my plug for those watchers/listeners on there, the live text service on the BBC Sport website, the cricket page on this final day where there are so many matches up and down the country which could brew up to exciting conclusions. That's where you can get not only all the commentaries but all the action as it unfolds, as Dudgeon bowls to Bell and beats him on the outside edge. So that's probably going to happen a few more times today. I shudder to think how many times it's happened throughout the match where the ball's beaten the edge. I'd imagine actually that Dudgeon and the man who's facing Bell, they've probably beaten the bat actually the most in the match, even though it's been James Taylor who has 9 wickets for Kent and Will Williams took 4 for Gloucestershire. Dudgeon bowls to Bell, very full, and defended positively by Bell up to Bell Drummond, who's in very close in that sort of floating mid-off extra cover position. And there is no run. I can see there's already a delayed start at Edgbaston where Warwickshire decided they needed 550 to defend, and they did take 5 Yorkshire wickets yesterday evening, but the rain has clearly reached Birmingham. Dudgeon bowls to Bell and he taps it away out towards point. There's no run there, and another ball seen off by Bell, and there's just 1 delivery remaining in this opening over of the day. You take off 2 overs for the change of innings, and as much as it's about runs, of course, you sort of wonder just taking a few overs out of the game, especially if rain comes along, just increase that possible scoring rate for Kent. That's a handy thing for Gloucestershire as well. The field drops back, giving Bell a single as Dudgeon bowls, and Bell has had that one come off his pad. Middleton screams him through for a single, so they're going to take it, and Bell will have the strike for the next over as well. So he's not off the mark, but it's 1 more run for Gloucestershire as it goes off Bell's thigh pad wide of the slip cordon. And Bell's going to be facing an awful lot this morning if this is Gloucestershire's strategy, but they have scrambled 2 runs from the opening Keith Dudgeon over, and Gloucestershire have moved to 253 for 9. I think it is very much a smattering of spectators today, as you probably imagine. It is often the way with the final day, also with a bit of rain about in the forecast. But wherever you're either watching or listening to us from, you're very welcome to join us on what we're going to enjoy, at least in person, as an enthralling final day. James Taylor from the pavilion end, running in and bowling to Bell. It's down the leg side. Bell flicks at it and misses it, and Benjamin takes on the bounce behind the stumps. There's always just something about these last wicket partnerships, especially in these sorts of situations, meaningful situations, that it's one of the many situations where a game of 4-day cricket can just really come to life. Not that this one was ever in danger of not being alive. Taylor to Bell, defended into the ground. And up to mid-on, just about has enough pace to reach the fielder there. And there's no run. But really, yeah, in some situations, this last wicket partnership, it could be that sort of every ball an event type feel, but that's been the match so far. 325 plays 327. Both teams look like getting more runs than they did at various stages. Both teams look like getting a lot less. Topsy-turvy battle. Bell onto the back foot, prods it away into the covers and takes his first run. Kent with a attacking field, so space there at cover, and Bell off the mark. Middleton back on strike. Gloucestershire 254 for 9.
Quick word for James Taylor. Of course, he's on 9 wickets the match now, isn't he? And that will be a significant landmark should he take a... I mean, all his birthdays at once, pretty much, wasn't it? Wouldn't it be a first 5-wicket haul, the first fifer for him in first-class cricket in the first innings, should he wrap up the tail? But, yeah, still some cricket to be played. As you say, every run could be vital come 6 o'clock tonight in this game.
Field drops back again for Middleton, so point on the boundary and square leg on the boundary. Taylor into Middleton, tries a short ball. Pretty well directed, but Middleton has had nothing to do with that one. Tall men, both these two. And you'd imagine with, well, serious parts to play with the ball at various stages potentially as well. In Middleton, if there's any turn to be extracted out of this pitch, it's possibly a fairly big if, but we've seen some variable bounce, possibly more variable bounce yesterday than in previous days, so that could still mean that Middleton's a factor at some point. And Bell, well, yeah, much may well depend on him with the ball for Gloucestershire. Taylor into Middleton, and bat and pad close together, but bat very much on ball, and that's defended to the bowler. Gloucestershire appear to have accrued 3 runs from somewhere, so that's handy. Oh, it's been taken away. Tantalising. 3 extra runs on the board.
As I said, it's like the footsie here at Gloucestershire. Scores can go down as well as up, so...
The field can also come up, as it does for the last ball. Taylor to Middleton, and he just gets in line and defends. So again, not bothered about either farming the strike or thinking, well, the field's up, so I might as well have a bit of a dart here and see if I can hit a boundary. Nothing like that. Bell will be on strike again, as he's faced most of the deliveries this morning. Gloucestershire have added 3 runs in the first 2 overs, looking to scramble whatever they can and add to this lead, which is at 252.
Yeah, Kent have already, it looks like, invested 3 points in this game as Dutton bowls to Bell. That's a lovely drive. That'll be 4 runs. Off drive, past the bowler. Dudgeon didn't even bother looking at it. It's gone to the boundary. Good news for Gloucestershire. 258 for 9. And it's not quite the time, I don't think, to be looking at the balance of possible overs remaining to possible runs on the board, but it'll do them absolutely no harm, making it more and more difficult to for Kent to have any chance of winning this game. So Bell has 5. These 2 bowlers have had plenty to do in this game, as they were saying, pass the bat many times as well. And that's a lovely shot again from Bell. No foot movement. It's a little bit back of a length from Dudgeon. And he has just checked that through the offside with aplomb. Not the greatest delivery, but Bell has thumped it through cover for 4 consecutive 4s for the number 11 from Gloucestershire, if you please.
It did seem to sit up rather, didn't it? But, you know, Dudgeon's got through a lot of work in this match, whether it's with the bat or in the field, and certainly with the ball. Have they lost the ball? I think it must have gone up off Has it either gone up off the advertising boards or has it got stuck underneath?
Yeah.
It's Daniel Bell Drummond who's
He's
now
deconstructing.
Yes.
Yeah, it's got it.
Yeah, there it is. Found it.
Yeah. Was it? This is really niche, but there was a bouncer bowled to Keith Dudgeon when he was batting, which I'm not sure how much it was serious and how much it was in fun, but took rather issue. I mean, it's a really good one at it, and I think it might have been Bell because of the pace.
Definitely was.
There was a very distinct stare from Keith Dudgeon, as in, how dare you? That's coming back at you. I'm not sure.
Surely this is going to be short now.
258 for 9, quite. Actually, that's a good length ball, actually, outside the off stump, and Bell doesn't entertain any notions of playing that, leaves it outside the off timber, and we are at 258 for 9.
I think we're at 262 for 9.
Oh, beg your pardon.
There's only put one of the boundaries up.
Yeah.
So Bell's already eclipsed his first-class average of 7. So he's got 9.
Wow, yeah, he's racing along. Yeah, 262 for 9 now. Bouncer. This one's down the leg side. Bell's a tall man. I'm not sure he even ducked at that. Maybe watched it pass his left shoulder. He's doing the ducking now, isn't he? Like he's bobbing and weaving. Heavyweight boxer like. I mean, I think he would be a heavyweight, wouldn't he?
Well,
light heavy maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure. All I know is that you wouldn't want to receive a punch from him. Not that I suspect he has any intentions of doing that to anybody.
Be careful asking those questions, Ed. That's Dudgeon 2, Bell. That's the best delivery of the over. Good length, keeps a little bit low. Basically at a good pace as well. 262 for 9. Final ball of the 85th to come. So this new ball is 4 overs into its life. So Kent will be expecting something out of the pitch for it. Bell on 9, then the lead at 260 exactly. As squirted to third slip there. No chance of a catch, I don't think. Tuanamieye standing there has stopped it, but no more than that. End of the over, 262 for 9.
Yeah, could have been
cloud in the replay, but
could have been one of those handy edges for Gloucestershire. The way it came
didn't
off.
Carry, did it?
No.
Just there was no shout at all. So
it was actually pretty well played, really. I mean, the ball
Kept
was
it down,
never gonna. Yeah, the ball was never gonna go in the air with the way that Bell put the bat there. So yeah, he's clearly. I mean, this is his second last game for Gloucestershire. So already approaching the end of his stint. Real opportunity
so quickly these days
to make an impact. Yeah, exactly. Taylor, new over. That catches the shoulder of the bat and he's out. Caught at second slip. Middleton has gone and the innings comes to an end. So it's the more established batter who's the last out. Squared up. Extra bounce for Taylor. That's his 4th wicket and that is his 10th wicket in the match. A 10-wicket bag going up on the board. And what a way that is to announce yourself to a new county. On Kent debut, James Taylor completes a 10-fer, and Gloucestershire have been bowled out for 262, meaning Kent will need 261 to win. Sam Northeast, the catcher.
Yeah, a fantastic landmark that for James Taylor, who's not played a lot of cricket in the last couple of years. First game on loan for Kent, makes his debut and has 10 wickets to his name. But that'll be a lovely moment for him. But the celebrations will be fairly short-lived in the best possible way. Kent need to get themselves organised now. It's 261 they'll need to win. Gloucestershire the same. Will be going back thinking there's still plenty of life in this pitch left. And if we get through the 96 overs or the amount that we need to conclude this game, this once again will be a fantastic occasion, I think. And James Taylor is applauded off the field, gets a hug from Adam Hollyoake, who's patting all his players on the back as they come off. It's been a good bowling effort in both innings from Kent. I have to say both sides have just played really well in this one. It's made it a really entertaining contest so far. So 2-6-1 for victory, Kent, when they resume.
Yes, and 90 overs will be the number remaining. So we take off 5 deliveries for that over, plus another 2. So 261 from 90 is the equation. Everybody, of course, clapping James Taylor off for his fantastic exploits in this match. I say everybody, but everybody almost apart from the Kent captain Daniel Bell-Drummond, who was in a conversation with the umpires, and well, the over rate at the start of the innings was minus. If I say the start of the innings, the start of the day, it was at -3. So I don't know whether Kent will have been able to make even one of those up or not. But anyway, that's a question for later. For now, we can just enjoy the potential of an absolute thriller of a conclusion here. The heavy roller still has another usage left, seemingly, so the heavy roller is being used. That will trundle its way up and down. And in just under 10 minutes' time, Kent will set off for that target of 261. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Umpires Chris Watts and Simon Willett return to the field. Cameron Bancroft and the Gloucestershire team.
Welcome back to the commentary here. Bristol, final day. Kent have wrapped up the final Gloucestershire wicket, meaning they need 261 to win here at the county ground. Gloucestershire need 10 wickets. All 4 results eminently possible. I'm not sure anyone's nerves are going to take a tie, but it is still very much possible. Gabe Bell, part of that last wicket partnership, finished not out. Now bowls to Zach Crawley. That's a, not sure, a bit of a loosener from both players, actually. It was a good ball on, a decent ball on middle stump there, and felt like a sort of warm-up shot from Crawley, didn't it? Very, very languid into mid-wicket, and it's a dot ball to start.
Is it Dawkins?
Oh, beg your pardon. I've been caught out by the Dawkins-Crawley lookalike.
I asked you that, not being 100% certain myself.
No, you're absolutely right.
They
It's
are
Dawkins.
so similar.
It's just such a Crawley-like shot as well. I know, and I'm trying desperately to keep away from the comparisons. People saying they're just the same. They've been cloned through to the wicket keeper. Yeah, same bat. I mean, what chance do we stand? I should know better, Ed. Of course. Eagle-eyed. It is Ben Dawkins.
So I still can't even really see the mullet underneath the helmet either.
As Bell bowls to Dawkins, and I mean, from here, it's not. I'm going to give some excuse to myself. It's not that straightforward, is it?
No,
Between the two,
it really isn't.
They're both wearing sleeveless jumpers. They both have the same bat.
Yeah, not even different coloured grips. I don't think. I think they're both.
Now I'm just assuming it's that
cream
coloured. Like it's in, but yeah, I mean the scorers have put Dawkins up first, so they will know. Oh, leaps off a length through to the wicket keeper. That's absolutely shot, and James Bracey has taken it. It's one of those where it feels like the wicket keeper has to extend the arms at the last moment to get to it, Inspector Gadget style. He's reached outside the off stump. Yeah, proper life in this one from Gabe Bell.
Well, there was one of his caught behind.
It's going to be easy this for Kent
in the first innings from Bracey, where you sort of had to snatch it last minute.
Yeah. Bell to Dawkins. Will they get the first run here? No, it's just a little nudge into the onside to mid wicket and to a square leg rather, and there'll be no run. So 3 slips in beside James Bracey, who checks notes were Ollie Price, Cameron Bancroft, and Miles Hammond, certainly in the first innings.
It looks
anywhere close
to be the same.
Ben Charlesworth at point. There is cover mid off, mid on. That man at mid wicket and a deep fine leg or long leg, more like actually a bit squarer, squirts off the edge of Dawkins' bat. He's kept it down well though. There's no shout from the slips. It's been parried by second slip, and they'll come back in the end for 2. It's a good save from Hammond running to the boundary, but yeah, that's the end of the over. So an edge, but Dawkins has done about as well as he can with that, I guess, hasn't he? The soft hands keeps it down, and that's 2 off the first over, which has already been eventful. Did we expect anything else, though, Ed?
No,
no,
we didn't.
In short, no.
Well, I mean, all I can say is I didn't. I don't know what you were expecting.
I didn't think after a peremptory rolling that it would.
Oh yes, the heavy rollers killed it now.
Yeah,
dead
flat as a pancake. They'll be going at 6-7 and over before you know it. No, it's this is not this game, ladies and gentlemen. 2 for none. I'm not saying this just to try and reverse curse Gloucestershire here, but feels like it's very much more in their control given the weather forecast at this point as well. But the weather all misses us. Who knows? Who knows, I think is the question. It's a rhetorical question, really. None of us at this point.
No.
Unless you want to put your your money down.
I certainly don't know. Yes. I still think it would have to rain for quite a while to eliminate the Kent victory from the equation.
Yeah.
I suppose it just depends how many, how many overs, and then what do they want to risk? Williams bowls, and that'll be 4, I think, down to fine leg, just clipped by Crawley down to the boundary, and so he's underway with a 4 from his first delivery. Williams from that Ashley Down Road end with the keeper up to the stumps and just turned off middle and leg, maybe getting towards leg stump, and Kent 6 without loss. And this new ball spell feels important. As much as we've been saying, there's plenty in the pitch if Kent can get through it. Williams in now, and once more Crawley clips to fine leg, but this time not quite as fine or as fast paced. It's Bellfield's single.
Pretty gloomy out there now, isn't it? It's just taken a shade darker on your paint colour chart, whatever that would be.
And they do have the light meter reading from yesterday,
of course,
to go on. So
yeah, probably isn't as dark as that, but yeah, and it's transitory, isn't it? The clouds are blowing across the ground. So,
but it also just in terms of if for example that were to come into play later on, Williams bowls off the back foot, punched away by Dawkins. Good looking shot, but he's hit it straight to Ben Charlesworth at point, and there is no run. It is meant to be quite grey later on, even if there is no rain, so light could be a factor as well. So many variables. I mean, in a way, it adds to the drama, but you don't want it to. Williams to Dawkins. Straight delivery, applauded by James Bracey behind the stumps, who wants the ball hurled in at full pelt by Graham van Buren at mid-off into his gloves, which he does. And no run, but Kent already taking 7 off this victory target for them. And as I say, sort of get the feeling, especially because Gloucestershire have got quite used to the past few games, Williams and Bell striking with a new ball. You sort of feel they really want it there. Well, there's a little bit of that low bounce as Dawkins does turn off his pads. There's a bit of hesitation about whether they should come back for a second or not, and they do end up staying with the one, which is a good job from a Kent perspective that they did. But, oh yeah, stays a bit down. Dawkins has taken that off, maybe middle and off. And the ball has again gone to fine leg, so 6 runs in that area in this over, but that one far less convincing than the 2 Crawley managed to get down there. Last ball of Williams' first over. He bowls it now, and Crawley's forward and defending with a minimum of fuss to Van Buren. So 2 overs gone. Gloucestershire 8 without loss. They're certainly sprinting through between overs because at the moment, well, both sides will want as many overs bowled as possible. Gloucestershire don't have such concerns as Kent do about their over rate, because there's starts this final day at +4. So there's certainly no danger there. I'm not suggesting they'd ever, deliberately slow it down or anything, but yes, let's hope it doesn't come to that. Here's Bell bowling, punched back. That wasn't too far off being a caught and bowled, was it? It was well stopped by Bell anyway, just knocked it down. I thought on the bounce in his follow through. See that again? Yeah, one bounce, sort of almost half volleyed by Bell. It would have been well, there's no point saying what it would have been, but the speed that it was hit at, I've struggled to take that even if it were on the full anyway. 8 without loss. Bell to Dawkins, length ball, and defended out to the offside. Tommy Borman is fielding at cover. There are those 3 slips. Gloucestershire having to balance a little bit defence and attack with now 253 runs to play with. So Borman trying to plug that gap on the drive at cover. And there's a bit more space on that leg side, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg, the 3 fielders on the leg side. Bell bowls, edge short of third slip. Hammond again has got something on that to take some pace off it, and a bit of relay fielding between first and second slip. Bancroft flicking it up to Price. But the edge once again found, but it's been played well by Dawkins. The second time he's done that, just very soft hands, even with the hard new ball, and Bell working up some good pace. The ball not carrying to Hammond, so 2 more runs through the slip cordon for Dawkins. He's up to 5, and Kent 10 without loss. Bell with a very full delivery. Looked like he might have taken a little bit of pace off that, hoping to swing it. Maybe a bit early for that in the 3rd over. Dawkins just defends.
Bit of fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean,
I suspect
thanks to Ben Dawkins and Gabe Bell on the update there, I got to say it was very exciting. It's all been happening. Wouldn't doubt that there'll be a wicket any second. Oh, crikey. It's just gone through the slips.
I suspect it's probably less fun if you're batting, but at the same time, it's, there's got to be some part of him that loves it. That's driven by Dawkins. Nice shot. Just a push drive. Didn't really flash at it. And will take another couple of runs. Borman running back from cover. Kent move on to 12 without loss.
Yeah, I was asking Akansh Singh that yesterday. Obviously, the philosophy is to try and keep very focused ball by ball or whatever, over by over. But I said, with the way the match is set up, surely inside. You know, you feel great close match. This could be a brilliant finish.
Bell into Dawkins, and he just watches that one carefully onto his bat, as again it's one of those that doesn't perhaps come through so easily to him, and there's no run to cover. 3 gone, 12 without loss.
And he said, of course, he said, you visualise. He said, we all visualise ourselves scoring the winning run, having, you know, making the important, you know, in a really close game. It's what you play. It's what you play sport for, basically. So, yeah, these guys aren't robots after all.
No,
as it turns out, of course they're not. But
no, and perhaps at times, and that certainly wasn't a robotic answer.
Yeah.
Sometimes you may get the robotic answers,
well, but I understand
it doesn't mean
because,
that that's what the players are actually thinking.
But psychologically, they don't want. In some ways, they don't want to think about that. That you don't want to think too far ahead, do you? But Williams to Crawley. It's a swing and a miss. It's a big swing and a miss from Zach Crawley. Keeper is up to the stumps, and there is no run. 12 for none. I see a photographer has brought the puffer jacket today. There we are. Having been pretty much frozen. She may well have been frozen to the spot and someone just draped that over her. Who knows, overnight. But that's a heck of a job. Getting the shots of this match. An exciting one it is. Here comes Williams then to Crawley. Just sort of deflects off the hands and shin of Williams. Maybe he was just hoping it would trickle onto the stumps and Dawkins would be out of his ground. Dawkins has 7. Crawley has 5. Still getting excited by the ball beating bat, but it's not like it hasn't happened before. We've certainly seen games. I sound like a broken record. I've certainly seen games last year where that didn't happen more than once every 4 days. But this one is a proper contest. Crawley up on his toes, back foot driving it into the offside. It is fielded there by Tommy Borman, and there's no run. So required rate 2.9.
Well, that
current run rate 3.4. They're ahead of the rate.
They are. That certainly shouldn't come into the equation. The required rate if the overs are all bowled.
No, I mean, essentially 3 and over from the start is a sort of very average county championship run rate, isn't it? But rolls the wrist over that, Crawley. It's a more convincing shot, and that'll be a single behind square to Gabe Bell, the fielder. Run taken, 13 for none. So they got it under the 250. That's the first landmark.
If you say so.
Don't think so for a moment. There's a lot of runs, isn't it? And to be honest, almost at any time in this game, given how good the pitch is here, what a contest it is, 261 would look like a battle, wouldn't it? I think certainly psychologically. Defended by Zach Crawley there, and there is no run.
Yeah, I saw a lot of sort of canvassing what opinion I could. A lot of sort of 60-40 Kent at the start of the day seemed to be what the Gloucestershire contingent was thinking, but I suppose they added another 10 runs on. That may have changed things by a couple of percent.
As Williams bowls once more to Crawley. His toes again, trying to guide it past Borman, but reaches the fielder at end of the over. I think if you're looking at if one side or other is going to win it, I can understand that, because obviously it could be a draw and there's time taken out of the game, quite possibly. Yeah, it probably won't be a draw if there's no time taken. You know what I'm saying? But I would probably go a little bit the other way at this point, given the weather. If that's not hedging my bets too much, and thinking maybe it's more like a 40% Kent chance at this point, and 60 if it's going to be a win for Gloucestershire. But
usually that goes back to exactly what I said yesterday, where I reckon at several stages, the Gloucestershire supporters would say that Kent are just favourites, and the Kent supporters would say it's Gloucestershire. So
ask us in half an hour. We may have adjusted it by 2 or 3 percentages either way. Yeah.
Well, that's the beauty about these sort of win predictor type things. Is Bell continues in bowls, and that's driven away in the air, straight back over the bowler's head. A couple of bounces and for 4. Extraordinary shot that was from Zach Crawley. It looked like he was, to start with, I thought he was going to aim over extra cover, but instead he's just sort of almost timed it back over the bowler's head with like a sort of the elbow posture of a cover drive, but the bat face never angled it that way, and he's just hit it straight back over Bell's head. Extraordinary timing. So it's 17 without loss. Bell to Crawley, thumped back past the bowler for 4 more. That has crashed into the advertising board down below us. Probably heard the thump there. And Crawley's, I wondered if he might do this.
You said yesterday, didn't you?
If he might think, well,
Perhaps
if I can just get a quick 30 or 40 even, not that he'd want to just get that amount, but you get a chase like this, and nobody's batted this way really on this pitch. Nobody's really tried to take the attack to the bowling. 21 without loss. Bell bowls, short ball, pulled away, tugged to deep, but, well, long leg, in fact. It's gone a bit finer than I thought it had. And a tumbling save from Middleton will keep it to a single.
So it's suddenly in 3 balls. That is the we've not seen this, as you said, in this game, have we? And you said extraordinary shot for the first boundary. The second, a little bit more orthodox, scorching across the playing surface. And that one looked like he was trying to hoik that into square leg for a 6.
22 without loss then. Bell to Dawkins, who drives in the air. He's caught at point. And after some blows landed by Kent, Gloucestershire have their first wicket. Bell with the comeback, Charlesworth with the catch at point. It just carried to him. Dawkins looking to drive but didn't keep it down. And I was just going to say, if that ball was a dot ball, you sort of wonder what the effect of Crawley doing that is on Dawkins. As a young batter, you've got to try and make sure you play your own game rather than the game that's being played at the non-striker's end. That was a perfectly decent ball from Bell. Dawkins trying to drive, and then he just sort of sliced it, really. Good catch from Charlesworth. Kent 22 for 1, needing 239.
Yeah, well, we're saying ask us in half an hour almost. That overchanged things, didn't it? Thinking Zach Crawley taking on the bowling. Crikey, if he gets a fair wind here, thinking, well, this could be a little bit more procedural than we would have thought. And then, yeah, wicket added. Sam Northeast, just the 2 in the first innings, and they only lay a tale in itself, didn't it? A game within a game where they decided not to take on the arm of Graham Van Buren for a third as he got off the mark, Northeast, and was out the next ball. And Will Williams, was it, I think, actually pointed to Graham Van Buren afterwards and said, you've done that, you've kept the new man on strike. So Sam Northeast, though, very experienced player.
Yeah, you would think these two maybe, you can't see Northeast being troubled by what Crawley does at the other end. Northeast will definitely play his own game, and you'd think maybe look to anchor things if he can. Bell to Northeast, he push drives towards mid-on. So good shot to start with, but it doesn't bring him any runs as Williams fields at mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think he's pretty much an island in that respect, Sam Northeast. And that is no disrespect to him. It's his temperament, isn't he? But certainly the nerve, the concentration will be called into question.
And he will have been in this situation many a time as Bell is into Northeast, and that's defended. Use of the feet from Northeast to try and get down the pitch and do whatever he can to negate the movement off the pitch. But an amazing over. I mean, at times it has felt pretty helter-skelter, as I said, in that last over. But nothing really quite like that in terms of boundaries being smashed and wickets being taken. It's more been just, any ball could beat the edge. It could maybe stay a fraction low, could bounce. That's been the jeopardy. But now we've got even another level on top of it with Zach Crawley looking to go on the attack. So 22 for 1, the score.
3 slips in behind Crawley now as Williams bowls to him. Crawley bloops up off the pad. Down on one knee, Williams is exhorting umpire Watts to give him the decision. What did you make of the replay there? Oh, there we are.
Well, I think possibly what Will Williams might have been saying to umpire Watts. I think it was height that was the issue, but it was a rather similar delivery that was bowled to Will Williams that popped up back to the bowler in the first innings.
Stone cold caught and bowled.
The same umpire.
I don't know why you
gave it out
as Williams bowls to Crawley. I mean, there's a huge amount of bat on it, so it wasn't the same. Anyway, moving on.
But it was interesting that it popped up to
12, everybody.
2/3 slip and was caught as well. So I did just wonder whether there might be another one of those where it was sort of two halves making a whole.
Umpire Watts is not to be moved. 22 for 1. 239 still for Kent to get victory. Long way to go. Crawley just plays it into the offside. A good length delivery again from Williams. Keeper up to the stumps. Charlesworth Fields up point. He took the catch, the low catch, a decent one as well to get rid of Ben Dawkins.
And Crawley, against Bell, he might enjoy. I mean, we talked about it in the first innings in terms of enjoying the pace on the ball of Bell. But with Williams, what does he do? Because he can't shimmy down the pitch to him because Bracey's standing up to the stumps.
So he has to manufacture power from somewhere. That's all keeps low to Crawley, and he's clipped that behind square. Yeah, head and hands from Will Williams there. Not great for the tall lad there. Is it to be? Yeah, that has kept low. Goodness me.
He's done well, Crawley.
And he would have been absolutely plumb if he'd not got bat on that. So single taken, as you were saying yesterday, Ed. Maybe we've lost a bit of side to side from this pitch, but we've got a little bit of up and down in terms of variable bounce. And Williams to northeast leaves that. Again, that one bounces very nicely off a length to the gloves of Bracey just outside the off stump.
And it's doing it from straight as well in terms of the uneven bounce. I mean, sometimes you see if you bowl it quite wide, it might be a great big puff of dust and it's hit a foot mark and skids along the floor, but that shouldn't cause too many issues. But already we're seeing it a couple of times from the line of the stumps.
Williams then to northeast. Yeah, all soft hands from Sam northeast at the moment. He's not going at any of these, just defends it. End of the over. He's yet to score from 4 balls. Crawley has 16 from 14. And another reason why 261 looks challenging, to be honest, you're having to chase, but you've also got to negotiate a bit of variable bounce. I mean, as we said yesterday, it's not a snake pit, this pitch, is it? But it'll be a challenge, put it that way.
Yeah, it's tough, not impossible.
Yeah,
but tough. And Bancroft making, was it 85? No, 83 from 195 balls to bat for as long as he did on that surface. It showed the sort of application that can be done, but what's needed potentially is this is defended by Crawley back towards the stumps at the non-strikers end, just misses them but doesn't miss the fielder in Williams. And I say application in terms of, I'm not saying that you have to bat the way that Bancroft did. The fact that you have to really not go out of your shell too much. It still takes application to play attacking shots for a period of time. There's a lot of decisions that have to be made. Bell into Crawley, flicks it leg side, immediately shouts no. He almost seemed to shout no before the baller did his bat. It was like, yeah, I know I'm not playing this shot for any runs, but I'll still play it anyway. Matt Taylor fields at mid-wicket. He might well be in the attack pretty quickly. Matt Taylor, as I mentioned in the first innings, Gloucestershire sort of like to give one of these opening bowlers a fairly short burst, and then it just keeps the 3 frontline seamers going for longer. But the other bowlers are going to surely have to contribute wickets as well. Bell bowls, a bit of bounce. It's well played by Crawley, just turning it leg side square of the wicket. Should just be the single. Matt Taylor doesn't actually pick the ball up cleanly, but a bit of a short throw, and the last thing Kent need is a run out this innings as well. It's 24 for 1. Crawley on to 17, 237 to win.
Well, to be honest, that Will Williams run out in their first innings was lesser run out, more than act of the gods, really. I think, wasn't it? It was just it was a lightning bolt, took the bails off, and as such, really shouldn't be allowed. But you know, I'll talk to the match referee about that afterwards.
Will Williams as Zeus. Here comes Bell, bowls to northeast, and once again he's letting the ball come to him, watching it as late as he can for any misbehaviour off the pitch, and just defends it. Really dabs it into the offside.
I don't know what the latest laws of the game say about channeling the supernatural, but you know, maybe it's like another one of these that they'll have to. It'll be in the closed season. The authorities will get together and they'll make some sort of ruling on it, like the substitution.
Bell runs in now. He bowls to northeast, again forward, covering up defensively. Do you know what? Today,
I thought you were going to take that one seriously for a second.
I
was looking forward to it.
As you said, lightning. I suddenly thought about the weather. As I look out over to the sort of north area where the weather's coming from,
it is.
and I can see those pylons over there. Do you know what? Today might be one of the only days all season where, if the pylons disappear, it's going to rain here. This is defended by northeast to end the over. Just the one run off that over from Bell. That was a boring over, wasn't it? 24 for 1. Northeast yet to get off the mark. Crawley has 17, but of course the weather will actually be coming pretty much directly from the pylons.
Is that
today.
the maxim then? If you can't see them, it's going to rain.
Well, I think today that actually might just hold. Normally the weather comes from directly behind us, and we've got no idea at all.
So from the west, which would be...
Well, I say directly behind us. I mean, not quite directly, but probably directly behind that overhang there.
What with the rotation of the Earth, that's a very sensible way for it to come as well, isn't it, I suppose? But it depends on the wind direction. Is Williams to Crawley. Is that... Maybe I'm going to overstate this, but it looked like it was a slow delivery. Maybe just stuck in the pitch as well. Seemed to get to Crawley very slowly. He was not... encouraged to play a shot to it. Very impressed by a man that can call no before he hits the ball. I mean, for those of us that with cricket, it was a constant mystery as to where the ball would end up when we were batting. That's quite a skill, isn't it? I want to see where it's landed first. It's Williams to Crawley has played it into the ground. Look, someone say anxiously down. Cautiously down to the ground to make sure the ball's not trickling onto the stumps. And bounce back up onto the thigh pad on the inside of the knee.
Yes, it wasn't quite the Mohammad Siraj dismissal to end the England-India Lord's Test match that somehow managed to backspin onto the stumps and just about had time to look round and see his bails being removed.
The fatal moment. Crawley defends it back at Williams, and we're talking about ill weather, and it's got a little bit brighter. Thought I'd keep everyone up to date with it. I won't go so far as sunshine. I think that will be pushing it, but as I said, just 4 or 5 hours ago, it looked decidedly gloomy, and we were talking a bit about the light in the first half hour, but they stayed on, and it's certainly... over conditions brighter now. 24 for 1. As Crawley's bowled him, and that's taken the middle stump. And Crawley has gone for the drive again, and he goes for 17. It's 24 for 2. Definitely advantage Gloucestershire here. They've got rid of both openers for just 24. And Kent needing 261 to win, and Crawley very smartly turned and has taken his helmet off. It's another testing day for Zach Crawley. It's another act of jubilation from Will Williams. 4 wickets in the first innings and a spectacular run out. And now he's got himself England man Zach Crawley. And definitely first blood in this innings to Gloucestershire.
I think it's probably easier if I say it, Matt, rather than you. And you know where I'm going here, but that was an absolutely shocking, wild slog from Zach Crawley. There's no other way of describing it. He's tried to smashed that through the covers. He's left a gap between bat and body that you could drive a lorry through, and really absolutely nowhere near it. And as fantastic as the two shots looked that he played against Bell, just maybe the difference being that, you know, like a lot of attacking batters, he likes to get down the pitch and then, you know, somehow it seems as though the act of shimmying down and giving himself some room sometimes just sort of sets off the hand-eye coordination to really get himself going. He couldn't do that with Williams, and you know, you mentioned how's he going to create the power with Williams bowling with the keeper up to the stumps? Well, it's by swinging harder seemingly and missing it by a distance.
And that one's nipped in, isn't it, as you say? And there's a big gap between bat and pad, and he's bowled middle stump, and yeah, his wretched run of form continues. And change of field here, change of ball.
Does nobody have the ball? I think that might have been what's happened. I saw the ball fly over the slips.
They'll definitely need one of those.
I think it's a bit further that way, you know, Mr. Price. There it is. There they've got it. I think it was it?
We've had a bit of everything this game, haven't we?
Jurgensen's Gloucestershire's bowling.
So that conversation between Will Williams and the umpire was...
I thought you had the ball.
Exactly. Feel free to bowl.
I must admit,
I'm missing something, umpire Watts.
I've done that in a club match, you know, because you have to take the ball from the team during a wicket, and I've accidentally still had the ball in my pocket, and somebody's just faked running past me, and I haven't got the ball.
Williams to Mayeye, up on his toes or upright, drives it into the offside. It's fielded by Borman, and there's no run. But there we go. Happens to the pros too, Ed. There we go.
Everybody far too excited from a Gloucestershire point of view to really know exactly where the ball got. I suspect probably even
celebrations.
You know, even the slips didn't see it go because it pretty much went over their heads.
So Williams to Mayeye leaves that just outside the off stump. I think that was in the baseball terms. A little bit of framing from James Bracey that was close. Suddenly he'd reached the arm out to put the ball next to the stumps. But very smart over from Will Williams. It's a wicket maiden as well for the Kiwi. 1 for 8 off his 4. And the important number for Gloucestershire in the 24 for 2 is the latter figure. Kent have lost both openers. We'll put it in a more active than passive projection. Dawkins and Crawley have had their wickets taken by Gloucestershire. Williams and Bell with the first 2 to fall. And North East joined by Tawanda Mayeye, both to make a start yet. Scoreless, but yeah. Twists and turns are plenty in this game. It's going to be Matt Taylor then, as you said. Wouldn't be long to get him into the attack, Ed, and he's going to replace Gabe Bell from this end. Brilliant end.
Yeah, and as much as it was very important that Gloucestershire took early wickets with the new ball, and they've got a couple. You know, we've seen even just from the first innings, Kent bat a very long way down, and anybody could come up with the big partnership that defines the innings. So this is hello. It's a bit rude. It's going to be Matt Taylor from left arm around the wicket to bowl to North East, rides the bounce, drops it away towards backward point. There's no run. And, you know, the game has been as such, and I'm not saying that it's just guaranteed to continue this way, but 2 quick wickets just seem so often in this game to have been followed by a partnership of about 50 or 60 or something. So there's a very long way to go as it does just get a little bit brighter again.
Yeah.
Just the 2 slips, a short mid-wicket for North East. As Taylor bowls, strikes him on the pad and not out, says umpire Widdop. Ollie Price on bended knee at first slip. Bancroft imploring. Bracey wondering how is that not given out. It might just be about to find out. Taylor angling it from left arm round. Oh my word.
I didn't actually see that replay, so I can claim the Arsene Wenger on that one. But close then.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say
I mean, it looked
very close.
It looked good from here.
It did.
Slightly
I've
askew.
no idea whether there was an inside edge. I don't think he was outside the line. One thing's for certain, it wasn't going over the top, and it was smashing into the stumps. But I don't know whether the umpires decided that he was outside the line or whether there was some bat involved. That's the one thing we can't know. Taylor in and bowls northeast, turns it leg side. Bell in pursuit from mid-wicket, will slide. Doesn't field it quite cleanly, but then he's got a cannon of an arm, so you can't take a second run on the slight fumble. I don't think so, anyway. Single, 25 for 2.
I think maybe they're not on their toes at this point either. These two are.
That's a fair point. Yeah.
My instinct was there was 2 there, but they are just looking to establish themselves almost as a new opening pair, aren't they? At this point, 25 for 2.
Northeast probably not too disappointed to get up the other end, and I'm not saying that you don't want to face, but early stages you might be just happy to hand it over.
Time to take a deep breath.
Taylor to Muyaya, drives through the covers. That'll be 4 runs. Excellent timing. Doesn't bother to run. Why would you? Just jogs up and punches gloves with Sam Northeast, and Kent with Muyaya will surely continue to attack if the opportunity he feels presents itself, and it did there, just maybe a little bit overpitched. And
I thought for a moment that he'd mishit that, but I wonder if I probably am doing him a disservice. Maybe he's just using the bottom hand late to guide that out through the covers. It's certainly 4 anyway.
Wow. Yeah, I'd love to be able to miss-hit a ball and then just jog after it and admire it going to a massive boundary at cover. 29 for 2, Taylor to bat and pad close together. That one doesn't look quite so good, despite once again Gloucestershire imploring umpire Widdop, who is unmoved. It looked as if that one was doing a fraction more, although, well, he's outside his creases. So that makes it much tougher. But, well, Taylor completely luckless in the first innings, and I think you'd have to say already potentially a similar thing in this second innings in the first over, as Muyaya's forward defending. Nicely timed, fielded by Borman at cover, and you can imagine why the home fans are applauding after that over. Taylor, despite going for 5 runs, doing everything but taking a wicket. And so you can't tell everything from up here, so shall let it be, but it's certainly been written down, that second ball of the over, as a possible hinge moment. 29 for 2. And the sun has come out, which is a good thing, but it's also making those clouds look extremely foreboding in the distance as Williams continues and bowls to Northeast. And once again, lets it come to him, plays it defensively. And there's no run. And plenty of other excitement around the country. There are wickets falling aplenty. Just the one at Derby this morning, where Northamptonshire are 103 for 3, and it's only the night watchman Conway who's been dismissed without scoring. Calvin Harrison and Nathan McSweeney there at the crease for Northamptonshire at the moment, as that's on driven by Northeast, and an excellent stop from Bell at mid-on. Really committed fielding from the Australian overseas. He's still down, but I think he's all right. Williams is just going to give him a pat on the back, and Bell has already played a significant part today, thumped a couple of boundaries before Gloucestershire were bowled out. Took that opening wicket of Ben Dawkins and now saving 4 runs with that dive. Williams in and bowls on leg stump, turned leg side by Northeast. He'll take his 2nd run. Middleton across from mid-wicket. 30 for 2. 231 required. So yeah, just a final note on the match at Derby. Essentially, it is just Derbyshire needing 7 wickets to win and Northamptonshire needing to bat the rest of the day to survive, trailing by 273. They're basically never going to be safe there, even if they just went into the lead. Williams to Muyaya, turns it leg side, and thought for a moment he was going to try and flick that one through square leg. Just let it come to him. And again, there's no run. Warwickshire are back out and they've already grabbed a couple more Yorkshire wickets. So 121 for 7 are Yorkshire and heading towards a colossal defeat to Warwickshire in terms of runs. 121 for 7 requiring 428. Williams bowls, bit of extra bounce but well played by Muyaya. Rides that bounce and defends it to point. Absolutely no idea what Miles Hammond was doing at slip there. On his left knee, throwing his arms up high in the air. Anyway, Sussex have had an excellent morning at Hove. They've reduced Leicestershire now to 179 for 8, leading by 77. Hudson Prentice has taken a couple of wickets. As in comes Williams. He bowls now. Well, yeah, straight bat, as he does quite often. He almost seems as if both sets of toes are facing the bowler when he plays that defensive shot, but works for him. There's no run. Williams threw 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. He's at it again. Kent to 30 for 2. So this is some drilling going on somewhere.
Yeah. Is there a dental surgery on the ground?
No.
Who knows? Mark from Herne Bay's been in touch with the BBC text page, BBC Cricket text page. So what a chance for Kent here. They've battled hard to stay with Gloucestershire every day, and this could be a defining moment of the season, having battled just the same last week against Derbyshire, crossing everything, while working, of course, boss, he says, in brackets. Quite right too, Mark. They call it multitasking where I come from. Here's Taylor, Matt Taylor even. Too many Taylors, not enough cloth, as Ed Seaborn almost said, but a lot wittier than that. A couple of days ago, a single taken from Sound North East behind square for the first run of the piece. Over indeed.
Only 2 more wickets for Warwickshire to take. Sorry, but I can't like it when keep harping on about it. But why on earth do they need all those runs?
Look when they're putting up the target as well.
428 to win with 2 wickets in hand. Ooh, will they do it?
It's much like this game. It's on a knife edge. Here's Taylor to Muyaya. Hurries him a little bit. He's closed the face on that. Ends up at square leg and fielded by Ed Middleton. Throws the ball back into James Bracey. Applauds him. I think everyone's applauding each other on the Gloucestershire side at the moment. They are just...
Well done, everybody.
They're just in very good spirits, as they should be. They have Kent 31 for 2 on the final day here at Bristol. And Matt Taylor just shines the ball briefly on the left pocket of his white, bowls to Muyaya, drives that, won't get anything for it though. Graham Van Buren stops at a wide mid-off, just moving 4 or 5 yards to his left to complete the stop. And then adding to the big red stripe down the back of his white trousers. Ball polisher in chief. Or I guess in the States, would he be VP ball polishing, would he? Is that right? The corporate structure.
They seem to like that.
Everyone's a vice president of something. As he said, making a huge generalisation. Here's Taylor then to Muyaya. Defends that one into the offside. Bournemouth fields at cover. You can tell the match position almost from the level of chatter out there as well, can't you? Suddenly, little whooping laughs and A lot of applause, muttering, and Will Williams is doing he's doing the side planks.
Yeah.
That Everson was doing. He's doing them on both sides, though.
All sorts of things he's got. He at one point during the game at Derby, when he'd been on the field for the best part of about 3 days, he thought, I haven't just done enough yet. Let's just go into a full-on routine.
Taylor to Mieye. Again, defensive shot on the front foot, fielded by Borman. It's a flamboyant flick of the ball from with the right hand up into the air, looping to James Bracey behind the stumps. Almost like a no-look basketball pass, that one. So they are on their toes, and well might they be at this point. 31 for 2, Mieye 4, Northeast 3. Mieye facing now. And let's go a little bit low to deflect that one into the offsides. A no from Tawanda Mieye, and the end of the over. He top scored, of course, for Kent in the first innings with 90. What they give for that now? He has 4, Northeast has 3. Kent need 261 to win, 8 more wickets for a Gloucestershire victory here at their home ground, at HQ in Bristol. What is this? Is this Redland or Bishop?
No, it's like Bishopston's sort of over there. Ashley Down is very much the far side of the ground. Then you've got,
of course, the Ashley Down Road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Horfield's a bit further over as well. It's sort of between about 3 different areas. The ground almost, I think, provides a bit of a, sort of bordering between those areas. Redland's the other side of or maybe just gets to the Gloucester Road a bit further down. Here comes Williams into Northeast, and again just deflects it out to Charlesworth at backward point, who's already been in the game with a catch to remove Ben Dawkins, but may yet prove to be in the game before too long with the ball as well. Took 2 wickets in the first innings. Gosh, I can't have too much more of that. I'll get a different sort of headache. Drilling noise. Turn the effects mic down for a bit. Williams bowls. Northeast comes calmly forward and plays it back to Williams. And there's no run. It's been a good start for Glamorgan at Cardiff. They're at now 165 for 5, needing 118 to win. They were basically halfway to their target this morning, having lost half the wickets. But whilst it looks pretty painstaking progress from the night watchman Hadley, who's 9 off 87 balls, as Williams bowls to Northeast, turned into the leg side and picked up by Luke Charlesworth, who's on the field at mid-wicket. Let's see Luke Charlesworth doing at least some fielding down there. Ahmed Saeed was here as well, so good news for him that he is getting back to fitness from what I think was an ankle injury. Williams bowls, jabbed away by Northeast. He went at that a little bit harder, but doesn't get any runs to Van Buren at wide mid-off, so we may well see him on the field at some point.
So I'm just having a slight giggle at Mark from Herne Bay's comment on watching Kent and hoping they win. Has got 14 thumbs up and now 5 thumbs down for some reason.
Yeah, the thumbs down. People can take an issue. What I think is quite good is to get
quite innocent. He was just saying, "I hope Kent win. They battled well last week. Let's hope they can do it again."
Gloucestershire supporters, thumbs down. Williams in bowls, covering up Northeast, straight back, plays it back to Williams.
We respond to your hope and excitement with a thumbs down. We do not like that.
No.
Well,
we can't have too much hope or excitement at the moment, can we?
Sorry.
No,
it's just the way of the world.
I do enjoy it. Sometimes it's quite fun just to have a bit of fun and see how many dislikes you can get for your own comments on there. It's good. So a lot of people oblige, and that way you can cover up the fact that people who actually genuinely thought what you said was really stupid, you can cover it up
Just
by saying,
dismiss
"Oh, it's
them.
just the people who, yeah, it's just the people I told to do that." Defended, last ball of the over by North East into the onside, maiden over from Williams. His economy is now 1.5 in this second innings, and he has that wicket of Zach Crawley. It's another bowled as well for Will Williams. He does remove an awful lot of people bowled. Was it? It probably was only the one in the. No, it was two. It was
yeah.
two in the first
So
innings. Yeah, I had a feeling
Dawkins
there
as
was
well
more
as
than
North
one.
East, yeah.
And then he had two against Derbyshire as well. It felt like more than that. I thought it was at least 3 or 4. Anyway,
You've just
the
been
point is,
replaying them in your head.
he
Ed, that's what
bowls
it's
it
about.
very straight. Bolds
Yeah.
and LBWs.
Keeps the stumps in play. It's Matt Taylor round the wicket, the left hand armour. That's a good shot from Tuanamiye. A little bit full, but a straight drive offside of the stumps as Tuanamiye looks, and that'll be 4 runs to him, and he goes on to 8. Kent 35 for 2, needing 261 in total to win. Yorkshire have lost another wicket, and this is why I'm really enjoying the text page, and really just keeps slightly sniggering at Warwickshire's extravagant stay for their declaration. Is that as Van Beek's gone for 4, Yorkshire 121 for 8, dash target 549. So there we are. As you said, all sorts of jeopardy in that one. Will they make it? It's possible. No. So a little bit inside edgy from, or inside part of the bat as Miye tries to play that into the onside. Does, but it just bumps along the ground to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, and I mean, especially on a day like this where the wickets are falling around the country with all these matches in play, I'm sure at some point you'll see the 9th wicket for Sussex as well, so they're only 1 wicket away from a short run chase.
Just happened, in fact, as Taylor bowls and opening the face slightly again from Miye. He's played that shot once more through the longest boundary in the ground, the offside, with Taylor bowling from the pavilion end. It's a lovely shot, and it's another 4 from this over. 39 for 2. Yes, Patel's gone. LBW2. Jack Carson again, 8. He's gone for a lead of 92 runs. Very straight and very out, says the report on the BBC text page. To the point.
I see 4 people have already disliked that as well.
Oh, they have. Goodness me. It's just above the last post from Hove was clouds gathering. So perhaps Sussex are going to hurry up here to hoping to take the last wicket quickly. Get 100 or so runs knocked off. That's Taylor bowls to Miye. It's down the leg side. Miye shoulders, arms, advisedly to that one. And good take again by Bracey. Almost needless to say, but I'm going to say it because he's a very good wicket keeper. So, oh, there we go. Very straight, very out, but Ajaz Patel doesn't think so. Hangs around, apparently. There we go. That's that game. All these games available via the BBC local radio network, of course, via BBC Sport website and at the BBC Cricket page. Not only bringing you the text feed, but when you go to watch and listen, you can pick up a commentary of your choice. 39 for 2 here. Kent looking for 261 to win. Gloucestershire looking for 8 wickets. Shortish. Miye flays that into the onside, pulls it away gloriously for 4. So Taylor drops short, and Miye hit him for the third 4 of this over. Goes on to 16. Taylor might think, well, if I bowl it too full, he's going to drive me through the covers. If I go back of a length, he's going to do that to me. 43 for 2. But he was somewhat unlucky, I think, Matt Taylor in the first innings. Is that fair to say, with his wicket haul?
Well, was it a couple of catches dropped off his bowling as well as several
bowled
plays
really
and misses.
well. Can he hit the spot this time against Miye? He can indeed. That's a good pull. Miye does leave that, but it goes through to the wicket keeper. Just, I think, probably off the seam away from the stumps. End of the over. 43 for 2. Gloucestershire advantage Gloss, I would say, this morning so far. Ed Seaborn. I don't think I'm being
No. No,
going
at the
two
moment,
over the top there. Two wickets in the first session, I think. Both openers gone.
Yeah, you'd have to say from what we've seen, but that's the way with not only the way that this game has been, but also just in general. You can take a snapshot, and I know everybody gets very angry at these sort of win predictor things, but it's just a snapshot of the game at that particular moment.
Yeah.
That then changes, and so win predictor changes. So at the moment, Gloucestershire ahead. Bell bowls back of a length. North East plays it down into the gully, and they do take a single, despite the outlaying of himself from Miles Hammond at third slip, having a bit of a roll around on the floor, and Ben Charlesworth at backward point couldn't get there to prevent the single as well. North East has as you'd imagine he might. He's dropped in so far 4 off 21 balls. Bell into Muyeye, flicked away in the air, but there's nobody at square leg, and the ball is making its way out towards the boundary. Matt Taylor will not get there from long leg. I thought he might dive for it, but the only thing I wonder if the angle of the boundary rope, probably if he had dived for it, maybe he'd have taken it over the boundary rope anyway, but it wasn't too far from him. But it's 4 more runs. Muyaya has 20 from 20. Kent now 48 for 2, and boundaries beginning to come in a hurry from Muyaya, but he's not. There's nothing wild about it.
No, I think that's fair.
That's the difference really between what we saw earlier. Deep squares dropped back now. Bell into Muyaya, who's forward and defending. And whilst we are saying that the 2 wickets currently have Gloucestershire's noses just ahead, 213 runs these days. Nobody gets too terrified by that as a target in the 4th innings in terms of what's remaining. So there will come a point where Bancroft may have to think about a sweeper out on the offside, possibly as well. Bell in. Muyaya again aerially on the leg side for a moment, but it eludes the mid-wicket fielder. Was short of him and wide, but I suppose that's the problem when you drop fielders back, and there's already been a catch at backward point. Yesterday we saw a catch at square leg. You know, on a pitch where there's a bit of variable bounce at times, you do get catches on the infield. Bell bowls very full, driven for 4. He pitched it up, did Bell. He took the risk that Muyaya might hit it to the boundary, and that's exactly what he's done. And he just followed through beautifully with that drive. Bell unable to get down. It was hit that firmly. And to the straight long off boundary for 4 runs to bring up the 50 for Kent, 52 for 2. I said it many a time, it's the sort of game where 20 runs changes everything, and Muyaya's 24 beginning to feel as if it's having that sort of an effect. It's 52 for 2, 209 more runs required. It's almost like a first slip and a third slip now as Bell bowls to Muyaya. He'll beat point. There's a misfield. It'll go for 4 now. It will not be caught by Ben Charlesworth, who dived slightly awkwardly, but the ball wasn't travelling particularly quickly. But that boundary is so short that once it gets by, you've got absolutely no hope at all. I mean, it's just run away off the face by Muyaya, and that's 4 extra runs in the column for Kent. And you just wonder, I mean, Charlesworth's just jogging off now to possibly put his bowling boots on. Whether his mind was just a little bit on his bowling, I don't know. But
also, when you're fielding on the square,
yeah,
I think you get a bit of a pass, don't you, from the fact that it's uneven ground as it comes to him. But
yeah.
I know everyone was saying, long barrier, no excuse, get everything behind it. But 56 for 2, as you say, he has just left the field for the moment. Is brother Luke on for him then at this point?
Yes.
Round the wicket to Taylor to North East into the offside, and there's no run.
Yes, that is Luke at mid-on.
thought you were about to tell me. They're no relation. We barely know each other. 56 for 2 after yesterday's Abbott mix-up. Also some lunges, Luke Charlesworth there. Just warming up the quads.
The legs.
Legs, thank you very much.
Or the lower
Only
body.
as soon as I started to say it, I had no idea which muscles that might exercise or exactly where your quads are, but it's the offside. As you're saying, Sam North East is taking an anchor role, I think, at this point, isn't he? He's not playing with any aggression at all. And from his point of view, you can watch not only Tuanda Mie scoring slightly quicker, but occupation of the crease will be an important thing for him as well, perhaps playing the Bancroft role.
There's no pressure on him to score because the runs will come from the other end, and as long as he's happy enough, which I'm sure he will be, he's a very experienced player, he trusts his defensive technique, then he's all right.
Taylor then round the wicket to North East, defends that, and there's no run into the offside. I'm going to say something optimistic about the weather. I'm sure I'll be wrong in 3 minutes' time, but I believe these dark clouds, which are the far side now of the flats, the Ashley Down Road end, are part of the band that was supposed to be hitting us.
We've certainly got away with the first lot of it.
Yeah,
it's that lot over there that will do well to, but the other thing is that looks as if it may well hit around about lunchtime again, so it could well be that it times itself pretty well even if we do get it.
Fingers crossed. Here's Taylor to North East for defensive, and there's no run, and so Matt Taylor at the moment is bowled 4 dot balls. Notwithstanding, I'm allowed to change my optimism about there being a lack of showers should Kent lose 3 quick wickets here. We'll be all for the rain, obviously. Not on the commentary. That would be if I was just acting as a supporter, but now we want it to be a proper contest. Whoever wins this, if one side does, will richly deserve it too. Taylor to North East. Yeah, organised for North East. He's just blocking that into the offside almost. A lot of energy expended by Matt Taylor. So North East minimal. Everything in line. Ball shined by was Tommy Borman there. It's now Miles Hammond that has come out of the slip cordon from third slip. Just 2 in there now. Messrs Price and Bancroft.
There's actually 2 substitutes on, I think, as Craig Miles is at short mid-wicket.
Charging in comes Matt Taylor, left arm round the wicket. Is there a run there for North East? There is not. That's to Square Leg and Ed Middleton Fields. There's a maiden for Matt Taylor. None for 18 here on BBC Radio Gloucestershire, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Kent via BBC Cricket page, BBC Sport Online, the website and the app. Take us with you wherever you go should be a slogan. It probably is. I'll ask the marketing department, and with the pictures via Gloucestershire County Cricket Club, of course. I'm Matt Cole alongside your host Ed Seaborn. It's been a great game. It has, you were saying yesterday, it's just really flown by this game as well. It's time flies when you're having fun.
It has been the quickest moving 4-dayer I can remember for a while. In terms of 4-day, I mean, we had some very fast moving games here last season, but they didn't go 4 days.
Properly engaging.
Bell continuing to Muyeye and defended into the covers. I mean, last season there was the game against Leicestershire was early on the 3rd day, I think, or something like that. It was an extremely fast game. Then Northamptonshire game, the last home game of the season. Whilst that actually did get to a 4th day, it was only because we'd lost basically a day and a half due to, it might have been more like 2 days due to the rain. Bell bowls tucked away to mid-wicket by Tuanda Muyeye. And Miles Hammond fields energetically. The particularly dark cloud is missing us, but there's an area of grey where it looks as if it is gradually filling in to the north now, but it's still a little way from hitting here, and half an hour to go until lunch. Could be perfect timing. Bell bowls, Muyaya forward and defending with an air of welcoming solidity if you're a Kent supporter. He's not just going out there and flogging the ball to all parts no matter where it's bowled. Both Taylor and Bell have settled in on that sort of top of off stump kind of area, and if it's there, Muyaya's not shown as if he really wants to do too much with it. Bell bowls, that's down the leg side. A yelp from Bancroft, but either it didn't touch anything or it was clearly off pad. Low take from Bracey behind the stumps. And it's not quite at the level that I've slightly tongue-in-cheek suggested when the second wicket fell, but once again 2 quick wickets has been followed by a partnership, which, as Muyaya misses that one down the leg side, partnership which is beginning to form without North East really contributing in terms of runs, but 32 runs of which Muyaya scored 28 between these two. And Gloucestershire so far, as they did in the first innings, they're making sure they don't shoot themselves in the foot. They're not giving much away as Bell bowls on, driven by Muyaya, and there'll be no run to Williams at mid-on, so a maiden over from Bell. That's his first maiden, actually, after he took over a couple of boundaries when Crawley tagged him, but then got that wicket of Ben Dawkins as a pretty much immediate riposte. 56 for 2 at the end of that over. But yeah, in terms of even a couple of boundaries, starts to settle Kent's nerves. But 1 wicket even, never mind just 2 on the scoreboard, and Gloucestershire will be, much firmer favourites. You just need that 1 delivery. So Matt Taylor to start his 5th over, continuing round the wicket to North East. Again in line, defending back to the bowler. And again, there's no run. I mean, it did rain at the start of the day at Edgbaston. Could have used New Road as a bit of a marker with where the weather's coming from, but there's no game there today because Durham already wrapped up a 9-wicket victory over Worcestershire, and Middlesex defeating Lancashire by 6 wickets at Old Trafford. So 2 wins already in the column in Division 2 for this round. North East props forward and defends gently to mid-off. So as it stands, it's Durham and Middlesex in the top 2. Northamptonshire, should they... Well, in fact, I think Northamptonshire will go back to being second now, whatever happens, but it's pretty tight. Especially if they were to lose, there'd be very little between 4 counties. And if Kent were to win, they'd make it 5. Defended again by North East on the front foot. Not allowing that past. And, well, yeah, of course, if Gloucestershire were to win, they again would be knocking on the door. There wouldn't be a massive margin between them and that second spot. So that's what's up for grabs here. Gloucestershire pretty much know that if they win, they will take 21 points. Taylor round the wicket, bowls down the leg side. That will be 4 runs. It's come off pad, I think, but it doesn't really matter. And it's now 60 for 2, 201 to win. And I was going to mention that, I'll go on from what I was saying about Gloucestershire not giving much away in the first innings by talking about the extras column. And then I was going to point out that there hadn't been any extras at all so far, but now there have been 4 of them with 4 leg byes. Kent have almost got this down below 200 in terms of runs required. Taylor to northeast, punches away a little more forcefully into the covers, but Borman will field at cover. The wind is starting to pick up a little bit. Another darker cloud moving over. The good news is that actually it looked as if it was totally filled in as I look over towards the memorial ground, but you can actually start to see some of the clouds behind this one, so indicating that it's not something that you'd hope would last for too long, even if it does hit. But yeah, you can hear the wind starting to get up now as Taylor bowls to northeast, very full and straight, and defended out into the offside. Gosh, it's a real gust now. And
you can see the
maiden over.
The netting in the to our left here, or on the nets, surprisingly. Yeah, just really being ruffled around by the rise in the wind speed. Although it suddenly got a little bit brighter. Yeah, I think this is a chat. I think this is English weather, isn't it? I think that might be what the issue is here.
I don't think it's not raining yet, but I think the umpires had a bit of a chat there, and I wonder if that was, if it, as soon as it starts raining, we'll go off, and then we can, then we could take an early lunch sort of thing. Because it does
very much
really feel now as if it is about to rain at any moment.
The ground staff are slowly massing in the truck, ready. Thank you, James. This is Bell to Andamieye, and play gently into the offside, feeling there's no run. So where's the truck we're talking about? Sorry, I don't know where I'm looking. Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, sorry, just the reflection off the glass there had hidden the driver there. He's poised, pretty much like the front row of a Formula One. When the green lights go out, they'll be on. It's a nice shot from Andamieye, maybe just slightly straying down leg and middle. Gabe Bell are going to go for a second here. It was, I have to say, a somewhat languid approach to the ball from Ed Middleton. They suddenly looked up. Middleton had not fielded the ball, and they took a second.
I must admit, well, it's partly because it was behind the monitor, but I just assumed they were jogging the first so comfortably that there would never be a second run on. When they turned for the second,
I looked round and Middleton hadn't actually picked the ball up. So don't be overcritical, because as you say, I was looking at the batting pair to see if they've made their runs. Andamieye has aggressed that from Bell, hasn't middled it, and it's up to Williams. He's safe, I should say, but that was a suddenly explosive Ed Seaborn.
I mean, he hit it very hard, so you can't really argue with it too much, and kept it down. But at the same time, that was extremely flashy all of a sudden.
It really was,
and not, I would suggest, exactly necessary.
No, 62 for 2. He's been playing some very good, more orthodox shots, I would suggest. They're going to come back for 2 here. Taylor tries to get the ball in, and that's a well-judged run, actually, because he was off balance, wasn't he, trying to get the ball in quickly. So off one leg, he was throwing it back in. It would have taken something Will Williams-like, beyond that, perhaps, to get the ball in quick enough to stop them getting a second. So taking advantage of the second run there, Kent, 64 for 2. Yeah, the wind's up and it's getting a bit gloomy again, but we're still playing. Bell to Mieye, good forward defensive, that one. He told himself off for a bit of a rush of blood earlier. Probably not. It's one of those things where if he'd thumped it back past Bell for 4, be complimenting to Andamieye on how brilliant he is. To perhaps just improvise a shot. But when it doesn't work, it's the margins are tiny. But Bell to Muyeye. Defends it into the offside, and there is no run to end the over. Decent one though, probably for Kent. A couple of twos, 64 for 2. They need another 197 to win this match here at Gloucestershire, who need 8 more wickets to wrap up a victory of their own.
I think we're having a light meter reading.
Oh, well, yeah,
at
North
the
East
moment.
4, Muyeye 32.
It's not surprised. It looks. I mean, it's just got that look of a storm almost about to hit, but
Yeah.
it just doesn't seem to be. It's hanging over at. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it is bad. Like, I'm not surprised really, because the reading that they took yesterday, just trying to remember what that looked like, and it makes so much sense. In fact, now you can start to see rain over the areas to the north and the east, so I think this is a good move. Bad light probably technically stopping play, but get the covers on. We can take an early lunch and hopefully resume without any time actually lost in the game. But once again, it's remarkably poised with Kent 64 for 2, an established batter in Tawanda Muyeye going well and giving Kent fans strong hope that he might be the match winner. And equally, Gloucestershire have taken 2 wickets with the new ball and would say that they themselves are just a couple of wickets away from really putting themselves in the absolute driver's seat. It is now raining, so the ground staff have been able to get a little bit of a head start thanks to that decision from the umpires, and it is now raining heavily. I mean, that was always going to be likely. I think that as soon as it started raining, it was going to be pretty heavy. So hopefully this doesn't last for too long and it's pretty quick for the ground staff to clear it up. But I feel pretty sure that will be lunch on this final day, with Kent 64 for 2, needing 197 more to win. It's absolutely hosing it down in Bristol, but when it stops, and I'm pretty sure that it will at some point, Matt Cole and myself, Ed Seaborn, will be back to bring you the commentary on what remains of this appetising final day.
taken. That will go through till 1:30. Umpires keeping an eye on the weather. 8 overs lost for the day. Correction 10 to 2. Around 11 minutes time. Watts and Simon Widdop. Cameron Bancroft back on the field for the Gloucestershire team. Sam North East and Tawanda Moyeye resuming the Kent innings.
Hello again. So, the news. Let's launch straight into it.
Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen.
The big news. We're at
What was it
150 restart. Yeah. Just trying to get it sorted in my mind. 150 restart. We've lost 8 overs from the game, which means that Kent require 197 more runs to win. That hasn't changed. And what has changed is that they've got 64 overs, a minimum of 64 overs, assuming we get them all in, to get those runs in. So that it hasn't had a great deal of effect. The required rate has gone from just under 2 to a smidge.
Just under
Sorry,
3.
under 2. Just under 3, yes, to a smidge over 3. But that's about it. So, we got away with that one quite well, I think.
No further delays. If Kent are still batting with, 62 overs down, as it were, they'll be getting close.
So Will Williams to resume from the pavilion end. First ball after lunch is defended to mid-on, and there is no run. Sam North East on 4 from 34, and Tawanda Moyeye on the attack, 32 from 36. They were in such a hurry to get out there that the ground staff are still repositioning some of the sheets beyond the boundary as the players are playing.
When they came on, it looked like the stage hands or a production. It's like, oh, wait a minute. You're not supposed to be seeing them.
Williams goes in now and bowls, and there's an appeal for LBW, and he's raised the finger this time. Second ball after the resumption, and Will Williams, another delivery targeting the stumps. Sam North East survived a very loud LBW shout when he'd not scored, but this time umpire Widdop has raised the finger. Williams has his second wicket. Got to say, that one looked probably less out than the one that wasn't given earlier. But
yeah, I'm not sure.
No.
I thought it was a reasonable.
I think it's just a question of whether he got outside the line or not was the only thing that could have saved him.
Looks like it's nipping in. Obviously, we're behind him on the replay here, but
it is back. I think it is back leg, but yeah, it's just a question of whether it was in line or not. I mean, we can have 3 different replays for our own amusement, but it doesn't really matter because the decision was made. I mean, if you're a Kent supporter, you're saying that's. I think it's probably the old umpire's call job.
Yeah,
maybe.
may well be. But as you said, maybe on balance over the 2 that that justice has been served.
Survived one and didn't survive the other. So Kent is 64 for 3, and Williams striking second ball. So 197 to win, and here comes the Kent captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond.
The optimist will tell you, from a Kent point of view, will tell you that they scored 327 in the first innings from a position of 39 for 3. The pessimist will tell you they're 64 for 3, needing 261 to win on a gloomy day, with the pitch doing a bit after a rain delay. That's from a Kent point of view. Gloucestershire just need to keep taking those wickets. Just 7 more.
Yep. And then, you know, as I said earlier, though, they do need to keep taking them, as the batting will just keep coming at them. Chris Benjamin has been a serious thorn in Gloucestershire's side. He's still to come, likes of Joey Evison, Akansh Singh, even Keith Dudgeon. Here's Williams to Bell Drummond, first ball, full and straight, defended back to the bowler. So Williams has 6 wickets in this match now, and it's 6 wickets for very little. What is it total? It's 6 for 57.
Yeah.
I think he's taken now. 4 for 48 first innings, now 2 for 9 in the second. Oh, and by the way, yes, going at under 2 and over for the match. Williams to Bell Drummond, and that's been deflected. In fact, it hasn't been deflected. It's been missed by Bell Drummond. I thought he'd got some bat on that to start with. It looked like he'd played it with soft hands, but he missed it with soft hands. And taken by James Bracey. So Williams causing some problems. The ground staff haven't totally moved from those covers. I can see the mobile phone being stared at, which probably means they're looking at radars still. Williams bowls, that stays low. Bracey, I think, has got a bit of a fingertip on that, so it's only going to be one, I suspect. Oh, it's leg by. There we go. One extra of some description, but there was some pad on that from the batter, so it is still no runs off the bat since the resumption, but the first run for Kent, 65 for 3, brings Muyaya on strike with 1 ball remaining in Will Williams' over.
Just 3 made by Daniel Bell Drummond in the first innings, though he got a century in the previous game against Derbyshire.
Williams to Muyaya, wide outside off stump. It's driven past the dive of point. It won't go to the boundary. They've come back for 2 runs. Borman quick across the ground out there, launches the throw in, and 2 runs to Wonder Muyaya. So those are the first runs off the bat. And 67 for 3. Kent at the end of the over, 194 to win. And a sort of either side of the break, 40-run partnership. After 2 wickets fell, it felt as though it was bound to happen after what had happened before, that Kent would make a recovery from 24 for 2 when things looked slightly dire for them. But now they're back under pressure with that wicket straight away after lunch and the rain.
So Gabe Bell then will bowl from the Ashley Down Road end to start second session from that end. Daniel Bell Drummond well forward. Felt like he was well forward almost before the ball was bowled. Committing for the defensive shot. A little bit gloomy once again. It's going to be a cloudy day. It looks on the radar, perhaps wants to get past 2:30 though, which isn't too far away. We might be free of the weather, but free of the bad weather, as Daniel Bell Drummond bat and pad as he goes forward. There's a shout, I think, more of encouragement than of appeal from the slips, if that makes any sort of sense.
Ollie Price gave it the sort of the disco point to the air, but
I think it's quite batty, that, isn't it? Looked like, but
oh, that. Sorry, I thought you meant the appeal was.
No, I mean as it's got bat on it. Daniel
Yes.
Bell Drummond. I'm not saying he's lost his marbles.
I thought you meant that appeal
I don't know
was
where we are
totally
now.
batty. That
No. No, I was thinking the shot where the ball hits the bat's quite batty.
yes.
For
Well,
an,
it was
for an appeal.
a long way outside the line anyway.
Yeah.
So unless
Looks like it's
somehow the umpire had judged that Bell Drummond wasn't playing a shot at that, which I think
He
it would be quite
evidently
hard
was.
to make that
as he
judgment. Yes.
as he hit the ball with the bat, but left outside the off stump. Coming back is a little from Gabe Bell.
That's a point,
No
though, but that in itself, does that stop it from being playing a shot? Because you can accidentally leave the ball.
No,
and
you could be leaning on your bat and it could hit the bat.
And then there's the old hide the bat behind the pad strategy. But the problem is that it would still have to hit the pad first.
Yes. Evidently to be LBW, as I understand the rule. Yeah. And Danny Bell Drummond has hit that one with the full face of the bat for a defensive shot. No, everyone's just bouncing around. There we go. Perhaps they're just continuing the disco theme. James Bracey was on his toes. Graham Van Buren always seems to be at an advanced stage of agitation of some sort or other.
And then Miles Hammond decided to throw the ball between the fielder at cover, Tommy Borman, and the fielder at mid-off, Graham Van Buren. So the energetic passing of the ball about was rather spoiled there.
That pleased to have a little bit of extra moisture on it, but whatever. Ooh, keeps low outside the off stump. Hands low from Daniel Bell Drummond goes through to the wicketkeeper end of the over. A threatening one from Gabe Bell and a maiden as well. Kent going to have to try and dig in once again here. Once more, there are a lot of overs if we have no further rain in this game left. And they have to score the run somehow, Kent, if they're going to do it. 67 for 3. They need another 194 runs. They are a long way out at this point. That must be what Gloucestershire would be chirping in their ear if they could be. 64 for 3 doesn't look good, does it? A bit thin. They'll make nearly 200 to beat us here. Bowling up a storm. Williams certainly has been excellent once more. 6 wickets for about as many runs. And an economy rate near 0.
Here he comes. Bowls now to me. Yeah, and that's well left. Outside off stump. I mean, the rain delay. I know we had lunch anyway, so there's a fairly minimal effect on the game, but a slightly longer lunch break, I think, only helps Gloucestershire, really, because in an ideal world, they'd want their 3 main seamers to be doing the bulk of the work here, and it's just given Williams, Bell and Taylor just a slightly longer rest, as this is turned into the onside by Moyea off at full length. He'll amble through for 1 run. Fielders back on the leg side and offside boundary. So Bell Drummond back on strike. It's 68 for 3. And they actually will bring in both sweepers for a moment. I thought they would leave deep square out for Bell Drummond, but in comes Middleton off the boundary to field at mid-wicket, and Ben Charlesworth at backward point. So just fine leg back, 3 men in the cordon as Williams bowls to Bell Drummond. And a nice looking delivery, but left alone by Daniel Bell Drummond. And through to the keeper. Northamptonshire are 152 for 6 at Derby, so the table continues to tighten up in Division 2 potentially. Northamptonshire have still got batting to come, but just 4 more wickets needed now by Derbyshire there. Williams goes in and bowls to Bell Drummond, stands tall and works it into the onside. Middleton just trots past it, but Matt Taylor is there as a second line of defence at mid-on, so Bell Drummond still kept on 0. Gloucestershire will try and do that for as long as possible. Build up that pressure on Bell Drummond. There's not a huge amount of scoreboard pressure in terms of required rate. As Williams is in, that stays down a bit, but Bell Drummond defends into the offside. I should say, if you are watching on the live stream, that required run rate is wrong, and it's still up on the board as 2.8 as well. But even my maths says that 193 from 61 overs is over 3 and over, but it's not that much difference. It shouldn't make a difference really if you get all the overs in. Williams goes in and bowls. Hand off the bat from Bell Drummond, but he does keep it out into the offside, not comfortably by any stretch. It's the end of the over. 68 for 3. Just a quick roundup of what is happening in Division 1. Warwickshire wrapping up a 377 run win over Yorkshire. Strange game. And Yorkshire to lose by 377 runs when they actually led on first innings. Admittedly only by 5, but it's quite an extraordinary game for them, having bowled Warwickshire out for 147 on the first day, to then go on to lose by 377 runs is quite a turnaround. It's raining at Hove, where Sussex are 16 for 1, requiring 115 to win. Bell Drummond is, in fact, sorry, it's Bell. I knew that was going to cause an issue at some point, Bell to Bell Drummond, but it's not even. I was already anticipating that. It will be now because Moyea's turned a single down to fine leg. So it's 69 for 3. And Bracey even standing up for Bell with some potential extra pace and bounce out of the surface, but they really want to keep Tawanda Moyea inside his crease and his feet not working perhaps as well as they might. 69 for 3 then, 192 required. Bell to Bell Drummond, and he's played over the top of that one, I think. There was a bit of a start from Hammond at third slip. I think it missed everything and then skipped on through to James Bracey. And Nottinghamshire and Surrey, that's going to be a draw, so might as well not bother to mention it, really. And at Cardiff, Glamorgan continue their seemingly stately progress to their victory target against Somerset as Bell bowls, beats Bell Drummond, all ends up outside the off stump. That's 15 deliveries now that the Kent skipper has yet to score from. Angled in, just straightened. It's that delivery that's caused all the problems in this match. I remember a couple of overs of Bell from that Ashley Down Road end where he's beaten somebody 4 times in the over. That movement's been there all match. It's been the same for both sides. Bell is in. That stays down. Well played by Bell Drummond. That looked to be shooting underneath his bat. And I think he might even have a bit of a rueful, either a rueful smile or a bit of a grimace after that one. That has really grubbed. And he's got the shovel out and might not actually have quite been hitting the stumps anyway, but not that he was to know that. 69 for 3. Bell in and bowls, and Bell Drummond this time gets a good amount of bat on it, plays it out square on the offside. That's only as far as Charlesworth at backward point. So 17 deliveries not scored from Bell Drummond. I should say Glamorgan requires 65 more runs to win, and still with 5 wickets in hand. And former Somerset man Sean Dixon is 57 not out, and the night watchman Hadley 22 off 143. Bell is in now, bowls, and this is tapped away to Charlesworth at backward point. So once again, Moyea takes an early single in the over, and Bell Drummond plays out the rest of it. So 192 more needed. 7 wickets required by Gloucestershire, and one of those 2 things has got to happen within 60 overs.
If you want to wax lyrical about how good this game's been, tell us your hopes and fears as Gloucestershire and Kent fans, Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk. We're here for you very much for counselling.
Or if you think it's been a terrible game,
oh yeah,
then
yeah,
we would like to hear that as well.
BBC Balance. If you think this is an
I
appalling,
think so.
an appalling shambles of a display,
we need to include those people as well.
Williams to Moyea followed that a little bit and then withdrew the bat at the last moment into the gloves of James Bracey there. somebody's done that already, and that's M in touch with us. Great to hear from you. Afternoon all, she says, on a cheeky Monday off. There we go. Good for you. Watching this drama unfold, but distracted by the disco chat. May I proffer? Here we go. There are some song titles coming out, and they're all pretty good, to be honest.
Oh, gosh.
Hold on to your hats. Here is Will Williams, driven back towards him. He dangles the fingers down and takes some sting out of it. So there's no run for 200 MAA. Here we go. Disco cricket songs. Yes, sir, I could bowly by Baccarat. James liked that one, Em. There we go. I think that's my favourite of the three, actually. I don't know.
You started with the best one first, have you?
Well, I'm not sure. I didn't write these. This is not a figment of my imagination. There's many things. Oh, this is a cut from Twana BA8. Single taken out to Charlesworth towards point. Night Watchman Fever by the Bee Gees.
Gosh.
And actually, maybe for the home supporters, this is the best one. Heart of Gloss by Blondie. There you are. As Will Williams bowls right arm over the wicket to Danny Bell Drummond. A good take by James Bracey, high to his right. As it gets some life off the pitch once again. Bell Drummond leaves it. But if the Kent run rate keeps up at this, the only music Gloss will need is It's Raining. Not It's Raining Men, but It's Raining by the Bristol Weather Girls. Thank you very much. That's them getting their coat. And kentcricket at bbc.co.uk. Feel free to chime in if you want some disco cricket puns. We're all for that. Williams to Daniel Bell Drummond outside the off stump. What are your feelings of Gloucestershire and Kent fans about this game so far? You can even make a prediction if you're so bold. We're fine with that as well, aren't we? If people want to. We can't offer you any prizes if you're right, apart from smugness, which is my favourite prize, to be honest. 70 for 3, but with my prediction rate, it rarely, if ever, happens. So, Kent with 1-9, one more to make. Gloucestershire needs 7 wickets as Williams bowls to Bell Drummond, rap on the pad. That looked like it was sneaking down from here. Well, Williams liked it. He's got both arms out. It's not quite a disco move. It's not really John Travolta. Let's have a look at this one again. Maybe just.
Yeah.
Will Williams is hoping that it's to convince the umpire it's very much holding its line from where it pitched. Not sure. And neither is the umpire.
No, I think that is the benefit of the doubt job, isn't it? That
70 for 3. Not a bad shout.
No, it was trying to straighten, definitely. Whether it just quite did, yeah, probably not.
I think they've been pretty consistent on that, the umpires in this match so far. 37 for MAA. Well, Bell Drummond yet to score as Gabe Bell continues.
Yeah, we don't have many LBWs at all. Bell in now, clipped away to mid-wicket by Muyaya, and there's no run. Bancroft was adjudged LBW in Gloucestershire's second innings. No LBWs in Kent's first innings, and 3 in Gloucestershire's first innings. I think all of which were pretty straightforward as Bell Drummond palmates more. Yeah. Oh, inside edge. How has that missed leg stump? Oh, yeah, has defended it, and the ball's gone off either the bottom corner of the bat or something like that.
Kept low as well.
Leg stump. I'm pretty sure it did. Yeah. Stayed down right off the toe of the bat, actually. And it sounded like there were 2 noises. That's why I thought to start with that it had gone onto the stumps. So I think it's gone off the toe of the bat into Bracey's pad and then deflected down to fine leg.
Yeah, it's shot a little bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, that's a really nasty delivery to try and keep out. 71 for 3. Bell to Bell. Drummond tries to drive, but he'll get a run here. It's not a run that will settle him an enormous amount, but at least he's able to look at the scoreboard now, Daniel Bell Drummond, and see that he's not on naught anymore. He'll get a single to square leg. He was looking to drive it straight somewhere. 72 for 3. Ah, there we go. The required rate now, I think, is right on the board at 3.2. I mean, it doesn't sound like much, and it isn't. It still shouldn't come into play, but then trying to play attacking shots when the ball's scooting along the floor isn't the easiest thing to do, as Bell turns it to Price at short mid-wicket. There's no run. Price with the dunk to Graham van Buren at mid-off. Look as though they're enjoying themselves out there, Gloucestershire. And if you can't enjoy yourself in this sort of situation, you can't be afraid of losing in this position. Gloucestershire have got, as Kent have got, the opportunity to win back-to-back games here. Bell bowls again. It stays down, but yeah, plays it almost nonchalantly down to fine leg for a single. But Bell once again thought that he was going to just shoot one through, but one more run, 73 for 3. So there's the 3 from the over. One way or another, via the toe end, the inside edge, and then that one, which was again very much, I think, off the bottom part of the bat. Final ball of Bell's 10th over in now, and Bell Drummond leaves wide of off. So that is the end of the 24th over of this Kent innings. And 3 wickets in the 24 overs. 7 to take in 58. It's sort of filled in the sky a little bit, but it's gone back to looking as it did most of yesterday, really, where it was extremely gloomy. But
yeah, a little bit sullen maybe now,
yeah,
but not too threatening.
Again, you go back to the horrible end to this is bad light. That, I think, is now almost more of a threat than the rain.
Oh, Ed.
I'm just making sure everybody, I'm preparing people just in case it happens. I hope it doesn't, but exactly.
Is Williams to Mayeye, and gets to defend that one up to mid-off, and there's no run. So the required rate's creeping up to 3.2 and over now.
Oh, it's just gone up by another point.
So it is. Well, we thought at the start this was going to be tough. It doesn't look like it's getting any easier for Kent at this point. And certainly at the moment, with a couple of low bounces as well from the far end, maybe just hanging on a little bit. As Williams bowls to Mayeye, plays that late-ish. James Brace excited, Williams excited. Mayeye takes a single out to square leg. And 74 for 3, 187 to win now.
We haven't seen any of those extravagant attacking shots from Mayeye for a little while, but he's finding a way to at least rotate the strike, so he is keeping himself and Kent just moving enough, not getting completely bogged down here.
Williams to Bell Drummond. Good looking shot. It's a very good stop from Borman. It looked like it was getting beyond him. And the square and cover at in the covers has just reached out a left hand and clawed it down as it threatened to bounce past him and thrown back in, and that's just a single for Daniel Bell Drummond. Don't think he would have gone for 4 necessarily, as the boundary's long. There's a little bit of moisture on the pitch now as well, on the playing surface, I should say. The pitch hopefully is bone dry as Williams bowls to Mayeye. Defensive shot, no run. But they've got the 2 of the 3 they need required from each over.
I suppose that's
what you've got to concentrate on.
That is a serious,
keep up with the
serious point, though, about the ball getting a bit wet. Because if you want it to be darting about off the pitch as it has been, then you probably want it to be as hard as it can be.
Yeah. There's a number of towels in waistbands for the Gloucestershire field. A slower ball from Williams. It's beaten Mayeye, who looks to push forward. Bales have gone all over the place, as much as 2 Bales can. I'm not sure they can go all over the place, can they? you probably need.
It feels like it, though. It's very dramatic.
3 or 4 or 5.
I think we need the zing bails in county championship cricket.
I mean, you would see them very clearly today, that's for sure.
Mm.
They light up, but is there a reason why not? It's not very full day, is it? I suppose. Here's Williams too. Muyeye. Would it feel wrong? Defensive shot back at the bowler, and there is no run. 75 for 3 then, Kent. Required rate up to 3.3. Bell Drummond 2. Muyeye has 40. And 186 to win. Gloucestershire. I think it's worth repeating. 7 wickets will do it for them. Very nicely, thank you very much. And good afternoon, they would be saying at the very least before singing their victory song. Did they
Yes,
yes.
we are the glorious Gloucesters.
Famed
for our attack.
I'm so sorry. I'd momentarily forgotten the words to it.
So, Bell prowling, and now starting his steady approach, but then sort of violent action as he bowls now, and Bell Drummond has a feel for it. That side off stump again, it's that delivery. Bell's gone back to hammering away at that, just full of a good length, and that one didn't really dart too much away, but it was on just the sort of, well, whichever cliche you like, corridor of uncertainty, doorway to departure, avenue of apprehension. Right there. Bell in. Bell Drummond rather jabs at that one-handed, and it ends up again going safely, but
Boulevard
out
bamboozlement.
Like that, up to Williams at mid-on, and there's no run. Alleyway of anxiety. No, let's just let's just stop that, shall we? 75 for 3. Bell Drummond getting a bit of a working over here. They've decided to drop square leg back for this delivery as Bell's driven by Bell Drummond for 4. That will give him some confidence. That was spanked away through the covers and out to the boundary. So, well, I feel obliged to point out that that's more than they require from the over.
Yeah.
In one fell swoop.
What's Cameron Bancroft doing about this? So he's going to replace Gabe Bell now. He's going to rotate his bowlers over by over like you do in T20 every time. It's going.
We may yet get to that. Actually, I should say, speaking of T20, because I haven't mentioned this, Bell in, bowls driven for 4 more by Bell Drummond. That's equally as lovely a shot as the previous one was. This time it's gone through a straight mid-off. Bell just slightly over pitching, and Bell Drummond fancied a bit of that and has put it away to the long off boundary. And it's 83 for 3, so 178 more runs required. And an outburst from the previously imperturbable Daniel Bell Drummond. Next delivery, Bell runs in, bowls, and flicked away down to fine leg. I think there was bat there. Matt Taylor will keep it to a single coming off the boundary. 1 more run to Daniel Bell Drummond and to Kent, 84 for 3. But Gloucestershire announcing this morning that Liam Scott has been called up to Australia's one-day international squad. So there's a 3-match series in Pakistan, followed almost immediately by a 3-match ODI series in Bangladesh. There are 3 T20s following that, which Liam Scott's not, I say at the moment, in the squad for, but obviously he's going out there, so you never know, but that's what's been announced. Bell bowls edged through a vacant first slip and 4 runs for Muyeye, so 13 have come from that over. And now we have to check and see whether that would have carried, would have been very close to carrying, certainly to a first slip, and Gloucestershire had gone for somebody at a wider position than that. And that is now 173 required.
Yeah. I mean, it's a miss in that respect, but I'd still say from a Gloucestershire point of view, it's still doing plenty. It's encouragement, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose, you know, they've got that. They've got 3 slips in for Bell Drummond, haven't they? But
Williams is bowling,
but
yeah.
they've gone a bit more defensive when Moyeye's on strike.
As Williams now does bowl to the Kent captain, Daniel Bell Drummond. Takes a stride forward, but the bats never come near that front pad. Just shoulders, arms through to the wicket keeper.
So just to finish on that Liam Scott release, I'll read it verbatim as well. As a result of his international commitments, Scott will miss Gloucestershire's opening 6 Vitality Blast fixtures, as well as the Rothesay County Championship match against Northamptonshire. That's the first part.
As Williams bowls to Bell Drummond, has to probably play that down into the ground at a point, and there's no run.
He's expected to be available for selection for the Rothesay County Championship fixture against Worcestershire beginning on Friday the 19th of June, before potentially making his Vitality Blast debut against Somerset at Taunton on Friday the 26th of June. So essentially it's half and half. He's now unavailable for the first half of what would have been his stint, and still available for his second half.
Now, yeah. So Williams, slightly slower ball from him. It hits the pad, but always going down the leg side. As Bell Drummond tries to work that away past square leg. It's a dot ball.
And I should say they've got, of course, Cameron Bancroft here anyway. Bancroft would be available to play as a second overseas player anyway, but of course there's nothing to stop them, because they would still only have 2 of their 3 overseas slots filled in terms of people who could be in the squad.
As Williams bowls to Daniel Bell Drummond. Not sure he'll get 4 for that. Rolls the wrists over it. A bit slow coming back for the second, but they've made it in good order. Throw from Gabe Bell coming in from deep backward square. 2 runs to the total, 90 for 3.
But of course, you know, and I'm not saying I know what's happening or what's not happening, but in theory, they could sign somebody else just for the first half of that. There's nothing to say that couldn't happen, but I'm sure we'll find out in due course what does or doesn't happen.
Williams to Bell Drummond. Let's see him, gets very low down to that, almost not quite into a crouched position, but certainly bend of the knees as he defends that into a point. And there is no run. Yet, I mean, if you're as we know, if you're a county with limitless budget, let's pick an example. I know Surrey, for instance, could very much just fly someone in for a single game that they think is vaguely important, or we'll get a few more thousand people into the Oval, I suppose. But yeah, eminently possible, as you say. The 90 for 3 with Williams bowling to Bell Drummond. Square of the wicket there. The shout from Bracey and Williams is another one of those where they've seen something in that delivery they really like, but Daniel Bell Drummond seems to have hit it fairly well in the middle of the bat for a single. 14 for him, 44 for Moyeye. And as we were discussing earlier, just generally with T20, your budget is your budget, isn't it, pretty much? So if a player's going off to play for international side, you're not duty bound to pay them for the games they're not playing.
Exactly.
So,
you know, there's in theory, presumably, as it's basically a 50-50 split, you could use the other 50% to pay somebody what you'd have paid for Scott in the first place. But yes,
obviously frustrating, because you then have to go into competition with, well, other teams, but also other franchise tournaments at this point, don't you?
Yeah, and there's not much time until we're talking now just a matter of couple of weeks. But there we are. These things,
you're absolutely right.
These things do tend to find a way of happening. There are a lot of people who would like to come and play in the T20 Blast, so there are people who would be quite happy for the offer to come their way. That's the good thing.
Yeah, exciting tournament, and a number of overseas stars that have come, but I thought he was an interesting pick though, Liam Scott. It's got a really promising player. Great to see them as they emerge.
Ben Charlesworth into the attack for the first time. That's been stroked away out towards the boundary at deep cover. Excellent sliding stop. I think that's Borman out there at deep point getting across, and that was either 1 or 4, and it turns out to be just the 1 for Daniel Bell-Drummond. Again, that's a lovely piece of timing. And all of a sudden he's exploded after really being tied down at the start of his innings, having a few keep low on him, but maybe just starting to find the measure of things a bit. 92 for 3. Charlesworth bowls to Muyaya. That's driven for 4. There's no stopping that one. Caressed through extra cover. No chance for Hammond. And once again, a wicket, but another handy partnership starts to develop. He's really stepped into that one as Muyaya stepped down the pitch, came across, made it into a drivable delivery, and puts it away to the boundary. 165 required. The other thing, by the way, and it may not have made any difference anyway, but I'm just thinking, taking off those overs basically means that Gloucestershire won't get a second new ball, but they may not have got it anyway. Charlesworth bowls, that's swivelled on by Tawanda Muyaya down to fine leg. Hit it well, but picks out Matt Taylor on the boundary, so a single, but 6 runs already from this over.
That's a very good point. If Kent is still batting later today, the ball will be getting a little bit old. Having said that,
hasn't made a great deal of difference in the match, has it really?
I think obviously Kent on the first evening seemed to make it work, but the other 2 iterations of the second new ball don't seem to, as you say, have done very much.
Charlesworth bowls, Bell-Drummond drives. There's a hand on that from cover, but it may not be enough. The ball is trickling towards the extra cover boundary, and it hops over it for 4 more runs. So 10 runs off 4 balls this over. The 100 comes up for Kent at 101 for 3, and Bell-Drummond is scoring at over a run a ball, I think, since he started scoring.
So I'm just laughing at the thought process going through my head, because I think you know where I'm going with this. This game has done it all the way through for us. It's suddenly, wait a minute, they got 100 for 3 and they need 261. That looks, and then in 5 minutes it won't look doable.
Charlesworth bowls, defended by Bell-Drummond into the offside.
Almost guarantee it. In 5 minutes I'll be saying, oh, Gloucestershire's to lose now. But,
that's you know, yes, they have to tell themselves, Gloucestershire, even, you know, another 30 or 40 runs time. Two quick wickets have happened on many occasions. It's
still a lot
in this
of runs,
match, and you know, 150 for 5, say, still needing over 100. Charlesworth in now, turned off the hip out to short mid wicket, and there's no run to end the over there. 101 for 3, but there is I guess a question for Bancroft is, when and if does he pull the trigger as far as spin, and what sort of field do you set? Do you allow for singles to be worked when they need 3 and over? It's a tricky one for Bancroft to try and navigate his way through here, in that what he'd love to do is just probably have Bell, Williams and Taylor bowl for the entirety of proceedings, but that's not going to be able to happen, as much as either they would feel that they might like to do that, or perhaps they wouldn't like to do it anyway. that can't happen. So, you know, as I said it earlier on, others are going to have to find a way to contribute to the wickets column. So far, it's 2 for Williams and 1 for Bell, but Matt Taylor back for a second spell. 5 overs for 18. Once again, unlucky in his first spell. Keeper up even for him.
Yeah. And just a single slip once again, Cameron Bancroft. Is that Bancroft? I think it is.
Yes.
Yeah. Round the wicket comes Taylor to Muyaya. Trying to get 4, but putting him to his crease is Taylor. Good delivery, good pace. James Brace is such a good, go back to this, is such a good keeper as well. you've got every confidence, haven't you? If it's
I mean,
if it's doable as it comes flying past the stumps,
his keeping,
it's going to be done. So
I say it so often. His
really
keeping has come on just an incredible amount in the last couple of years.
Round the wicket comes Taylor to Mieye. Keeps a little bit low, but not threatening Mieye, who tries to push it past the man at a shortish mid-wicket. It's not a close catcher there, but Ollie Price, well, actually, he's static, isn't he? He's static catcher. 3 strips away from the one we're playing on.
Yeah, he'd probably be within that. You remember when we had that little sort of catching circle for the 50 over games, and the amount of tinkering that's happened. He used to have the obligatory 2 catchers. He'd be just about within that, I think.
I think he's, sort of fine mid-wicket. As Mieye blocks that, and just opportunistically, I think, was just take a couple of paces down to see if it might beat Ben Charlesworth at mid-on. It did not. And so that'll be no run. So 3 dot balls for Matt Taylor now. 101 for 3 Kent. Mieye is on 49. Oof, there's a bit of a waft of that one down the leg side. It wasn't the greatest delivery, to be honest. I think he was just trying to help it down towards fine leg. 90 in the first innings, of course, to Mieye, and top scored for Kent. And indeed, I should say, top scorer in the match.
Yeah, I was thinking earlier, in terms of aggregate, he's got to be there, hasn't he?
Tells you something about the pitch as well, doesn't it? That fine batters on display here, but already has a ton to his name this season. But another 90, as I said, will be absolutely beautiful for Kent. So that will be his 50, and he does swivel on that one and propel it down to deep backward square. To Mieye's 50 coming off 60 balls with 9-4. He's been the one batter that seems to have been able to aggress the Gloucestershire bowling with confidence on occasion. He survived a little bit, as every batter in this game has done so far on a lively pitch. Had to scrap and survive, but 50 from 60 balls in the context of the match is pretty brisk and very much needed for Kent. 102 for 3, still need 159 to win this one.
There was only one delivery that he really flashed at, otherwise it's just been controlled aggression, and he's scoring at 5 and over. It's just what he can do.
Taylor then to Bell Drummond. Oh, goodness me, that was close. Bell Drummond ends up on one knee with bat more or less against front pad. I was very, very close to hitting something or other, Ed Seaborn. There are a couple of candidates for what it could have hit. It hasn't hit anything at all. It's just a 4-stump line. Dare I say, it looked like it kept a little bit low outside the off stump as well, but I don't know. It's just a good ball, isn't it? Four stump lines, kept its line. Daniel Bell Drummond has done what many batters before him have had to do, and just keep compact. And, well, perhaps say a little prayer as the ball comes down as well, I'm sure. 102 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yes. Nothing you could do about that. Nothing anybody could really do about it. It was the deviation off the pitch just for a moment. I thought he'd edged it, but it was just the change in angle off the pitch. This is cut away to start the new Charlesworth over, and out to backward point for 4 runs. It was short and wide, and Mieye will not resist the opportunity to free his arms. And yeah, he's played that beautifully, really. He's held the pose of the shot, and it would have been quite easy to try and slap that to the point fielder, but he deliberately just opened the face a bit, used the pace, and because there's nobody finer than deep point, easy boundary. 106 for 3. Ball maybe has got a little wet again. It was changed in the first innings as it went into the damp covers, but
yeah, I don't know if there was a question. Umpire Watts certainly went over, but Graham Van Buren did his best to dry the ball. Did Chris Watts just say, "There you go then, well done, son"?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Either way, it's not been changed. Charlesworth in and bowls, and punched away to cover by Mieye, and there's no run. But obviously Gloucestershire will be in the umpires' minds a little bit if the ball is getting damp, because they'd quite like to get it changed for a dry one. As much as the rope was put round and all that sort of thing, again, it just goes back to this sort of, you can't budget for the variability of conditions. No, bowling with the wet ball here, it will be at least damp anyway. Charlesworth into turned away, over pitched on leg stump and out through mid wicket. Should be a comfortable 2, and that will be it. They'll settle for a couple of runs. Strong throw in from Middleton on the boundary, and 108 for 3. So these two have put on now 44 for the 4th wicket. So another partnership. So far in this innings, Gloucestershire have taken a wicket just when these partnerships have built up. Charlesworth bowls a full ball driven. This might split the gap. It does. There's not much gap between Hammond at cover and Price at short extra cover, but that really was through the eye of the needle from Tawanda Muyeye. And this is troubling from a Gloucestershire point of view. 20 runs from Charlesworth's 10 deliveries so far, 112 for 3.
It's alarmed that blackbird, I can tell you that. Have you got a camera on your back garden?
Blackbird? Speaking of Blackbird, Glamorgan only need 45 runs now to beat Somerset at Cardiff.
You didn't hear the other part of that. I'm doing apologies for listening.
It's pushed away by Muyeye through deep point, and that will be a single, 113 for 3. I didn't hear it either, so that's probably a good thing.
So no, it was fine. I thought it was on our effects microphone. I was trying to make a joke about it. It was a Gloucestershire blackbird getting alarmed at that boundary. Turns out it's on James's house cam. Is that back? So,
gosh,
it's all got a tiny bit surreal.
Charlesworth bowls chopped away 4 more. Nobody down at deep third, and Bell Drummond ends another expensive over with a boundary. 2 overs for 25, and that is the 50 partnership between Muyeye and Bell Drummond. And at the start of it, it was absolutely all to Wanda Muyeye, but very troublingly for Gloucestershire, Daniel Bell Drummond is really beginning to look as if he's finding his touch as well. 23 to him in terms of his innings, 61 to Muyeye, and Kent are now racing towards the halfway mark of their target.
Yeah, 144 they're needed, and just for the moment, well, Cameron Bancroft needs something. Needs something from Matt Taylor here, or Ben Charlesworth, obviously, who did take, was it 3 wickets in the Kent first innings? 2, thank you very much. I think that was what Hez was saying.
I've kept my fingers close together.
Good man. Taylor just strained on the leg side. That's an easy single for Tawanda Muyeye out to a square leg. I appreciate the help on that. I was thinking back to Canterbury. There we are. Last year he took 3 in a burst, didn't he? In Charlesworth.
To here.
Oh, sorry, to here. I beg your pardon.
3 for 5.
I don't know where I am. Bristol, I think. 118 for 3. Yeah. Taylor number 20. He's just picking the grass cuttings out of his spikes there to get more purchase. The ball thrown back to him by Graham Van Buren. Bell Drummond 23. Muyeye moves on to 62. So left arm seamer comes in to Daniel Bell Drummond. Again, he likes to drop his hands low. Daniel Bell Drummond seems to be, I don't know if I'm projecting Ed, but he seems going even lower to try and make sure.
Yeah.
Because we've seen some low bounce, presumably he's adjusting slightly for that to make absolutely sure it's not sneaking under the toe end of the bat.
And it's been a while since we've seen one really leap up as well. And you know, it's a brave thing to do, because if one does, then it could catch you anywhere. But yeah. Bell Drummond is willing to risk that.
As you say, it has been a while, but we wouldn't discount it, I don't think, at any stage from this pitch. As Taylor bowls, drive by Daniel Bell Drummond up to mid-off. But straight at Graham Van Buren. There's no run.
Yeah, Gloucestershire have got a dilemma about that Ashley Down Road end, because Taylor started this spell from the pavilion end. I mean, he could just switch to the Ashley Down Road end, but Gloucestershire would probably rather bowl spin from this end, with the boundary being that much shorter, straight towards the Ashley Down Road end.
I wonder if in the Cameron Bancroft's mind, with 2 slits behind Daniel Bell-Drummond, as Taylor bowls, and very upright Daniel Bell-Drummond tries to jab that drive back past Taylor, but it just reaches Ben Charles at mid-on. I just wonder if they think if Kent had to attack the spinner, it might be something different, but the fear might be is they might just work him around a little bit if there's no big threat from turn or bounce. And it doesn't, as I said, it might bounce a little bit low, but is there the pace on the pitch to worry the Kent batters? But so yeah, it's not that easy a job being a captain, it turns out, is it?
No.
118 for 3. Taylor 2, Bell-Drummond again drops on that, back to the bowler, and there's no run.
That's probably why these days nobody really does it for more than about 3 or 4 years. Most people.
Oh, it's intense pressure, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially, you know, and then in many cases it's separated out with white ball, red ball.
Yeah.
White ball captaincy extremely stressful with all the micro decisions you've got to make about which fielder to have up and back, what plans are you going to go to, what's the bowler going to bowl, all those sorts of things.
And the wicket comes. Taylor to Daniel Bell-Drummond, sees that one off as well. It's a sharp delivery into the offside, and there's no run. 118 for 3. Kent need 143 further runs. Gloucestershire 7 wickets on this final day of this county championship match here at Bristol. Yeah, I'm sure that is I'm thinking about Daniel Bell-Drummond's role in Kent Spitfires T20. He is a very attacking batter, isn't he? But he doesn't have that extra psychological burden on him to captain the side, because Sam Billings would do it. I wonder, it'd be fascinating to know. I mean, it's maybe not the sort of thing he really wants to talk about at great length, but how much that frees the mind to be the sort of natural, fluid player he gets to be in a T20 match. I don't know.
Well, Gloucestershire have decided, instead of, well, I suppose they could still switch ends with Matt Taylor, but they're happy for now to bowl Graham van Buren from the Ashley Down Road end. And, you know, they're not really at the stage where they've got to sort of tempt Muyaya into smashing it into the flats, but it is there for him if he wants it. Mid-off and mid-on, not back on the boundary. Van Buren into Muyaya, driven out through the covers. There's quite a lot of space there, but because it's the short boundary, there's no way it'll be anything more than a single, but that's fine for Kent at the moment. But 19 for 3.
Equally, if this works, if there is a bit of variable bounce that he can elicit out of this strip, Graham van Buren?
Well, you know, if he can go at 2.5, 3 and over, then
good point. Just hold down an end, as it were.
Yeah, that at least buys Gloucestershire some more time.
Yeah, to get the front line seam attack back in fine fettle.
Van Buren bowls, defended by Bell-Drummond into the offside, and I don't. You know, it's one of those things, isn't it? If you see the ball's there and you think you can hit it, then you hit it and it goes for 6. Fantastic. But Kent don't have to go after him. Clipped away by Bell-Drummond, they can just do this. They can score these runs in a trickle. Well, this is a single to deep mid-wicket.
That's what I was saying about Graham van Buren bringing him on, is that the fear, surely, from Cameron Bancroft is if they work him around and make not 2 or 3, but 4 or 5 and over, then yeah, as you say, he really doesn't need to hold down this end.
Van Buren to Muyaya, and that's pushed away to a fairly deep mid-off. Miles Hammond fielding there. Probably not quite a single, in case the bowler might have got there. Bowling round the wicket with a slip in place, rocking back and pushing through cover. Fielder out on the boundary, patrolling in front of the mound stand. 1 run to Muyaya, 121 for 3. And Kent back in the just about favourites sort of tag, I think you'd say. Driven out to deep cover by Bell-Drummond. Fielder will get there from deep cover. He's having a lot of work to do out there is Tommy Borman. So 4 runs off Van Buren's opening over. No risks taken by Kent either. It's 4 runs closer to their target, 139 more required. Still fairly gloomy overhead. Don't know that we're going to lose this covering of cloud for the rest of the day, but I mean, I remember a game between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire at Cheltenham where they had bad light on all 3 of the preceding days, and it got very dark on the final day, but because both teams could win the match, the umpires just decided to keep their light meters in their pockets. We could have a similar situation here.
Good for the spirit of the game, not the letter of the law these days, though, is it?
Well, I'm not suggesting that that's exactly what they did,
No.
but I think both Radders and I felt that if they did take a light meter reading, they might just happen to find that it was lower than the reading they'd taken on the first day.
Cricket was the winner.
It was. Unfortunately, from a Gloucestershire point of view, so were Northamptonshire.
It's Taylor to Belldrummond, straight drive, doesn't get past the field. They get a single, quick one. Will Williams, stop it. How's he? He's hit the stumps. I mean, they got through the single. What? That is another fantastic bit of fielding, isn't it?
Seam
How has he
bowlers
got
aren't
the
supposed to be able
release
to do that.
He's released it almost in one movement, side-armed it. He's falling away, almost falling over backwards from half the way to the boundary and hits the stump straight on. And they did have to get a move on.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought at the time, well, safety first, Ken, absolutely sprint through, but outrageous, man. 123 for 3.
He's just doing some more stretching now.
Yeah. Taylor to Miyeye. Defensive shot, no run. Yeah, his little bouncing run, Will Williams, as he goes towards the ball in case his help is needed. That's not him. No, I think.
There's a bit of a support on that
Yeah.
right knee. He's just repositioning.
I'm hoping from his point of view, Gloucestershire point of view, that's not him feeling the back of the knee. Perhaps the support has just slipped down a little bit as he was performing some sort of conjuring trick with the ball in the field just a minute ago. Taylor to Miyeye. That sharp pull has ended up straight at Ollie Price's feet at a short mid-wicket. That wouldn't need to be no more than probably 6 inches or a foot either side, and that's 4, isn't it? That's a firmly hit shot, very well stopped.
Yeah, it's also the sort of reason why well, as you said before, there are about 2,000 reasons why I couldn't be out there. But if that's hit at me, I don't want to get in the way of that. Absolutely leathered it.
Waving it through.
Yeah.
No, thank you very much. Here's Taylor to Miyeye, and he just works that out to point for a single. So just 2 off the over so far. 2 balls to come.
They're back out at Hove.
Oh, there
by the way, so Sussex
closing in on victory.
28 for 1, needing a further 103.
I guess it's not going to help the rain delays. Doesn't help the batter's concentration, does it? But it would be extraordinary if Leicestershire bowled themselves back into that in any significant form. Surely will be a Sussex win. As Taylor now bowls to Belldrummond. Bouncer. Haven't seen many short balls today, but Belldrummond is well underneath that one. 124 for 3 Kent. Need 137.
I've not seen a real sort of bouncer barrage at any point in the match. There hasn't been the need to, because there's been more than enough happening off a fuller length. Charlesworth did get the wicket of Everson in the first innings with a short ball toe-ended behind, but for the most part, I think batters have sort of realised that it's only going to be the odd one here or there, and just get out of the way.
Taylor then last ball of his 8th over, defended by Daniel Belldrummond. End of the over then, and Miyeye has 65, Daniel Belldrummond has 26. These two coming together at 64 for 3, so they put on 60 so far. Sam North East going just after the resumption, a bit of a rain delay. We lost 8 overs from the game. Sam North East, having been maybe fortunate to survive an earlier LBW appeal, was adjudged to be LBW to Will Williams for 4. And Sam North East innings, I almost expected him to be, he would be there whatever come the end of the day, because he'd shown
12 off 215 deliveries.
Quite, had shown no aggressive intent, was just very calmly anchoring the innings at that point. But these two have moved it on. Danny Bell-Drummond, though, is going a strike rate of 50. It's not exactly T20 stuff. Miea has 65 off 72 as the wind gets up, as you can hear on the Vets microphone.
All right, Van Buren starts his second over. Miea defends out to the offside. Hammond fields at short extra cover. Gloucestershire just need at the moment of that shot in the arm of a breakthrough, open up an end as this is punched away, and the energetic Van Buren will win the race to the ball with Will Williams at mid-wicket. Seems to be moving fine now after the adjustment of the support for his knee off the back foot. It's a rather extravagant drive from Miea through the covers, in full control of whatever he wanted to do. Fast hands, quick flourish. It's only a single, but why just score a single any old way when you can do it that way? 125 for 3. Ever the stylist. 136 needed. Van Buren to Bell-Drummond, and he's forward and defending. And it's a tricky thing for Van Buren here. He you know, as we said, he's maybe hoping for one to shoot low, but he kind of knows it's not very likely that one's just going to rip past the edge. Bowles now cutting. It's Bell-Drummond. They might fancy 2, but they won't get it. Once again, Tommy Borman having to launch himself towards deep point this time. It's been going pretty much sort of like a bleep test along that mound stand. It feels like the last few overs. 126 for 3. Van Buren in the grunt of effort that he has. And Miea just defends. So a tidy over, just 2 runs added. 126 for 3. And it sort of feels as though Van Buren's going to need somebody almost to take an undue risk against him. It's not to say that it's out of the realms. You wouldn't put anything past what we've seen over the last three days and a bit for one suddenly to do something out of nowhere. It's been that sort of a feel to things. However, it does feel as if he might need a bit of a rush of blood and a big shot attempted that may bring a boundary but may also bring a wicket.
So Bell-Drummond to face then, 126 for 3. 135 needed for Kent. As pulled away by Danny Bell-Drummond with some force actually behind square, but picks out the man beautifully. Is that Gabe Bell out there? It is indeed, and I'll just take a single then for that, for all that effort. We've got more disco cricket from Tom, Chin and Dan. Thank you for this. Let's hope you're well. Really enjoying the game. How about Saturday Night Lever by the Bee Gees?
That's good. I like that.
You got Ed Seaborn. He was grim-faced through the other ones. But
No.
You tickled him. Excellent. No, I'm joking. Grim-faced.
Misreporting from BBC Radio Kent.
It's the first time it's ever happened. And Taylor Bells to Miea, defends it into the offside. Do like it Saturday Night Lever. Or last night, a WK saved my life by Indeed rather than the DJ. Thank you, Tom. You are more than welcome, everyone. Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk to chime in with your puns. If you're hiding behind the sofa as a Gloucestershire or Kent fan at this point, you also feel free to tell us your hopes and fears. It does sound a bit like a counselling service, doesn't it? But it's great to have your company, whether you're an emailer or not. I hope you're enjoying this. We certainly are. The umpires are taking a moment to look at the ball. Graham Van Buren is on his teammates at his shoulder there. What's he saying?
I think Ollie Price has just clapped to Graham Van Buren, which I think means they're going to change it, and they are, by the looks of things.
Well done, GVB. You've done really well there. Oh.
Yeah, Chris Watts is pointing at the boxes over there. I think it's Parkinson who's down there, is it?
He's running off.
He's pretending to run off with it. Very, very good. He's also getting a drink for the Kent batters if they wanted it as well, or yeah, there we go. He's going to bring it out to the box.
Mischievous man
Williams,
is Matt Parkinson.
The box of balls, very good. I noticed that Muyaya and Bell Drummond haven't saved him a couple of steps. Or maybe just stroll about 3 paces whilst Parkinson makes his way all the way out to the middle to serve them a drink.
New gloves or just a drink for Tawanda Muyaya? Yes, indeed. Yeah, he's taking a drink. I wonder if we have the feeling he wasn't very well yesterday. Maybe just a painkiller or something. But anyway, he's got taken a drink. Danny Bell Drummond has as well.
By the way, Somerset have finally taken their first wicket of the day at Cardiff. Sean Dixon, LBW, Overton 76.
Former Somerset man,
indeed.
Of course, yeah.
And all that's done is bring out Chris Cook at number 8. It's not a bad man to have coming in with 35 required. And if that's not enough, they've still got Tim van der Huchten, Mason Crane. And, well, it would be quite something if the teenager Tom Norton, who became the youngest player to take a hat-trick on first-class debut, it'd be quite something if he was needed to go out there at the end, particularly, say, given that Glamorgan only need 35 to win with 4 wickets in hand.
I think they're back off at Hove, is that right?
Looks that way.
Yeah. Sorry, you may have mentioned that already.
No.
Apologies. But
no, I didn't.
Yeah, I know they came back on for a short time, but it looks like they're back off at Hove. So with Sussex still tantalisingly for them, needing 89 to win with 9 wickets remaining. So
it's got to be a frustrating one.
Yeah. So Ollie Price was delighted. I mean, it may, if it's out of shape is one thing. Also, if it was slightly wet, the ball, this will be much better, particularly for the well, actually, good for all the bowlers. We're getting more bounces, isn't it? But 127 for 3. What does Matt Taylor make of this new ball? Tawanda Muyaya defends that into the offside. It's small sample size. I'm not sure we can tell much from that.
No. Well, this one will get damp as well, you'd think. As you say, it's not a great day for drying.
The outfield's a little bit damp. And beyond that, a little bit damp. So, yeah.
Yes, anything that gets hit to the boundary will probably
pick up some.
I mean, these red balls do get rather wet.
So 127 for 3 as Taylor comes in towards Muyaya. Just nudging that into the onside. No run there.
Get that sort of red sludge feel to it.
Is that Ben Charlesworth just cleaning his glasses? Yeah, but he's got quite a lot of tape on both hands, Ben Charlesworth, isn't he? If you look at his, that's just to protect already injured fingers. As keeper up to the stump, says Matt Taylor. I think I'll take this, as this over has taken quite a long time. I'm going to go and do an update for BBC Radio Kent. Right.
So. Yes, it has been about a 10-minute over. No, it's not quite been that, but Gloucestershire's over rate has gone from +4 to +3. Oh dear, they're in trouble now. Here then comes Taylor, across the ball and pushing back to Matt Taylor. James Bracey just out for a thump of the wicket-keeping gloves together that you could hear, or I could hear anyway through the microphone. It's not a huge number of spectators in today, but those that are, I think, whichever side they're supporting, sort of hushed with a little bit of nerves Gloucestershire feeling they really need a wicket here as Taylor bowls and Muyaya again gets forward and down very low to defend. And there's no run. I mean, this changed ball as well, 35 overs. It felt as if it was doing as much as it has been doing with the newer ball. We haven't seen too much either really deviating off the surface, either sideways or up and down for a little while, and some of it will just be because of, it's amazing how when you get one wicket, all of a sudden things start to happen again. Van Buren into Belldrummond. There's an appeal for LBW, and then Muyaya's coming through for a single that's not there. He has to get back as the throw is aimed at the non-striker's end. But yeah, didn't look as though there was much, if anything, going for that LBW appeal. 127 for 3. Van Buren in, and Belldrummond rocks onto the back foot with some murderous intent, and then ends up getting very little bat on it, and I say very little, not enough bat on it to do anything other than play it back to the bowler. Looped up by Van Buren, driven to mid-off. They want a single, and they'll get it. Fielder there having to go into a slide. Ben Charlesworth, no chance to prevent that single. Belldrummond on to 29. Kent edging their way towards halfway. Van Buren into Muyaya, pushed into the covers. This time Belldrummond taking a couple of steps down and then stopping. But even the couple of minor alarms with the running between the wickets, they have only been minor. Batted with each other for a long time. I think good understanding. Van Buren in, cut away firmly by Muyaya, and Tommy Borman is once again called into action at deep point. Thought it was a bit surprising he hadn't fielded a ball at all this over. 129 for 3. And one delivery remains of Graham Van Buren's third over. Belldrummond to face. Another flighted ball, very full, dug out to mid-on by Daniel Belldrummond. And there's no run at 129 for 3. 132 required. And this partnership continues to grow. It's actually, yeah, in fact, it's just gone past doubling the score for Kent. Came together at 64 for 3. So that is a significant impact. Just thinking of Muyaya, of course, as we said, easily the best in terms of aggregate in the match. This partnership's got to be pretty close to being one of the biggest of the match now. As Matt Taylor runs in, round the wicket, he bowls, tries a Yorker, ends up being a low full toss. Muyaya just takes a hand off and rolls it along to Graham Van Buren at mid-off. And there's no run. There was 117 for the second wicket in the first innings between Charlesworth and Price. 115 between Bracey and Borman. Kent had 102 between Dawkins and Muyaya. In comes Taylor, bowls a short ball, swivelling on it, pulling it away firmly, and a couple of bounces out to Tommy Borman. Good footwork on that deep square leg boundary to keep it to a single. 130 for 3.
Yeah, 55 between Tawanda Muyaya and... was that Ekansh Singh, perhaps?
Ooh.
Just before, as he went just before tea on day 2, and then 62 between Chris Benjamin and Keith Dudgeon. So yeah, not far off. Would it be third or fourth highest partnership so far?
Yeah, it was certainly for a while, because Gloucestershire in their second innings, as Taylor bowls, takes pace off, but it's gone down the leg side. It looks as though there was some sort of a deflection and it was off bat. 4 runs to Bell Drummond, and that takes Kent past halfway. They're 134 for 3. They need 127, and Kent continue to move probably as firmly into the ascendancy as anyone has done for a while.
Just any moment now you will be hearing the clatter of timber or a very well taken catch, almost certainly. 70 between Bancroft and Hammond as well in Gloucestershire's second innings. So yeah, it's up there.
But it's certainly up there, yeah.
Yeah, and in the context again of the match.
Taylor in a shorter ball, pulled away, and that's gone for 4. It's gone between square leg and long leg. Nobody moved for a moment. I thought it had just gone straight to a fielder. I was just waiting for somebody just to stoop down and pick it up, and instead it was helped by Bell Drummond into the gap. And now it's just 100. I say it's just. That's the first time I've used the word just.
All steady.
It's maybe not quite just, but it's 123 to win.
And Gloucestershire need just 7 wickets.
Doesn't quite have the same.
I know. I know what you're saying.
123 runs at 138 for 3 with an established partnership.
But in the context of this match,
feel,
it feels, as we've been saying many times before, this is out of the centre. This is away from the mean. So this match has very much kept everybody on their toes by dragging it back to level pegging between these two sides. So
yeah, Bracey's had enough of standing up as well. He could have a change of strategy. Yeah, so standing back, and now Taylor over the wicket, and Bell Drummond just deflects it away. A little bit of wrist work, just angling the bat behind square, as he does so often. He plays with that bat and pad close together, but he's just so often getting the bat on it and finding a run somewhere. 139 for 3, and well, yes.
Well, Williams is going through some proper warm-ups now.
Yep, he's sort of got no choices. Bancroft, really, he's got to go back to Bell or Williams, and he's got quite used to the fact that when he brings back one of them in this game and the last one, that they get a wicket for him, so he's sort of got to do it. Taylor bowls short again, swiveled down to fine leg by Muyaya. And he hits it hard. This time he does pick out the fielder, but that is another big over for Kent, and it's these chunks they're taking out of the total now. Not just the fact that Van Buren's going for 8 in 3 overs, not just the fact that they're working these runs around. There are some big overs here. We're talking even double digits. We've had 3 of those in about the last half hour, 40 minutes or so. Kent now 140 for 3.
And I see Gabe Bell is warming up as well, and that's probably about right from Cameron Bancroft, is it? You need a wicket now. You can't let these two. They can't be doing this, basically. Not enough runs to play with, perhaps, from a Gloucestershire point of view. As Van Buren bowls to Muyeye, Daniel Bell Drummond is backing up spiritedly. Did he just give him the chat symbol there? Is he saying I didn't get a call, or was it my call? Was it your call? Not quite sure. Daniel Bell Drummond maybe just saying we need more communications. He was dancing down from the non-striker's end. Blocked out by Muyeye, and there's no run.
Raised a right hand there.
Well,
languidly towards Daniel Bell Drummond. So is that enough?
Yeah, that's a no, Captain. Van Buren to Muyeye, goes down on one knee to sweep, and that'll be 4 runs. And yeah, they need to staunch the runs here. I don't mean sound over dramatic, but at this point it's too free from Kent, isn't it? I'm not saying there's no chance of a wicket with the bowlers they got at the moment, but maybe Taylor is just tired at the end of his spell, and
it's also got to the stage where, okay, it's certainly very much back towards even. You add 2 wickets to the score, but it's not Gloucestershire back as favourites, I would say.
117, the victory target now, or the victory. What's needed for the win, in it? 116 as Yeah, he takes a single. He's on to 74. Daniel Bell Drummond on 38. But yeah, as you say, in the context of this match, this is a big partnership. And galling for Cameron Bancroft and Gloucestershire as it goes to 81. Van Buren to Bell Drummond, drives it back at the bowler. Tawanda Mieye is not moving a muscle, didn't move a muscle at the non-striker's end as it went near the stumps.
And I suppose it's what Gloucestershire, as we were saying, it's the biggest partnership for a while. Gloucestershire just couldn't have somebody stay with Bancroft for anything like this long.
No, outside the off stump. Left by Daniel Bell Drummond, and that will be over. 145 for 3, with 116 more, as I said, for victory. 7 wickets for Gloucestershire, as it gets a little bit lighter and brighter here at Bristol. Tea on the final day still does it have to be 340 even with the lost overs?
I think so.
I think it does as well, but
well, we resumed at 150, so
yeah.
I'd imagine there wouldn't be much difference anyway, so it's going to be somewhere around there.
We've had a vote between the three of us, and we definitely think maybe perhaps it could be 340.
Yeah. Thinking
it's usually an immovable feast, isn't it? But because we've had a little bit of delay, I don't know if they would. Because, well, actually, again, 25 minutes could be 6 overs, couldn't it? And we'll be down to 38 remaining anyway. So, yeah, it's not going to be a mile off anyway.
A few patches of blue sky away to our left, where the weather's been coming from. So
greets Gabe Bell from the pavilion end.
Skies are opening.
Maybe the crucial,
but not the heavens.
No.
145 for 3. Here comes Bell, and 2 slips in place. Keeper up to the stumps, driving straight away. Mieye taking advantage of the chasm between cover and second slip.
Is it
single out to the boundary?
Sorry, is it overstating it to say that these spells from Bell and Williams, if it is him from the far end, are, I don't want to use the word pivotal because it's too easy to say that, but these are very important for Gloucestershire.
It's pretty close to them needing a wicket from these spells, definitely.
A wicket in the next 10 overs, you would say that's probably about right, isn't it? If they bowl 5 each.
Bell in, driven away. Hammond does get down to his left and stops the ball all in one motion, and then tries his best to dry the ball. I don't know if that's had any sort of significant effect, I'm not sure, but saying when you were off on your update, it's been a while since we've seen one really deviate off the pitch, and the uneven bounce seems to have settled a little bit as well. Bell in, bowled him! I'm not sure that was too much other than just a snorter from Gabe Bell, and that is exactly what Gloucestershire needed. He's gone right through Daniel Bell Drummond. Let's see, did it? I don't think it kept low. Maybe did just come in a bit further, but through the gate, it splays middle and leg stump. And it felt as if it was either going to take a pretty special piece of bowling like that, or a rush of blood to break that partnership. It's turned out to be the special piece of bowling. Kent need 115, and they're now 4 wickets down, but still a valuable knock from Daniel Bell Drummond of 38. I think it's almost come back actually through the air, is it? It's almost a little bit of reverse. It's hard to tell whether it's through the air or off the pitch, but there is a bit of movement in anyway.
Yeah. Well, there we are. Said it was crucial to Gloucestershire to get a wicket as Bell and Williams returns, and he has one within 3 deliveries. As Joey Everson, is it coming out next?
Benjamin.
I was going to say it's Benjamin. Sorry, I was just looking at a well-known website. It was just that Joey Everson had come out.
I think they've still got the order that, I reckon they've still got the order that I had on.
Maybe the scorecard order,
day 1.
Makes sense, Chris Benjamin. Obviously, he's got 74 in the first innings and is in fine form as well to be promoted up to 6.
I think even Akansh Singh came in ahead of, he did. Even Akansh Singh came in ahead of Joey Everson in
which
the
he did
first
in the previous match actually as well. Yeah, Everson was dropped down a little bit. So
the game's afoot.
It is indeed, and see with Chris Benjamin out there. AA taking new gloves, maybe. Not sure, just handing something back to Matt Parkinson. So Benjamin goes over to have a brief chat and then jogs to the far end.
Well, I think that's probably what was needed, just the sun to come out or look like coming out. It was just too grey and overcast for wickets to fall.
Yeah, that's the conventional wisdom, isn't it? Certainly that
Yeah.
batters hate it when it's sunny.
Yeah. Well, it is still probably a position that Kent would have just about taken at the start of the innings. Would have loved it to be 3 down still, but Gloucestershire still with 6 wickets to take. Kent with 115 to score. A third man goes into the cordon as Bell bowls to Benjamin for the first time, and this has been inside edged, I think, really down to fine leg, but it is another run. It gets Benjamin underway straight away. The bat came down straight and then the ball went to fine leg, so yelps from Gloucestershire, and more encouragement that Bell is getting the ball to move into these right-handers, which is the particularly deadly delivery for Bell, as much as he might get one with one that goes away. He's targeting those stumps that way with the one that comes in. Oh, that's a bit of a waft from Tuanda Muyaya, and it's amazing what can happen. It's just one wicket, and all of a sudden, and then some of it is because Bell is a very fine bowler, but just suddenly Muyaya gets a bit stuck on the crease, and an excellent take from Bracey. Tried to sort of chop at it. There is that gap there at point, which he's probably thinking about accessing, and must have been very close to the outside edge. Bell to Muyaya. That's pushed away into the covers. Benjamin's come a long way down here. Oh, there's more mix-ups, and eventually they're going to get there for a single that probably shouldn't have been there, but they were going to go, then they weren't going to go, then the ball wasn't fielded cleanly. Benjamin goes, and in fact, yeah, you stop halfway down the pitch. They're both just staring at each other, but Hammond couldn't find the ball quite quickly enough for them to affect any sort of a run out. So I think they did run a single there, didn't they, after all that? Muyaya has 76, 148 for 4.
I don't think Chris Benjamin was very impressed by that, because Tuanda Muyaya's come 3 or 4 paces down and has sort of asked Chris Benjamin if they're taking a run, then gone on the front foot, then stopped, and Chris Benjamin,
it's your call.
Yes, exactly. I think he turned around very quickly after the single with a glare to say, just say yes or no. Depending for the thoughts of Jahid Ali, the Kent batting coach. I suppose he's not their running coach, is he? But he's sharing an aside with Ben Dawkins and Jazz Singh as 3 of the Kent staff walking around with it. Will be Will Williams. Easy for you to say, Ed Seaborn. 148 for 4 now.
It with Bell to Bell Drummond earlier.
Yeah. But so again, jeopardy in this game. The wicket of Daniel Bell Drummond. He and Tuanda Muyaya looked, well, if not set as any pair's been, but that's kind of the story of this match, isn't it? 82 partnership broken by Bell bowling Daniel Bell Drummond. And at 20 past 3 on the final day, now in the sunshine, it could go any way at all. It's Williams to Muyaya, up on his toes, thumped into the offside. It's a good-looking shot. He'll just get single for it, as Tommy Boorman, I think, goes to field that. Benjamin comes on to strike. So he's had one rather sketchy shot off the inside edge. Chris Benjamin, then been involved in the gentleman's excuse me of all gentlemen's excuse me's, out in the middle, just getting into his ground in time. Let's now take a deep breath and reset from a Kent point of view. Can Will Williams and Gloucestershire exploit the breakthrough that Gabe Bell's given them? Williams to Benjamin. He's played that out into the offside. thought he looked a little bit hesitant for a moment, but I think he's got full bat on that.
I must say, to start with, I thought he was trying to play that away fine as well.
I thought he was trying to cut it, yeah.
You just, from this angle, you've got the keeper there and you've got the batter there, and I was thinking he's trying to estimate which angle the ball's going to come off at, and I thought it was going to come away behind him, and then all of a sudden it was in front of him.
Was he trying to cut that? No, but in the end he has got full bat to it, doesn't he, to defend it. This one nudging to the onside. That's good technique from Benjamin. He finds the wide open spaces on that long open side. They're going to take one for the throw. Well, they could have done in hindsight, but given they're running for a single that wasn't there, 150 is up. Perhaps I'll stop harping on about that. For 4 wickets down for Kent. They need another, it's 151, sorry, for 4. They need another 110 to win now. Benjamin bat raise, waits for Williams and defends that. Up into the offside to wideish mid-off. Graham Van Buren diligently polishes the ball. We said there'll be no new ball. They've had a change, haven't they, already during this innings? But there'll be no brand new ball for them. We're in the 40th over, and we have as Williams bowls, driven by Benjamin. Will get 4 for that. He split the field expertly on the offside. Nice shot. Actually, we would get a new ball, would we not?
Well,
for 2 overs.
Yeah. If that happens, I shall be stunned. It was a nice shot from Benjamin.
This game would, I mean, it would probably fit this game, wouldn't it?
Well, maybe. Probably have to score at about 2.2 and over or something.
They're either going to do more than that or be all out, is your suggestion, before we reach the 80th over. 155 for 4. Benjamin moves quickly on to 7. Facing Williams now. And punches this for a quick single. It's a yes, yes, yes from Benjamin, running to the danger end. Always going to be overthrows as well. It's a sidearm throw coming in. And they're going to get at least 1 overthrow. It's going to be 2. And did Charlesworth have to go for that? Not sure. I mean, obviously his judgment is that Benjamin hadn't made his ground. It looked to me like Benjamin was making his ground to me.
If anything, it looked as though there was a bit more of a problem at the striker's end, but it was a further throw to make.
I agree. Benjamin was making his ground. He was calling on the basis, I suppose, that it was going to go to that near end for Charlesworth, but perhaps, he should have changed the angle.
But you don't really have time to see whether anybody's backing up. You just have to.
No, that's true.
Kind of, if you're going to have any chance, you've got to just loose the throw. But it's exactly. It's hard to say from here. But what you can say is it's another 2 runs that have been given to Kent, and there has been a few here or there given away in this innings. Here's Bell bowling on driven, and more work to do in the field. This time it's Matt Taylor who gets across. Good work on the slide to keep it to a dot ball.
And Benjamin's pretty much playing a shotter ball here, isn't he? He's not come to leave, maybe. Mind you, keepers up the stumps. Maybe that's a reasonable idea at this point. The ball's not going to be far from the stumps, but
they're taking that 3rd fielder out of the cordon, so they'll have the wide slip and another wide slip and a short mid-wicket in place. Bell to Benjamin, driven hard, and that one doesn't get underneath Graham Van Buren. It's a big thumping round of applause from James Bracey for that stop. So a couple of good bits of fielding this over to save runs, keep the runs required for Kent just into 3 figures. Just a brief update from Cardiff. Glamorgan have lost a 7th wicket. Chris Cook out for 5. So they need 21 more to win with 3 wickets in hand. Bell bowls to Benjamin, driven. This time he's got the gap through cover point. There should be 2. And that will be it. Once again, Middleton just gets that throwaway into the air quickly. And they, well, this time, no need for an extra sprinted run. 101 needed. And Gloucestershire have got to take 6 wickets to win the game. But yeah, flurries of wickets are still, you feel, possible. It's not as though it feels completely dead at this point. Bell in, turned away to mid-wicket, and it's a stop from short mid-wicket. Is that Miles Hammond fielding there? Yeah, and just fought off Tommy Borman for right to stop the ball. Just for a moment, I was a little bit concerned that Hammond, in his enthusiasm, might just allow the single by finger-tipping the ball away from Borman, but no. Bell into Benjamin, and once more he'll pick out Hammond at short mid-wicket. From Kent's point of view, there must be some of them, whilst Benjamin's come out in positive fashion, there must be some of them that thinks, well, it's Bell and Williams who've got all the 4 wickets. They can't bowl forever, as much as it feels as though they can. There'll be another period where Gloucestershire have got to find some bowlers from both ends to not just keep the runs down, but take wickets as well. 2 for 55 for Bell at the end of his 13th over now, and it'll be 2 for 56 as Benjamin brushes it down to fine leg and keeps the strike on 13. So it's exactly 100 to win. We've had 41 overs. There's theoretically 41 overs remaining after we lost 8 overs because of a very sharp shower around about lunchtime. But I'm pleased to say, from a weather point of view, that at least in the foreseeable future, he says, staring out into the distance, there's nothing untoward coming in, and in fact the opposite. What's coming in looks a lot better than what's already come away to our right. What's happening now? We're going to have another discussion about the ball.
Really though?
So this one has been in use for 6.5 overs.
Umpire Widup is saying, never mind the circle, just have a look at it. Yeah, it's going through, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. I was just joking, I've no idea. There we go. Will Williams will take it anyway. But yeah, they had a good look at it, didn't it? Sorry, it's umpire Watts who was... Perhaps he was just looking down the seam, was he, as he was holding it up to the light, making sure there are no bulges there. But it's gone through the circle of measurement.
Had to be more in hope than expectation, that one, I'd have thought. But, you know, they're within their rights to ask.
Absolutely. So, slipping a gully in now behind wicket keeper. Braces up to stumps. That's beaten Benjamin. Bracy's gone to ground.
I think that may have been a drop, yeah.
It looks from Bracy's reaction. He's got his head in his hands. He's taken the keeping helmet off.
Oh, it's tough, though, because it's quite a thick edge. And I know...
It comes
well, I mean, you can see the frustration of Bracy just punched one glove with the other, but, I mean, that is not a catch that's getting held. Well, I don't think that's a catch that's getting held the majority of the time. It's a thick enough edge that you just, it's not in the middle of his palms.
Whoa, he's gone for that one again as Benjamin has swung that. I mean, as I said, he was playing more or less a shot of ball. He has come out to play shots, and is a play and a miss from Benjamin. But yeah, it's a quarter of a chance, I'd say, for Bracy, that one, isn't it?
Yeah.
If he gets a glove to it, it's a wonder catch, but...
I mean,
but he's frustrated because he wanted it, obviously. 161 for 4. Good news for Gloucestershire, though, is that 2 have beaten the bat already in this over from Williams. The third is just nudged into the offside, and they'll take a single behind square. Brings Miyeye on to strike. Benjamin has 14 off 15 so far. 99 to win for Kent now.
I mean, yeah, I'm absolutely loath to make any comments about wicketkeeping because I know nothing about it. But what I do know is that when you can see the deflection, especially off a seam bowler with the keeper standing up to the stumps, it's an incredibly difficult catch.
It's Williams to Miyeye. Runs that down through backward point. Will that be 4 runs? It's really well placed from Tawanda Miyeye. It's gone past the man at gully, actually, through the backward point area. Price diving, but can't stop it. Miyeye gets 4. 166 for 4.
It's 81 from 95. I mean,
Yeah.
it's the speed that
It's
he's done it
brisk
at
as
as
well,
well,
yeah.
but without being particularly flashy.
I'd agree. He's not been loose, has he, to Miyeye so far, but defends that one from Williams. I was chatting with there's a story the other day about Miyeye. What he's added to his game is, it sounds really obvious, but from the moment he arrived at Kent, it was obvious he's an extraordinary stroke player. He does things that other batters just can't do, but it's adding that calm to the game as well, and the 4-day stuff that means you're building bigger innings. Down the leg side, as he helped that on, Williams hands to face. Didn't see the signal for the umpire there.
Yeah, it was runs,
was it? Yeah. It's a glance. I saw the 4, but I didn't know if anything come before it, but yeah. Oh, it's actually, yeah, he's taking it off his pad, hasn't he? Quite nicely in the end.
Yeah.
A proper glance, and that is 4 more. 170 for 4, 91 to win for Kent now. 6 for Gloucestershire. Could do with another wicket in fairly short order, I would say, here, Gloucestershire.
Yep. Indeed.
Because these two,
especially Miyeye.
Yeah, I've already put on 24, so they're chipping away now, these partnerships.
Because whilst Miyeye's there, there's much less pressure on the incoming batter. Bell to Benjamin, that's driven towards mid-on. Ball deflects off somebody. And there's no run. But yeah, of course you take any wicket that you can get if you're Gloucestershire. You can't afford to be choosy. You have to get pretty much all of them. But Miyeye's the one. He's now, what is he? Is he top? Yeah, Charlesworth made 85 in the first innings for Gloucestershire, as that's back of a length, and Benjamin plays this into the offside where Van Buren moves up to field. Yeah, so he's actually top scorer and now joint second top scorer in the match with his 90 in the first innings, and now this 85 not out, which is equalled the highest score for Gloucestershire in the match. 85 from Charlesworth, 83 from Bancroft in Gloucestershire's second innings. Bell bowls to Benjamin, tucked away through backward square, work round the boundary for Charlesworth, and he'll keep it to a single.
That's right.
Yep, he's a good outfielder, is Ben Charlesworth. 171 for 4. Benjamin moves on to 15. It's the way that and you see him do it in the T20 as well, that see Ben Charlesworth's footwork on the boundary is excellent. He's got a sneakily good arm these days, but it's the way that he's able to kind of tiptoe around the ball and get in position to throw that so often dissuades batters from coming back for a second run. Bell to Miyeye, defended back to the bowler, and there's no run as Bell almost looks as if he was wincing with the brightness of the English sunshine.
Poor chap.
He is from Tasmania after all. I'm not saying that it would be 13 degrees in Tasmania. What's the weather in Launceston?
Oh, okay.
Today? Oh, it is the middle of the night. In comes Bell. Bowls wide outside the off stump, and the ball has ended up in the hands of first slip. Has that come off Bracey's glove and gone to first slip? Because
I thought for a moment it'd come off the bat, in which case...
Was it on the bounce?
There would be pandemonium, would there not?
Then, yeah, it's off Bracey's glove.
Ah.
It's Bracey's palmed it to first slip. Unfortunately for them, not in a similar fashion to how James Bracey was out with Sam Northeast deflecting it to Zach Crawley. Bell bowls a fuller delivery, clipped away hard by Muyaya to short mid-wicket, and there's no run, just a single from the over, 171 for 4. Yeah, it's, I mean, it is currently 8 degrees and fog in Launceston.
That's right, I don't know why I'm laughing at that, but yeah.
But then it is midnight. Daytime temperature, high of 17, so, you know, it's
pretty much equivalent.
Not that far off. Bright sunshine, admittedly, but yeah.
There's bright sunshine here now as Will Williams continues. He has 2 for 37. Chris Benjamin 15. Tuandamia 85. Kent 171 for 4. Need 90 more for victory. Gloucestershire need wickets. Put pressure on as much as anything else at the moment.
This could be the last over before tea.
It could be. And we'll put that out there. A tea time teaser. As Williams to Benjamin. Benjamin just nudges that out to the point boundary, and that's a single. They're still with this field of Bracey up to the stumps. And Bancroft is the captain, is a fairly deep slip there, and they've got a gully. With Ollie Price. Then said a deep point. There's extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket. Deep square leg, long leg. Muyaya now faces Williams. Can't get that past the man at mid-wicket. That's Miles Hammond, and there's no run.
Derbyshire 3 wickets away at Derby, with Northamptonshire 212 for 7. Nathan McSweeney made 62. Has been dismissed by Zach Chappell, so... Lewis McManus coming in at number 9. Again, admittedly, it's partly because they have a night watchman, but they do bat very deep. Northamptonshire, who are Gloucestershire's next opponents here.
Williams over the wicket to Muyaya. Ooh, it's beaten him. And actually stumbles over forward as Tuanda Muyaya. We've not seen many of those in the last 5 overs or so. Ed, have we that have beaten the bat legitimately?
No,
yeah,
I mean, there was
shape maybe.
Williams. Yes, I think Williams is starting to get this ball to go away again, as Bell got the one to come into Bell Drummond. So whether it's reverse or what, but the ball is just doing a little bit again, and it was doing enough to get the outside edge in the previous Williams over as well.
Life in this game yet. Outside the off stump, left by Tuanda Muyaya this time. And there'll be 2 more to come before either a regulation final day 3:40 tea, or maybe we'll go on another 15 minutes or so until we get to 32 overs remaining. We'll pretty much find out in 2 balls time. Here comes Williams then to Muyaya. Bottom hand comes off as he cuts it out towards the point boundary. It's fielded by Borman in the sunshine here at Bristol, and thrown back into James Bracey from his reaction for dropping half a chance off Benjamin. Probably still kicking himself for missing it. Although it would have been an extraordinary grab had it been a wicket.
Well, yeah, he's going to be his own harshest critic, James Bracey, but I mean that's
setting very high standards.
Ridiculously tough.
Williams to Benjamin, gets into position very early there, Benjamin, and plays it into the offside. And that's the end of the over. 3:41 indeed. Tea shall be immovable on the final day, and the players come off with Kent now 88 short of victory. Gloucestershire needing 6 wickets in the final session of the final day. Tuanda Muyaya top scoring in this innings with 86 from 104. He's got the 2 top scores in this match as well. He's been joined by Chris Benjamin on 16. The wickets to fall in this session. Sam Northeast went very quickly after the resumption. LBW to Will Williams, and then a stay of 82 runs and around about 20 overs before Danny Beltran was bowled by Gabe Bell on his return to the attack. 2 balls into it, bowled for 38. So still expecting more surprises, quite frankly. Ed Seaborn in the last session of the match. I would say, even given my normal pessimism, that Kent are ahead a little bit at tea. Who knows what happens in the final session, though?
Yes, I mean, really, I think you have to say Kent well ahead with 88 required and 6 wickets in hand. However, there's the opportunity now from a Gloucestershire point of view to go off into the dressing room, regroup, and potentially do what they did to start the previous session and strike very early. And especially if they could get to Wandamuyeye, there is still hope, but very much looks as though it's Kent's potentially to win from here. So we'll see whether they can do that or whether Gloucestershire can stage a big comeback in the final session of this gripping match. Kent need 88 to win. Gloucestershire need 6 wickets.
team. And resuming the Kent innings, Chris Benjamin and Tuanda Muyeye. Okay, Bell continuing his spell from the pavilion end after tea.
Hello, it's time for the final session of Gloucestershire versus Kent, with 6 wickets for Gloucestershire to take and 88 runs for Kent to score. Kent have moved themselves into positions of being very much favourites with their work in that afternoon session, despite losing Sam Northeast to the second ball of the afternoon to reduce Kent to 64 for 3. Partnerships between Muyeye and Bell Drummond, and then a smaller one brewing between Muyeye and Benjamin, moving Kent into a very good position, and Bell having to resume after the tea break as Muyeye drives him through the covers and takes another one off the requirement straight away. 87 to win, and also 87 to under Muyeye, and it doesn't look as though there's going to be any end to this game other than a win for either side. The draw, both in terms of scoring rate and in terms of the weather, at the moment looks to be very much out of the equation. We've still got a fair amount of blue sky about. Well, the sun's just behind a cloud at the moment as Benjamin turns this one into the onside, and Graham van Buren springs up from mid-wicket. I'm sure Gloucestershire will have had a bit of a regroup at tea. There's probably not going to be too many secrets about who's going to bowl. Bell and Williams have got to summon up some more reserves of energy from somewhere, because they're the ones who've done the damage in this second innings and took 7 of the 10 wickets in the first innings as well, as that's been chopped at and missed by Benjamin off the gloves of James Bracey. And this time, no edge on that one, but Bell and Williams have passed the bat a few times, as well as Bell removing the bails of Daniel Bell Drummond. As Bell bowls to Benjamin forward, and that's a really positive shot, just a forward press really out into space through cover point and taking a single. 175 for 4. But if you're clinging to things as a Gloucestershire fan, then the ball does seem to have started to move about a little bit more. This ball that was changed about 10 overs ago. Bell in on leg stump, turned away through backward square leg by Muyeye. He'll touch and go, back for 2 runs. As Ed Middleton makes his way round that boundary from fine leg to deep square, but Muyeye very quick between the wickets. 89 to him now, 177 for 4. They've had run-out opportunities in this game of Gloucestershire, but the one that was least likely was the one that ended up providing the run-out. That wonder throw from Williams in the deep in the first innings, as forward goes Muyeye, and will not find a run to Will Williams at mid-off. 4 runs from the opening over after tea. Does Kent very nicely. 84 needed to win. But yeah, there was the grand mix-up between Muyeye and Benjamin very early on. I think it would have been Benjamin who would have been the one that would have been run out if anybody would have been. So it wouldn't have been Muyeye, but in the first innings, there was a chance to run Muyeye out when he only had 9 as well. So they've had some opportunities in this game. I think you'd have to say I've sort of made my notes as far as the opportunities in the game full stop, and the Gloucestershire opportunities outweigh the Kent ones, and yet it's Kent who've taken 20 wickets and Gloucestershire so far have taken 14. As Williams will peel off his sweater and bowl from the Ashley Down Road end. Welcome along wherever you're listening to us from, wherever that might be, on the BBC Sport website and app, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, BBC Radio Kent, and on the Gloucestershire live stream. Ed Seaborn and Matt Cole with you for the last time in this match.
Yeah.
I'd be sorry to see it go, whatever happens.
Let's just all agree it's been it's been brilliant. Speaking to a couple of Kent supporters on this final day, I got a maybe out of one of them, and they've seen a lot of worry over the last couple of seasons, so that was optimistic as you'll get. Played into the offside by Benjamin, and there's no run, but all agreeing they've had a fabulous 3 2/3 days so far. So no run off this first ball of Will Williams over. 2 for 39 he has so far, and has been one of the stars of this match. He'll consider himself unlucky to be on the losing side. Should he be, he might have a big say. He could well have a big say if Gloucestershire win this one. That one's off the pads by Benjamin. Quite forward a square though. That nudge, and it'll be fielded by Ben Charlesworth. Throws it into Baracey. Goes to ground actually as he tries to catch it. Not the greatest delivery into him, but they'll take a single. 178 for 4. Thank you to Robert on kentcricket at bbc.co.uk. I've even forgotten why now, but disco cricket songs. It doesn't matter why, we're doing it. He's gone for Mars. Stump up the volume. Thank you very much, Robert, indeed. And this is that's one of my favourites actually.
I like that.
To Williams to Muyeye up to mid-wicket. But yeah, feel free to get in touch. Kent or Gloucestershire fans, which way do you see this going? On kentcricket at bbc.co.uk. Again, 2 sets of supporters who've been hurt before, let's face it, so I'm sure no one's counting any chickens at this point. As Williams bowls to Muyeye. Here's a little nudge into the onside. Van Buren fizzes the ball into James Bracey. Wouldn't expect anything else. If he's doing anything else but fizzing generally, Graham Van Buren, I'm sure his teammates are asking him if he's feeling okay. Such a committed cricketer.
That's probably very true. And you seldom find him anything other than Mr. Positive, which is a very important thing to be.
In a dressing room, it certainly is, isn't it? Williams to, well, in life generally, I suppose. Williams to Muyeye. They'll come back for a second. Charlesworth hurls in. It's a decent throw, but they do make their ground. I would suggest that's a, tentatively, that's a well taken 2. These 2 have had their moments with the running. 180 for 4. 2 taken. Victory target now down to 81 for Kent. Gloucestershire once again needing a wicket just after tea. From the offside, and there is no run. 180 for 4. So 36 overs remaining. That's not an issue for either side. I don't think it'll take Gloucestershire longer than that to take 6 wickets if Kent are still batting by that time, if that makes any kind of sense. And for Kent, the required rate is around about 2 1/3. Unless something extraordinary happens and the run rate slows enormously without wickets being taken, then I guess we could be here with 96 overs remaining. Sorry, the 96th over. So Bell to continue.
The usual chatter, the sound of a fielding side. You can hear through the microphone to G Bell up as Benjamin will not take a run to the first delivery in this over. Just a gentle turn into the onside to mid-wicket. High drama at Cardiff, where Glamorgan have lost an 8th wicket, but now just need 6 to win. I think it was 14 to win when the 8th wicket fell, so they're in the final stages there as Bell bowls and opening the face. Benjamin, that's a nice shot, just using the pace of Bell. The ball, I think, will beat both fielders to the deep third boundary. It will. It goes over the rope, and 77 more needed by Kent. I don't know if you're anything like me. Somehow it's a bit like when they put the price at £2.99 rather than £3. Somehow feels better, but whatever's in front of the second digit, you know, the fact that even if it was 79 versus 80, it just suddenly feels, you know, you're into the next block of 10 then. Maybe that's just the way that for some reason my mind works.
That's the way the pricing psychology works, isn't it? So I'm sure there's no reason why a victory target shouldn't.
But anyway, it's 4 more runs to Benjamin, and each 4 runs represents greater and greater significance of the remaining runs as Bell bowls down the leg side, and Benjamin can't get a touch on that one, and probably a good job that James Bracey was standing back there, because I don't think even he would have had much of a chance. It's been a good innings from Benjamin already, 22 from 28. Said it time after time that it's been the sort of game where 20 runs makes a big difference, and you know, another couple of 20s from even some of the remaining batters, and Kent should be there. Bell bowls once again on leg stump, turned away. I'll take the first one briskly, but there's no chance of a second run. Tommy Borman, the fielding at deep square leg, 185 for 4. Benjamin on to 23. Already looks a good fielder, does Tommy Borman, without wishing to put the mockers on him, but he looks like he gets across the ground well. And talking about Ben Charlesworth's footwork on the boundary earlier was in evidence as well. Bell bowls, and that's driven hard back at Bell. He's able to knock it down in his follow through. There's no run. So Mayaya into the 90s for the second time in the match. And in terms of context of the game, I don't know how much you bump up the runs that anybody's scored by, but certainly by enough that Mayaya might as well have scored twin hundreds. Bell in, and he's picked that one up into the leg side and swats it away dismissively for 4 through mid-wicket. And that ends the over. And Kent looking to make a bit of a statement here against Gloucestershire's overseas bowler. That was a bit of a half-tracker from Bell, but Mayaya didn't just fancy a single there. He was going to really make Gloucestershire realise that they're the ones that are in need of something quite special here, because now it's only 72 more required by Kent, and Mayaya has moved on to 95 at the end of that over.
Yeah, it's an impressive shot from Tawanda Mayaya. He's had occasional attacking shots during this, mostly been placement, hasn't it? And he is a fabulous striker of the ball, and shown no little patience either, and concentration. 95 from 113. Chris Benjamin, as one of the Kent supporters said to me, actually, as I was doing my lap at tea, he said he's come out and looked like a man in form as well, a man who's that's a good call. 4 consecutive scores over 50, 1 century within that, 74 earlier in the game. But a bit like James Bracey, I thought as well. It just hasn't looked like he's had to play himself in. He's looked like he's just resuming, as it were. But Williams to Benjamin. It's not been without scares, I'd have to say, but into the onside. If he played that late, James Bracey certainly excited.
I think that's one of the first ones that's actually kept low for a while.
Right, yeah.
You know, perhaps the timing of the point wasn't spot on, but even the ball that bowled Bell Drummond, I don't think was about unevenness in the surface. It was just a terrific ball, but that one, the first time for, you know, what feels like about 20 overs or something, that's really kept low, I think.
Yeah. That's Williams to Mayeye. That's well placed by Tawanda Mayeye. Will be 4 as well. It's 4 more for him, and he's on the brink of a century here, as Ed Seaborn was saying. This has been a knock of quite some character and quite some quality so far. 99 from 114 balls, 194 for 4. Kent needs 67 to win now. And Tawanda Mayeye on the brink of his 5th century. Let's get on the front foot at least. It's a big old no from Tawanda Mayeye, as you heard.
There was, although there was also several steps down. Then the bat came out. Then a no.
And that's exactly what happened with the near run at Benjamin early in his innings, wasn't it? Just that there was a sort of, oh no, yes, shall we? Maybe. Oh, look what's happened. We're both in the middle. But yeah, easy game from here, obviously. 194 from 4 for 4. Just one slip in now for Gloucestershire. Runs that down, not behind point, because Ollie Price is there to field. Couldn't see him behind the pillar that I'm trying to look through here. I thought that was going to be the century, but you might have to wait for another over. 2 balls to come from Will Williams. And whether he gets the ton or not, it's the highest score, individual score of the match. And given that's come in the 4th innings with a run chase towards 261, Kent are hoping. Gloucestershire, can they get him out in the nervous 99s? To strike back, nudges this into the onside, and once again finds a fielder, Ben Charlesworth. I think that was a fair no from
Yes.
That
yes,
was
it was a little bit earlier that time.
It was.
Not after the fielder had got it in his hands and was looking to see where the batters were.
A bit of a wander down. So Williams' last ball of this 48th over to Tawanda Mayeye, who's on 99. And that will be the century. And that'll go for 4 backward a square, a jump in the air, a punch of the air. He takes off the batting helmet, opens the arms wide, lifts the bat to the dressing room and goes for a bow as well. And Chris Benjamin comes up to give him a big old bear hug too. And 103 for Tawanda Mayeye, the 50 partnership brought up as well. And that's Mayeye's 5th century of his first-class career and the 2nd of the season as well. Got a ton at Durham to help them draw that match. He may well have a ton here for Kent to help them win against Gloucestershire. 198 for 4, 63 more for the victory.
Well, it has been a special innings from Tawanda Mayeye. I mean, we've not seen a century in the match, so that makes it special on its own. But to get there the way that he has, 118 balls, there was the chance almost at tee for him almost to maybe think a little bit too much with Kent closing in on victory. And sometimes it can be just that final hurdle, that final push that's hard to do. But he's come out so positively and so in control of everything that he's wanted to do, that really he's so far allayed any fears Kent fans might have had of a collapse after tea. And Gloucestershire have now put the ball into the hands of their leg spinner Ed Middleton to try and break this partnership as Chris Benjamin turns the first ball through square leg. And there's a gap there with deep square pushed out to the boundary, so 199 for 4. And Benjamin up to 25, and whilst Mayeye will understandably and rightly take the plaudits, as Middleton bowls to him, gives himself a little bit of space, trying to drive it through the offside. Williams fields at mid-off. It hasn't come quite so easily for basically anyone else, but he's needed. Bell Drummond, 38, Benjamin, 24, well, 25 now, sorry. Enough support there as that's flashed away through backward point, but not directly through backward point. As it's fielded there for no run. Several supporters haven't given up yet. They continue to provide their encouragement for Gloucestershire. 62 runs required. Middleton into Muyaya, over pitched and driven straight back to him. Middleton has a throw back towards Tawanda Muyaya. One bounce over the top of it. Oh no. One bounce over to the top of the stumps. Oh no. Here we go.
Oh, we're checking the ball again.
No, it's they're going to discuss whether there should be 5 penalty runs or not, because he threw the ball at in the vague direction of the batter.
Is it intimidatory?
Well, it's whether he did it in an inappropriate,
sorry, not intimidatory,
and dangerous manner. So
well,
here's the
replay.
He's out of his crease when he lets go of the ball. And I think, well, okay, the umpires have had a discussion. I've not seen any signals, so I think it's absolutely fine. Quite clearly from the replay, Tawanda Muyaya was out of his crease when Middleton let go of that ball. So there we go. It's a shame that we had to have the discussion, but I think the umpires have reached the right decision, and we move on. Low full toss, driven through the covers, sweetly timed. Don't think it should quite go. It doesn't, but Charlesworth will do well to keep it to 2, and that's exactly what he does. Good throw in, plenty of ground to make up. The 2 runs to take Kent to 200 for the innings. A smattering of applause, but to be honest, even the Kent supporters are far more interested in the runs required rather than the runs scored. So it is technically a milestone, but it's 2 more runs to Muyaya onto 105. Middleton in and bowls. Good delivery. Nicely flighted, but Muyaya defends. So 60 to win. Glamorgan have wrapped up a 2-wicket victory over Somerset at Cardiff. So there are now 4 matches in play in the County Championship, and Sussex are back out.
Yeah, they've got on the field finally, haven't they?
Have you seen the scoring rate? They're 70 for 1 off 7.2 overs.
Oh, there we are.
Requiring 61 to win. Tom Clark and Dan Ibrahim.
Yeah, Dan Ibrahim's at 27 or 15 so far. He's gone for T20 styling. 2 4s and 1 6. Yeah, not surprising, really, is it?
Yeah, just don't want to take any chances, do you?
No,
but you have to say,
so long.
What a performance from Glamorgan again. Back-to-back wins in Division 1. I think, you know, as usually happens, the counties that get promoted, it's guaranteed to go straight back down, but they're getting the absolute most out of that group at Glamorgan at the moment, and it's great for the likes of Chris Cook.
Really strong side,
Yes, exactly. Like this Chris Cook, Colin Ingram, Kieran Carlson, people who've been at the club, Tim van der Huchten, people who've been at Glamorgan for many years, loyal servants to their county, and they're getting some rewards now. Matt Taylor.
Taylor round the wicket to Chris Benjamin. It's well above his head, that bouncer. And there's no run. Umpire Watt signalling. That's certainly one for the over. 201 for 4, so 60 to win for Kent. 6 wickets needed for Gloucestershire still. And the best part of 33 overs available, should there be no further rain delays here. Taylor then to Benjamin. Defensive shot, back up the pitch. There's no run, Graham Van Buren fields.
So what Derbyshire still need 3 wickets against Northamptonshire as well, and I think it was 3 Worcestershire wickets that they couldn't take in round 1 before that rather... Oh dear. To get that scene too. That little bit of a mess they made of the chase at Old Trafford, and the thumping defeats to Gloucestershire and Kent.
Taylor to Benjamin. She's forward. That one again, it's into the offside. It's Miles Hammond who fields. Long sleeved shirt. He's doing some ball shining. He's vice captain of ball shining. Gives it to the main man, Graham Van Buren, who says it's bright enough. 25 for Benjamin, 105 for Mayeye. As Taylor yet to take a wicket in this innings. Round the wicket to Chris Benjamin. The left armour driven up to mid-off to Van Buren. And there is no run. So 4 dot balls so far. Just trying to build some pressure here, Gloucestershire. But what they desperately need is a wicket.
Yes, and multiple really. It's not quite got to the hat-trick stage, but yeah, they need a couple.
Yeah, a couple of quick ones would make it very interesting. I think it's fair to say here at Bristol, as Taylor to Benjamin. Doesn't feel like it's one of those where they might take 1 wicket and then necessarily the next batter will be particularly settled as they come in. Benjamin has looked as good as anyone in that respect, I think, but that's human nature, isn't it? He's in form, so he's probably feeling pretty good about his cricket altogether, but
yeah,
they just want to try and rattle Kent with a wicket or a couple of quick wickets to make perhaps the panic emerge. Round the wicket comes Taylor then to Benjamin. It's a rising delivery up chest high, keeps it down, fielded by Price at backward point. Maiden over to start on return for Matt Taylor to the Ashley Down Road end. And Middleton will continue. 2:01 for 4. There seems barely any breeze now. It's maybe a little bit, the clouds moving across, but you were saying before, Ed, that none of the, or there's not much of the grey stuff we had before, not as much cloud as there was this morning when it was felt a bit ominous when Kent started.
Yes, there was some real concerns that weather might ruin this final day, whether that be bad light or rain. It's taken 8 overs out, but that's it. And Middleton to continue with a long on, deep mid-wicket and deep cover for Mayeye on 105. Middleton bowls, flights that one up. Mayeye can get forward and to the pitch of the ball. Drives to cover.
I think giving it plenty of air is a good idea at this point, isn't it? They want to tempt Mayeye into it, to do a false shot, or Benjamin to think they can get this over with quickly. And
yeah, sort of no point really bowling darts that get milked as Mayeye hops back and defends back to the bowler. They are at the stage, Gloucestershire, where they, you know, if not go on the attack in terms of the field, like you say, they've got to try and create a wicket from somewhere. Middleton bowls, a little bit too much flight there, but there is long on as protection. Mayeye just happy to keep it along the ground and drive it. 106 to him, and he's not really shown any signs of losing patience or concentration. Mayeye, I can still only just remember that one shot where he suddenly whooshed at it out of nowhere. Nothing else like that. Middleton to Benjamin, tucked away to mid-wicket. Benjamin, I suppose, fairly happy really to play against the turn, because whilst it's been a pitch that has produced a cracker of a game, we've barely seen any spin anyway, but we haven't seen much grip from the surface as that's been pushed back to Middleton for no run. Graham Van Buren bowled 18 overs in the first innings, 18 overs for 56, a sort of containing job, and did it very well, but there was one ball that kept low and that was it. We haven't seen that really come into play either. Middleton bowls, that's a good ball. Benjamin clearly in two minds about whether to go back or forward, ended up prodding from the crease, but he's still got bat on it, much as Middleton might have thought for a moment that he might be through, but it's a good over from Ed Middleton. Just a couple of overs where Kent haven't moved things along, and I suppose it has to start from somewhere, but Kent have got plenty of time. 202 for 4, 59 needed to win for Kent.
I've seen Sussex lost a second wicket. It really is a T20 bash, that one. 76 for 2 off 8.4 overs. Just seen Ben Green from his first 10 balls has gone 1 for 23.
And of course, they don't use the floodlights there.
That's true. Here's Taylor to Mieye will get 4, he won't. It's just going to be cut off by Ben Charlesworth backward of square. Yeah, James Cole's come in. Given what the price on his head for the 100, you'd imagine he can probably move the score on fairly rapidly if he gets going.
Yeah, he's a... Well, it's funny. There was a preview we did. I don't know if you did Kent's one for the start of the season, where it was which cricketer do you most enjoy watching from another county, I think was one of the questions.
Round the wicket, Taylor to Yorker length. He just digs that one out and there's no run.
It's a slower ball Yorker even.
You're right.
It felt like
he leant forward to it.
Yeah, took some pace off it. It was a lovely ball, but we saw it coming seemingly. I must say I put James Coles down. It feels as though he gets runs every time he plays against Gloucestershire, certainly whatever the format, and he's a fine player to watch, and handy left arm spin that he's developing as well as a second string to his bow.
Taylor round the wicket to Mieye. He's got the edge, he has, and Tawanda Mieye has finally gone. It's a breakthrough for Gloucestershire. There's life in this game left. And after slow ball Yorker, that one's come off the toe end, I think, Tawanda Mieye is indicating. But it's an edge, and he goes. And yeah, it's caught behind. And the Centurion, 108 he's made, caught by James Bracey off the bowling of Matt Taylor. There is a breakthrough. There is life in the game. Gloucestershire, can they follow this up quickly and put the cat amongst the pigeons in this game? Applause from supporters from all round the oval for Tawanda Mieye, and quite rightly so. The only century in the game, and it will be the only one. He goes off at 204 for 5 still. 57 to win for Kent. And what Kent did on the first day, with towards the end of the first day, Gloucestershire will be very much hoping they can do here. Ekansh Singh comes springing onto the ground, the 19-year-old, to join Chris Benjamin. But a fabulous knock from Tawanda Mieye. But his wicket comes at an interesting time.
Yep, a great match for Tawanda Mieye. Fortunately, nobody has to make any such decisions on player of the match, with James Taylor having the 10 for with the ball and Mieye, well, nearly twin hundreds on a extremely tough pitch for batting, and only ended with a typical sort of skiddy piece of bowling from Matt Taylor, where he just slides it almost underneath Tawanda Mieye. Yeah, he's such a naturally gifted player, Tawanda Mieye. It's great to watch somebody that bats the way that he does. But now for Gloucestershire, they need Matt Taylor to go on one of his bursts, having got that breakthrough.
As he bowls now to Ekansh Singh in first ball. It's back of a length down the leg side. Has a stare, Ekansh Singh. He's just ducked underneath it, and there's no run.
You know, I always say this about Matt Taylor. He feels like a bowler that takes his wickets in clumps. And thinking back to a game against Middlesex at Cheltenham, when Middlesex were also 4 wickets down at tea. Admittedly, they weren't chasing a victory target, they were just batting out, but Matt Taylor took 4 wickets in 10 balls on that day.
And a wicket he comes to Ekansh. Thinks about playing this short ball, and then thinks better of it, takes the bat away. Not a stare from Matt Taylor. This time it is met by the eyes, I think, of Ekansh Singh. Hadn't seen him stare last time, so Matt Taylor make absolutely sure that the intimidation attempt hit its target. Sun's back out.
As if it weren't intimidating enough having somebody with a nickname Bomber coming in at you.
Yeah. Quite so. Sad to see no Mad Dog Milnes up against him this one. So yeah. Rested for this game by Kent. Matt Taylor though comes in now to Akansh Singh. Long forward defensive up to mid-off. End of the over. It's a wicket, a really prized wicket for Gloucestershire. If they were going to get anyone, Tawanda Muyeye is the choice. He's gone for a century. 204 for 5, still 57 to win. 5 wickets now for Gloucestershire as Middleton will continue. Takes off his jumper and hands it to umpire Widdop this end. I went for Sam Cook.
Oh, yeah.
As the one to watch from
an Essex cricketer.
I know.
Wow.
I did say, I put in the proviso for those Kent fans that actually in the piece saying, I know it'll seem like sacrilege, but given the fact that I make such terrible predictions and choices, he'll almost certainly now have a terrible season. So, yeah.
I see. Very clever.
Counterintuitive, but...
Here's Ed Middleton then to Benjamin on 25. That's a little bit short, but Benjamin doesn't pick his spot through the covers. Well fielded by Miles Hammond for no run. There was a little bit of pressure, I say pressure, that there was a run of 3 or 4 overs, of which Middleton had bowled a couple where the board just wasn't quite moving. I'm not saying that definitely led to the wicket, but it does show you that at any stage, just as Benjamin drives on a couple of bounces to Hammond at cover, there's no run. It does show you that just even in a situation where things look to be moving in one direction, just a few tight overs does always create the potential for, I suppose, it's the opportunity for an opportunity. If you see what I mean. Middleton into Benjamin. Flight to delivery is pushed into the onside. There's no run. I must say, the other thing we're asked to do is predict our winners for various competitions. I mean, obviously, you can never pick your own side. I did go for Kent to win the Blast, actually, I must say. Middleton bowls looped up. Oh, it's an appeal for LBW, I think it must have been. And if he'd not got that little bit of pad on it, Bracey might have had a chance for a stumping down the leg side. But as it is, the ball trickles down to fine leg and a good piece of fielding just to tip it back in. There's no way it's out LBW, but he was definitely on the walk there, Benjamin, and it just clipped his pad.
Yeah.
It would have been a ridiculously difficult stumping, probably, even if it does miss from down there. But good fielding, a bit of relay fielding to keep it to 2 leg byes, but now it's 55 to win. Middleton bowls stepping into the drive confidently this time, Benjamin, and taking 1 run to Charlesworth in the deep. 54 more required. Yeah, I don't know. I just thought Kent always just have good depth on the batting side, it feels, and quite like what they've done with their bowling attack as well. Obviously, bringing back Tom Rogers, isn't it? His overseas
he'll be back.
Another potential weapon in the bowling side of things. 207 for 5, Middleton in, and that's driven by Akansh Singh to mid-off, and Craig Miles doing a little bit of a tour of that part of the field. I think he realised he had actually stopped the ball, ended up having to go right back to where he was originally. It was an adventure for Craig Miles, but it ended up in a dot, so 207 for 5 at the end of Middleton's over. 3 overs for only 5 runs off the bat. But yeah, the Blast is always a difficult one to call. I mean, you know, you expect our dear friends from down the motorway to be very strong every year, but no side has ever defended the Blast title. So
I honestly can't remember who I went for, but you know your onions, Ed. So I'm very glad to hear you tipping Kent. But yeah, I've outside the Taylor bowls to Benjamin. It's a quick single take, and Akansh's, goodness me, made it close, very close indeed. And Ben Charles, well, sorry, it's Craig Miles, isn't it? I just saw the 4 on the shirt. On a subfielder, has dived full length to try and run him out. I think a direct hit there,
Yeah.
and he's gone. He looked a long way when the ball was released. Yeah, he's gone if he's
Gone
out.
by a mile.
Yeah.
Never a single there. I'm not sure.
I mean, Ekans obviously.
I'm not sure that there was
young,
ever a run. Yeah.
And he's fast, but he's not that fast.
It's another run out opportunity. I mean, they've had a few of these quarter chances, Gloucestershire.
Into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah,
It was a fairly short throw, maybe stump and a half, 2 stumps to aim at, but I had to let go of it quickly, and yeah, well, that really would have set nerves going, especially in that manner, being a run out, and poor Ekans Singh in danger of being run out in both innings.
So, on his toes, Ekans this time driving into the offside, but it's stopped dead by Miles Hammond.
It's always, we talked a lot about Ekans Singh as a young cricketer of real promise. It's always a good thing to have somebody in this situation as a teenager making their way in the game experience this sort of, and it is pressure, admittedly. Again, if you sort of sit at home and think, oh well, 5 wickets in hand, it should be easy, but it doesn't feel like that out in the middle most of the time.
Out in the grass, far from it. It's a nice looking shot by Ekans. He gets nothing for it. As Borman stops it at backward point. I've actually just revisited that article to see how bad my predictions were, but yeah, let's gloss over that. Where are we? Oh, Hampshire for the blast. There we go. I suspect it might be them, just because they just find a way, Hampshire, don't they? Pretty much.
Well, you can almost book them in finals day, can't you? So they're going to have a chance.
If I had to bet on somebody, and I'm not clever or brave enough to bet, but there we go. A short ball from Taylor, and it's a hook from Ekans along the ground to find Ben Charlesworth, actually forward of square. Would have liked it if he could to get the bat around it to propel it between the man at boundary rider forward of square and Middleton at long leg. There's a big gap. One for the minnows I had in the. I did say that Durham were going to be very powerful, but I wanted to pick one of the less fashionable teams. So I went for Derbyshire. There we go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, brilliant prediction.
Well, they are 1 wicket away from beating Northamptonshire now.
There we go. Anything can happen in the next half hour. This was defended by Chris Benjamin. There's no run, so yeah, there we go.
Zach Chappell, 2 wickets in 2 balls to remove McManus for 4, and then Ben Sanderson was LBW first ball, so George Scrimshaw's the number 11 out with George Bartlett, and well, they've got at least an hour and a quarter to survive with the final pair at the crease, so maybe this time Derbyshire will get over the line. 4 wickets for 48 for Zach Chappell. Shoaib Bashir's bowled well, 3 for 63 from 31 overs, but yeah, he bowled very well actually in the game, despite the fact that Gloucestershire scored 498 in the end. He bowled well at Derby 2 weeks ago. So Ed Middleton with a slip, and now just 2 in the deep for Ekans Singh. Williams has come up from long on to mid on. Middleton bowls. Ekans Singh carefully back and watching the ball onto his bat. Sussex now need 33 more to beat Leicestershire. 98 for 2. Race against the weather,
Getting there
rather than anything else.
Right, yeah.
Middleton into Ekans Singh, outside edge, a thick one, goes past slip. Race on to the boundary for Bell. He will tiptoe and tip it back in, but 2 runs to Ekans Singh, 50 runs required. Just a little bit of a moral victory maybe for Ed Middleton, just to find the outside edge. Williams doing a dance at mid-on doesn't necessarily mean he's going to actually bowl or disco cricket. Middleton is in-driven to mid-off. Van Buren quick steps up, attacking the ball, as they say.
I feel like
sure there's no run.
We need to copyright disco cricket. Well, we said it here first. I'm not sure what the concept would actually be, but perhaps just the title.
Middleton bowls, a little bit short and cut by Akansh Singh to the offside sweeper. Ben Charlesworth collects and makes James Bracey leap up with the gloves on, but just the one run under 50.
Did Jurgen Klopp have heavy metal football? Is that what he called his football at Liverpool? Right? So why not disco cricket? That's what we want. Drum and bass dressage. Who knows? Could be.
Middleton bowls down the leg side and Bancroft springs out from first slip to prevent what might have been leg byes. That one did look as if it turned a bit, but maybe from just a bit far down the leg side. Bancroft, he goes from full-on sprint to just calm stroll in the space of no time at all. Prepares himself at first slip again. Middleton in very full, almost in the block hole. Benjamin digs it out through the covers and keeps the strike at the end of the over. So 4 from that one. 48 needed. You sort of think there has to be one more spell of potentially both Williams and Bell. It's just when do you go for it? I mean, they've formed a pretty decent partnership at the moment, Taylor and Middleton. But at the same time, Gloucestershire need these wickets quickly. Needs to be more than just a sort of a build-up of pressure and leading to the wicket. They've probably not got enough runs to play with to keep doing that with 5 wickets to take.
Another lap from Jahid Ali, the Kent batting coach. Taylor bowls to Benjamin. That's another one that's in block hole to Benjamin. And the bottom of the bat's getting plenty of action. He's just scuffed it up to mid-on.
No.
Mid-off.
Rory Burns is bowling at Trent Bridge.
Well, there we go.
It was bound to happen.
Well, Notts just didn't. Well, they haven't declared yet, have they?
No.
Oh, there we go. They just
no point. They just it probably must be in the final over by now, mustn't they? Nottinghamshire can declare and end the game,
true,
so they'll be able to stop at 10-5.
Hence, Burns getting a bowl. Taylor to Benjamin. Shies away from that one, the short ball.
But there we are. The headline has been grabbed by a Ben Duckett double 100 ahead of the international summer for the men.
He's back in form. Everything's okay or something. I don't know. Is it?
We'll find
Possibly.
out, I suppose. As long as that's happened, everybody's happy. 415 plays 449 plays 413 for 4.
Edifying. Slower ball from Taylor, maybe out of the back of the hand through to Benjamin. Back to the bowler. No run. Sussex. So they have lost a 3rd wicket then, Sussex.
Yep, Dan Ibrahim for 48. Jack Leaning has come in.
Formerly of, not this parish, but one.
Well, he is formerly of this parish because he was born in Bristol, wasn't he?
Yeah, sorry, because his dad was playing for Bristol City at the time, wasn't he, Andy? Yeah. Quite rightly so. Round the wicket to Benjamin, and Akansh is backing up, but Miles Hammond fields, and by the time he turned, it was a bit like musical statues or something. Akansh Singh is standing still at the far end inside his crease.
I mean, if Akansh Singh were a senior player, especially after what nearly happened to him from Chris Benjamin a little while ago, I think I'd just be either taking over the calling or just leaning on my bat. I wouldn't be ready to respond to that call there, I don't think.
No, but
just because he's a young player, he feels you better.
That's right. You're just making your way in the game. You do what he says. Taylor to Benjamin. Pops up a little bit, but it's not dangerous from a Kent point of view. Into the onside, it's fielded by Will Williams.
Breaking news
All breaking news.
from Trent Bridge.
Yes.
Match drawn.
Match drawn. To no one's.
Well, James Healy seemed very surprised next to me.
It was yeah.
Gosh, look at the look of shock on his face.
Will there be an inquiry as to why the two captains, have not been more ambitious on the final day there? They really should be.
Maybe.
I mean, come on.
Would be an inquiry. I mean,
Best two sides in the country.
Pitch should be rated as good, I'm sure.
Battle of the Giants. Bouncer from Taylor to Benjamin, gets underneath it, and there is no run. As he gets underneath it, didn't have much choice. It was way over his head. Perhaps they won't be too upset to have a few deliveries at young Ekanch. Conversation between Chris Benjamin and Ekanch Singh out in the middle. Not a maiden for Matt Taylor. If one has a wicket in this innings, that of Tawanda Mayeye. Kent need 48 more to win, 5 wickets to win for Gloucestershire on the final day of Gloucestershire against Kent at Bristol, with Ed Seaborn and Matt Cole via BBC Radio Gloucestershire, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Kent. On the cricket page of BBC Sport, you can find the links to the website and app commentary.
Right, here comes Middletonio and bowls, and that's driven by Singh through the covers, and he'll take 1 run. 46 more needed. Sorry, it was. I'll have to explain that one.
Is that what they're calling him?
No.
Is he Brazilian?
No. No. The scoreboard at Derby. It's a great scoreboard. It's got lots of information, and it puts the bowling figures up next to it, that sort of thing. But it doesn't do very well with even medium length names.
So did he have 10?
Here comes Middleton bowls, dug out into the offside, straight into the ground, and then out to Hammond at cover. So he was bowling,
yeah,
and yes, he bowled, I think, 10.1 over, so that just pushed it even further. So there was Middle Tony, and then it became Middle Tonyo.
Well, I like a bit of that.
Very good. 214 for 5. Middleton bowls short enough that Benjamin can rock back and clip it away, but Price fields at short mid-wicket. There's no run. He's getting a extended bowl here. Just got a couple of overs in the first innings. Bowles now flights that one up. It's driven in the air by Benjamin, but it's into space. It's spinning out towards the deep backward point boundary. Ben Charlesworth slides across and loops the throw in with 2 runs being taken. Ed Middleton not best pleased with that one. Felt that Benjamin wasn't in full control there. It went in the air, but there's a lot of space out there on that offside. So Benjamin is on to 30. It's the kind of thing that tends to happen to you when you're in form. When you're not, that gets sliced to slip or backward point or something. 45 runs needed. Middleton to Benjamin. It's whacked out through the covers. This is just going to be the one, I think, despite the pressure they're putting on Ben Charlesworth out there. 217 for 5. 4 runs from this over. Can't help but watch for Messrs Williams and Bell to see when the trigger's pulled. Gloucestershire are going funky field time. It's short extra cover and a short point now for Ekanch Singh. There's just 1 ball left of this Middleton over. Middleton bowls. That's defended by Singh back to the bowler. Much ado about very little. And 44 is the number next to win.
Indeed so. 217 for 5. And it's been a fascinating game altogether. And when Mayeye got to a century, you'd think, tempting to think the game was all but done, but none of it.
It was just close to turning into a bit of a, if not a canter, certainly a stroll. No, canter stroll. Yeah, maybe stroll.
Now, jeopardy again as Matt Taylor, who took that wicket, comes around the wicket to Chris Benjamin, punches it into the onside. It goes past Will Williams, who dives at mid-wicket up to mid-on, and there's no run.
I'd have to discussion about fake fielding now.
Yeah. What's the penalty? Is that 5 runs as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Well, I mean, Kent should have had that 5 for the brutal intimidation of Tawana Muyeye by Ed Middleton, to be honest. And if it comes to 5 runs, that'll be my headline.
Make a note of that.
Kent robbed. Taylor to Benjamin. He's kept that down through second slip. There is no second slip, and that'll be 4 runs. 4 more to the total. It's a decent delivery from Taylor as well. Benjamin's done the right thing. It's up near his chest. He's kept it down, but angled down to the ground and through the second slip area.
Yeah.
Well, it's almost second and third slip area, isn't it? That's free because it's effectively Cameron Bancroft at about 1.5 slip 1.5, and then Price at gully. They don't really have the luxury of the runs to play with to attack fully here. 40 to win now for Kent. Benjamin has 35. Singh on 5. Bouncer. You could see Benjamin shaping to get into that, and then kept the bat down. Actually spun on the heel, but the bat was nowhere near it. So 2-2, 1 for 5.
I think what was I mean, it was a decent ball from Taylor, as you say, that the boundary came off. I think what was troubling from the Gloucestershire point of view was the time that Benjamin had to pick his spot.
Yeah.
He did pick his spot. He knew exactly where he was hitting that.
Taylor to Benjamin, straight back at the bowler. Bit of a stare from Matt Taylor. Turns round, shines the ball on the outside of the trousers. Bit of sweat from the brow. Rubbed onto the ball as well. Graham Van Buren now takes over. A pleasant afternoon now. None of the gloomy grey skies and rain in the air we had this morning. Lost just 8 overs around lunchtime because of the precipitation. But back on now as we hoped for this fantastic game. And it would go the distance, driven by Benjamin through the fielder at cover. They'll come back for 2. It'll just be the 2. He's looking down towards his
He slipped,
knee.
I think.
Yeah.
It just looked
Is
like
that Tommy Borman there?
Hammond, I think,
Hammond,
isn't it? Yeah.
Thank you.
It just looked like he slipped as he was
Yeah.
right as he was trying to stop the ball. You're not expecting to slip on a Bristol square.
2-2-3 for 5, so 38 the target now for Kent remaining.
He's just picking something out of his spikes, and if he's had something already caught between them, but
You don't want to be twisting an ankle or a knee, do you? On a slick surface. Taylor then to Benjamin. No, says Chris Benjamin.
No.
As you said, Akansh Singh is very willing to back up, but perhaps he's seen out of the corner of his eyes. He just turned the ball to Charlesworth short on the onside and said, it's not Charlesworth, but and thought, I need to tell the young man.
Is that the Vicar of Dibley character?
No, yes.
No.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, 38 to win. I don't think you would have quite used the word miracle at tea with 6 wickets to take, but it's probably getting pretty close to miracle territory now for Gloucestershire.
This would be a breathless finish if they can take 5 wickets here. You're right.
38 needed. Middleton in bowls and tucked away to backward square, who's deep enough to allow the single, despite the fact Taylor will shy at the non-striker's end and almost force Middleton to collide with Akansh Singh. It's an easy single.
He's not been expansive here, Akansh, but he's taken singles, I think, off the past. First ball's the past 3 overs, I think. It's rotating the strike, giving it to
Benjamin.
Benjamin.
Benjamin has been on strike for quite a lot, but
he's only faced 15 balls, Akansh, so far.
Middleton in up to the bat and clipped away. Williams has to get down at mid-on. Ever committed fast bowler. He's bowled a lot of overs. He's had dramatic effects on this game many a time, and still able to get down and stop a ball that looked as if it was probably going past him. 36 more needed. Another single to Benjamin. Forward goes Singh and defends to short extra cover. They've still got this field that they, I think, might produce the scalp with Ollie Price at short extra cover. Miles Hammond, I think that is, at short point. Slip in place as well. Three fielders also back on the boundary. Middleton bowls. There's a bit of a swipe from Kanch Singh. It was sort of a slog sweep, but he didn't really get down on one knee like a slog sweep. The bat came swishing across. It was fairly agricultural, and it didn't bring him a run because he hit it straight to mid-on, but clearly showing that he's feeling as though he's happy enough to try and get this done now. Just get it done. Williams stretching at mid-on once more. Middleton is in, and that's defended back towards the bowler. Scooped up quickly by Middleton to his right-hand side.
Yeah, hard to tell where Williams is. I think he's just stretching, perhaps rather than warming up at this point, isn't he? But
it's quite hard to tell because he does tend to like to keep himself busy out there. Final ball of this over of Middleton's. That's flighted up. It's been miscued into the offside, and it's going to land perfectly between mid-off running across and deep cover running the other way, and they'll come back for 2 runs. And well might Ed Middleton cover his mouth with his hand because he's induced false shots in each of the last 2 overs, but neither of them have gone particularly near fielders. And Kent now 34 more runs needed. Kanch Singh decided he was going to take a couple of risks in that over, and nearly just gave Gloucestershire a little bit of hope again. But here we go. Matt Taylor looks as if he's being replaced from the Ashley Down Road end.
yeah, Gabe Bell. This will be, well, probably be last chance, won't it, for Gabe Bell here?
Sussex.
23 overs.
Sorry, Matt.
Not at all.
Sussex have beaten Leicestershire by 7 wickets, so they've got it done. They 15 and a half overs, dodged 3 or 4 separate showers, but Sussex are over the line, so they've already beaten Leicestershire twice this season. Home and away double before, well, the midway point of May.
There's Bell then to Benjamin, keeper up to the stumps, and he's flicked that low. It's gone through past the man at Gully, and that'll be 4 runs to Chris Benjamin. And target 30 now. And that's, if you like, that's the danger, isn't it, when you bring the quick on, is that, you know, he's kept it down well there. It's not an aggressive shot from Chris Benjamin, but because you've only got 2 men, it's not even a slip cordon, is it? It's going to be 4 runs and flies away. So 30 to win now for Kent. Gloucestershire need wickets quickly.
Yeah, and that sort of pronounced seam movement, I know, you know, because you could never tell what would have happened if they, you know, if they got another wicket at certain points to open the door, but I haven't seen one really deviate too much for a while.
It's Bell to Benjamin. This one is a forward defensive up to mid-on.
You know, I even think about some of the, you know, even yesterday, some of the overs where you had the ball beating the bat 3 times or something. It's never quite been like that today, even in the early stages.
Oh, I'd agree.
But, you know,
it's a little
impossible to tell why.
A little less intimidating, but still. Oh, what's happening here? Asking for a ball change?
I think that's what's going on. Yeah.
Is that Will Williams and Graham Van Buren there.
One last attempt to
They
try
have
and
to
get
stand.
one.
They have to stand away. The umpires turn their back almost to shield what's going on.
One last attempt to try and get one that does all sorts. Looks like they are going to change it.
Oh. Yeah, could be a change. Who knows? Is this the ball? Is this the ball?
Is this the critical moment in the entire match?
It could be. It could well be. Have a bit of a break in play. And this is, for me, tactically thinking about, should be a 5:35 update into
Oh, I see. I thought your mind had already turned to the traffic potential.
No. For our sports bulletins on BBC Radio Kent, Sussex and Surrey. So I'm thinking, yeah, well, sort of trafficky, thinking that everyone might coincide at the same time, as in, this might finish at the right time, it might finish at the wrong time. So, but so does the batters haven't gone over to be at all interested in the selection of balls here. Though Matt Parkinson is advising the umpires. I mean, I don't want to say there's any sort of collusion with the Kent 12th man there.
Oh, you look at this one. This is a bit. It's like it's been inside a dog's mouth. Yeah, all chewed up. Use that one.
That'd be fine.
They wanted it changed. You see where that gets. You see where that gets you.
And Parky be saying, "I'm a bowler. I'd be fine with this." Honest umpire.
Well, it's in its 60th over, and you know, as I say, sometimes, especially with maybe more so with the batch a couple of years ago, there was certainly that feeling that you could basically ask for a ball to be changed because it would be out of shape by the time it got near the 80th over, but you'd only be changing it to another ball that was also out of shape. So maybe that's what's happened here, but Gloucestershire may as well give it a try, see whether this one's got a slightly better seam to it.
Yeah.
Can't even remember whose over it was. It's yours.
I can't.
It's yours, definitely.
It's Bell to Benjamin. Well, that one looks like it's moved an absolute mile. No, it's defended into the onside. Fielded by Van Buren there. 2-3-1 for 5. Very pleasant evening sunshine.
Yeah, it's
Could
been
finished like this.
The opposite of yesterday, where it was forecast to be sunny intervals and we got cloud all day.
Yeah.
And today, opposite.
So Bell to Benjamin. Oh, it's hurried, but it's gone! Has he played on?
I think so.
Think he has indeed. So Benjamin goes 2-3-1 for 6. And this game is not done yet. Kent still need 30. It's now just 4 wickets for Gloucestershire needed. Benjamin goes for 42. Again, the context of the match, it looks like an excellent innings. But this is not done here at Bristol. Of course it's not. We shouldn't have expected anything else on the final day of this game, which has seesawed between the two sides and been so competitive.
Very strange dismissal, actually, because it looked as if he had definitely played on, which he did, but I was trying to work out exactly how the ball had ended up just knocking off the off bail, because it clearly didn't hit the top of it, but it looks as if it's gone off the bottom edge and then somehow squirted between his legs and then dribbled back. Yeah, I think maybe off via both pads onto off stump. It is pretty unfortunate from the point of view of Chris Benjamin. We saw Will Williams dismissed to one that was going down the leg side, hit the bottom of his thigh pad and redirected onto the stumps. A ball that wasn't going on to hit them down the leg side. That one, I have to say, pretty unfortunate to find its way through, but there we are. It was I suppose, it was a delivery that did catch very much not the middle of the bat, and sometimes those produce wickets. So Gabe Bell has done it again, just providing Gloucestershire with a bit of hope and causing a fresh batter to come out.
This should be Joey Everson.
Doesn't look like a Joey Everson.
I believe it is, but I've been wrong before.
So, well,
he doesn't look like Zach Crawley, at least.
Haven't sent
So
out
I'm mistaken for that.
Keith Dudgeon. Dudgeon will be due in next, and then got James Taylor and Mikey Cohen.
Cohen, yeah. So, yeah. Beyond Dudgeon, that might be interesting. Although James Taylor looks certainly like he knows which end of the bat is which.
Yeah, Cohen did a
good job as the night watchman. Yeah.
However, I suppose it's a slightly different pressure when you're the ones that were in the position where people would have said, yeah, really should win from here.
Quite so. Bell has taken that wicket. It's 2-3-1 for 6. So Joey Everson is no mug at all. He's batting at 8 here for Kent in this match. But as I was saying 2 seasons ago, he's batting at 5 in the top division and making runs.
Ball change clearly did it as well.
Well, there we are.
2 balls.
I mean, it's a little bit cheaty, but we'll... of course not. Here's Bell to Everson. And back past the bowler to mid-on. No run.
I mean, it does make you wonder a little bit, though. Bell Drummond was out fairly quickly after the previous ball change. It does make you wonder if has a little bit of the difference today been because of that wet ball. I don't know.
Yeah, perhaps.
I mean, they were 64 for 3 before the...
Doesn't look like it's doing as much, certainly, as you said, for whatever reason. And it's a tiny bit uppish from Everson as he plays it into the onside. Van Buren fields. It is at the end of the over. It is 2-3-1 for 6. Then 4 more wickets for Gloucestershire to win this one. Kent still need 30. As Joey Everson, who was out for a single-figure score, certainly, was out for 2 in the first innings off the bowling of Ben Charlesworth, but did have a good game against Derby. Big stand between him and Chris Benjamin on that occasion. Got 88 in the second innings to help Kent win that one. But this is another day and another pitch, very much. Here we go.
Yeah.
The opening pair are back on. This is... I mean, last hurrah might be pushing it a little bit, but well, I think it pretty much is.
Yeah,
in terms of taking these final 2 wickets.
30 to win.
4 wickets, sorry.
Yeah.
Getting ahead of myself.
Pretty much 30 to win. It's time to remove the ace from up your sleeve, isn't it? And
if not now, when is that?
Exactly. You've got to go, and probably Williams and Bell have got to bowl pretty much right to the end now, however long that takes, and whichever end it is. But also, because it's Williams, you get the opportunity to bring James Bracey up to the stumps. You can just add a little bit more pressure that way. There are 2 slips in place. I think they're going to bring Deep Point up. No, they're going to have him halfway. 2 fielders deep on the leg side. Williams into Akansh Singh, deflects it down to fine leg. Should be cut off there, and it is. But 1 more run to the Kent total, so they've got it down just by 1 below 30 now.
It's a nice little shot from Akansh.
Yep, played it calmly. Handing the strike over to Joey Everson. He'll mark out his guard from the pavilion end. Williams 2 for 52 from just over 16 overs. 6 wickets in the match, a run out, a very good catch. He's been at it again. Here he comes now and bowls edged but short of first slip, and even worse news for Gloucestershire. It will go down for 4 runs. And maybe with the new ball, you've got a chance of that carrying, but the older ball, he did play it softly enough. Whether it would have carried to Bracey standing back, probably not either. But 4 runs to Everson to get him off the mark, and it's 25 runs required. Lovely ball from Williams again. Not sure the 2 slips can stand much closer, really. Williams bounds in once more. He's there now and bowls wide of off stump. Everson doesn't have anything to do with that one.
Yeah, James Bracey expressing his frustration. I'm glad we don't have a stump mic, is all I can say. But let's see how cross he was, and Kent have had a big slice of luck there.
I mean, he's got to stand up. I mean,
yeah, oh, absolutely. I don't think he's blaming himself.
Oh no, 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 no. I just mean in terms of, as that's left alone by Everson. I just mean in terms of whether he's thinking, oh, if I'd stood back, would that have carried? Could I have taken the catch? But things would probably have been different. I don't think Everson would have been batting where he was if Bracey was standing back. I can imagine he'd have been a good pace or so further down. So 25 needed, 236 for 6. Williams runs in now, bowls to Everson. Looked to be some away swing there. So that's let go. Beautiful arc as it left his hand. At least it looked like the away swinger from here, but then we are at wide, long off. Just to say, Northamptonshire's final pair are still there. Bartlett and Scrimshaw at Derby, so that's the only other game still in progress in the County Championship. Williams bowls, that rises up a bit. It's well taken by Bracey, then I think just drops it at the floor. And a lovely delivery to end a fine over from Williams that has gone for 5, but 4 of those off the edge. And yeah, that all of a sudden, that ball. I mean, I don't know if this is sort of confirmation bias or whatever, but all of a sudden that ball is beginning to make it look a bit more like it was.
A bit more lively.
We've not seen a ball do that for ages. Just suddenly leapt up, and again, maybe it is just that factor of having taken a wicket, just re-energising Gloucestershire. But yeah, it is easy also to wonder about that narrative of the dampness from the rain.
Well, Gabe Bell to continue from the Ashley Down Road end to young Ekhansh Singh, who has 9 so far, and blocked back at the bowler. No runs, tossed immediately to Miles Hammond. Very animated, the 2 slips, Cameron Bancroft and Ollie Price there, and James Bracey as if nervously, both, right, all 3 moving from foot to foot. There'll be some tension there now, adrenaline, I'm sure, after that wicket taken. Bell to Ekhansh Singh. Excitement again. He's played that pretty well. I think Singh up to mid-on.
Did you mention Ollie Price has got the helmet on it?
Oh,
second
yes,
slip
he still
now.
does, yeah.
Yeah, it gets to a point where you sort of feel you have to. Standing that close,
Yeah.
especially if he lays back for a cut and it whistles to second slip. Got much reaction time.
That's a good call. 236 for 6 then. As Bell bowls to Singh, goes forward again. Again, excitement from the Gloucestershire fielders.
He only takes the ball being in the air for a fraction of a
Yeah,
second
absolutely, yeah.
to create that. I mean, and it was in the air for a fraction of a second. Just hoping for anything. Now Gloucestershire, don't care how it comes, whether it's another inside edge that squeezes through the legs somehow, whatever it is.
So Bell to Singh. It's a little bit short. He gets on top of that. It's almost off his feet as he cuts it out to the offside boundary. It's fielded, though, for a single.
Is that the Kent bus leaving over there? Is that enough? Bus driver's timed out, right? You booked me for you booked me to take you home at 5:20. No, it's just doing some reversing.
Sorry.
There it goes. It's reversing back again now. It was moving the wrong way briefly. I'm sure that's the Kent team bus down there.
On the field of play? No.
No.
So I didn't see it. Very exciting. It's Bell to Everson, chips it into the onside. Will he get 4? He won't. They'll get 2, though. There was a shout, but there are wide open spaces on the onside. And Graham Van Buren was in a different postcode, so it was fielded by the boundary riders at Ben Charlesworth on the leg side for Everson, who comes through for 2. So again, excitement because the ball's in the air, but not close. Bell to Everson, just squeezes that into the offside defensively.
Yeah, I mean, they're just being given enough in terms of, never mind just the actual situation where you've still got to believe 22 runs, 4 wickets to take, but also, oh, hang on, what have we got? I see. It's the end of the over.
Yeah,
that's why there was only 5 deliveries up on the board, but the umpires obviously conferred and decided that there were actually 6 balls bowled in it. So suddenly, why is everybody moving off? Where's everyone going? Are they going to catch that bus over there? No. But yes, they're just being given enough, whether it be in terms of just shots that have played slightly uppish, just to continue to create a bit of a feeling that they're on top out there, even though it is Kent in the match who are on top. Will Williams to continue. Bowls a full ball that's driven beautifully by Ekansh Singh, right into the hands of Ed Middleton at mid-off, who's ditched the sun hat, as indeed has Matt Taylor at mid-on, whose work may be done in this match. We'll see. So it depends how long these two drag it out for. Williams in, bowls another full delivery on driven. Taylor won't get to this one. That's 4 runs to Ekansh Singh. And a really lovely way to take 4 off the requirement. It's 18 needed. And he's looking confident these last couple of deliveries. Williams pitching it up, trying to give it a chance to swing. He's taken a ball from maybe just outside off stump even and been confident enough to pick his spot through mid-on. It's not an easy thing to do to on-drive Will Williams full stop, but in the 63rd over as well. Williams pounds in again and bowls wide of the off-stump. Good lead from Singh. Good comeback delivery from Williams as well. If he'd thought for a moment about playing at that one, that's exactly the sort of line and length that might bring those slips into play.
I thought for a moment, he was thinking for a moment, it seemed like a late decision. I mean, it's a definite leave, isn't it? But that takes some eye, doesn't it? 2, 4, 3 for 6. So into the teens now. The victory target 18 now for Kent. 4 more wickets needed for Gloucestershire.
Still plenty of singles available. Square of the wicket as Williams bowls. Hand off the bat from Singh, but he controls it along the ground to Taylor at mid-on. So in front of him, pretty much, he sees fielders in his eye line, but it's square pretty much anywhere on both the offside and leg side where he'll find at least a single. Hammond's at quite a straight extra cover. Van Buren at a straight, fairly short mid-wicket. Williams runs in and bowls. That's been edged and I think short of second slip as Bancroft parries it to Price at first slip. He is finding the edges. Will Williams, 1 bounce to Bancroft, who's done well at least to keep it from going by him for runs. They needed this ball 20 overs ago.
Yeah. Looks lively.
Williams to Ekansh Singh, another pitched up delivery, pushed back to him. Another over of Williams ticks by. He's got through 18 overs this innings, 2 for 60. Kent 243 for 6. 3 wickets to Bell, 2 to Williams, 1 to Taylor. And understandably, it's feeling really as if it's Williams and Bell now, as I say, almost until the end. 18 required. But you've got to admire the resolve and the commitment and the, it's a an annoying word, I think, in sport, but they have shown heart, both Bell and Williams.
Bell to Everson, short ball. Everson hooks it away, but keeps control. Low to Charlesworth, the leg side boundary.
Every time
Single.
Bancroft calls on them, they seem to come back and so often produce a wicket early in the spell.
Yeah. As you said before the game, you know how they'll bowl long spells, they'll bowl frequently, very short downtime. I mean, that is absolute, what a gift that is to a captain. As Bell bowls now to Erkanch. Looks like it hurried him a little bit, but defends that into the offside, and it's picked up by Miles Hammond. As a member of the Gloucestershire coaching staff is doing a lap. Gets to the far end now to survey the scene. Not sure who that would be.
Oh, over.
Or was it a member of the ground staff? Yeah.
No, I think it's Shane Jurgensen, the bowling coach.
Having a look at Gay Bell, he runs away from him at the Ashley Down Road end to Erkanch. This one, no run as it reaches Ollie Price at a shortish mid-wicket.
Was he trying to steer a wicket? Try the other side.
Yeah, I think he's... Jahid Ali's been doing a number of laps. I wonder if they are crossing or whether they're just keeping away from each other at this point. Bell to Erkanch. Oh, lifts that over the slips quite deliberately, and that'll be 4 runs. He's gone short, just outside the off stump. It's a very nice looking shot from Erkanch, considering the pressure he'll be under as a young batter. Very deliberately, Bell has dug this one in, and yeah, it's far away enough for the body that he can just lift it over Cameron Bancroft at slip. And 13 needed now for Kent, 248 for 6. Well, the coach may not have left, but might be warming up at this point, but maybe not. Bell responds with a Yorker. It's driven by Erkanch up to mid-on, and there's no run. I'm reluctant to call this at any stage, Ed, until the way this game has gone, but Kent obviously heavy favourites now. 13 more for victory.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they do say stranger things have happened, and they probably have.
I mean, an absolute flurry of wickets here. Oh, and there is one! Gay Bell takes a wicket. It's a little low chip by Erkanch, seeing he's just nudged that low to the man at that short mid-wicket. Ollie Price takes it low, and there is a 7th wicket, and it's a slow walk for Erkanch Singh. A real cultured shot, the ball before, to push it over the slips for 4. And he goes the ball after, 248 for 7.
Well, you have to say they're fighting to the end here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gloucestershire, it's a sharp catch from Ollie Price, and you have to say, I mean, it's good field placing and captaincy. He did show a tendency before in his innings, Erkanch Singh, to play the ball slightly uppishly through mid-wicket, and they put Ollie Price in that little bit closer. Good pair of hands, and takes a low catch, and out comes Keith Dudgeon. Somehow, I just always felt as though everything in this match had to go through Keith Dudgeon somehow. He was certainly vital in that first innings. I mean, you think without that partnership, those runs, without that 39 from Keith Dudgeon from number 10, and yeah, that partnership with Benjamin, that was the difference between Gloucestershire having a 50, 60 run lead on first innings and it being basically level. And now he's got the task of seeing them over the line. It is still only 13 runs required, but there's a definite sense of jeopardy now. And in Gloucestershire's terms, they're sort of the team in the field with nothing to lose now. And
yeah,
you know, admittedly, yes, they do have something to lose because they know they can't afford to bowl a a couple of loose deliveries and that's basically game over. But when you've got bowlers like Williams and Bell, you tend to think they'll probably at least make Kent beat them from here.
Yeah, to be in this game at this point, when Kent were what, 204 for 4, 231 for 5.
Here comes Williams bowling to Everson, who's on 7, and oh gosh, that almost bounces so much that Bracey can't take it, but he's risen up with the ball and taken it about helmet high, standing up to the stumps. That's not what you want to see if you're a Kent batter at the moment. And Ollie Price, who had the helmet on at second slip, now has the helmet on at first slip. I think even Bancroft's moved closer at second slip. They're so tight in there. Williams bowls, Everson thumps that one along the ground. Excellent stop from Hammond at cover. Looks like somebody's just pushed him over the way he fell over, but he got down and stopped it. Still 13 required. He's really given that one a bash as Everson. It was a shot of confidence. Matt Cole's had enough. He's far too nervous. He's off to update Radio Kent listeners. Williams bowls, full ball, head over it from Everson. He defends it straight through Williams, who's busy demonstrating to Joey Everson how close that was to sneaking through. He knows Middleton's behind him to pick up. So no runs from this over. The pressure continues to build on Everson as the more established batter. We know Keith Dudgeon can very much bat. Williams bowls, defended leg side by Everson, just allows the ball to come to him. Knocks it away out to Graham van Buren at mid-wicket. 248 for 7. 5 all as far as the bonus points are concerned, although Kent, I think, will lose at least 3 of whatever bonus points they get from this match due to the over rate, but they're only 13 runs away from picking up 16 points for the win. In comes Will Williams. He bowls now, and Everson angles the bat and defends it to Graham van Buren, moving up from short mid-wicket. Borman still in the deep on the leg side, and for the last ball, Ben Charlesworth moves back to deep point. I'd imagine that's just to make sure there's no last ball boundary, rather than the fact they're desperate to bowl at Everson. Williams in now, bowls, inside edge onto his boot, and the ball trickles off into the offside. Maiden over from Williams. I suppose from Kent's point of view, the more overs that they can put in Bell and Williams, well, I was about to say maybe they can tire them out, but I'm not sure at this stage that you can tire out Bell and Williams. They'll just keep going. They realise that the match is in their hands from a Gloucestershire point of view. Bracey's even going to stand up now to Bell. It's almost visualising a situation where you had 3 fielders behind the bat, all with helmets. And Bancroft doesn't seem to fancy putting a helmet on as close as he can stand there. And actually, there's only going to be the one slip for Dudgeon. I obviously think Dudgeon might try and finish this quickly. There's a short mid-wicket. In fact, there's 2 mid-wickets as Bell is in and bowls. That's off the pad of Dudgeon. There's an appeal for LBW, which is not entertained at all by Chris Watts, who's moving immediately and signalling leg by. So, one way or another, it's 1 more run to Kent. And yes, might have hit another set. 12 to win. 7 to Everson. Dudgeon back to the non-striker's end. Everson dismissed for 2 in the first innings by Ben Charlesworth to a shorter delivery. I think Bell can really try those now with James Bracey up to the stumps. Would be a brave move. They've still got that fielder Ollie Price in close at short mid-wicket, probably even closer than he did stand when he removed Ekansh Singh. Bell bowls down the leg side. Excellent work from Bracey. I thought that was going to sneak through and be 4 byes, but Bracey does just enough even to prevent 1 bye. I suppose the danger is, you know, you're summoning up your final energy reserves as a fast bowler. You've got to try not to overextend, try too hard, all those sorts of things. 12 needed. Bell runs in. He bowls now back of a length and pushed away into the offside. Hammond fields at cover and there's no run. Bancroft quite deep and wide at first slip. Backward point cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, conventional mid wicket. 2 fielders back deep on the onside boundary. Charlesworth, who's practicing some left-handed golf swings at this tense moment as Bell bowls to Everson, and an on push won't bring him any runs. Lots of protection straight. James Bracey still has both hands clasped behind his Gloucestershire helmet. Where's the other danger with one just sneaking through Bracey is there's another helmet for it to hit behind James Bracey, the helmet that Ollie Price was using. 2 deliveries remain in this over as the sun comes out. Bell bowls full. It's thumped away through the covers for 4 by Everson. He hit it in the air, but he hit it right in the gap. It was a brave shot from Everson in the circumstances. Directly between Hammond at cover and Taylor at mid-off. For what it's worth, the 250s come up for Kent. Well, I suppose for what it's worth 250. But it's 253 for 7. 8 to win into single figures. Bell into Everson, down the leg side. Bracey whips off the bails. He's appealing for a stumping. Not out, says umpire Widdop. Excellent glove work from Bracey. He's had a few down the leg side to deal with in that over. 253 for 7. End of another over. Bell 4 for 86. He says his eyesight begins to fail him. Spectacular work from Bracey down the leg side to nestle it in the gloves, that last delivery, and then have the presence of mind, quickness of reaction to remove the bails. But not to be. Everson hadn't moved his foot, so Dudgeon will be on strike. They've got the new batter in their sights, but 8 more required. James Taylor and Mikey Cohen to get a heart rate monitor on them in the dressing room. Bright sunshine. The weather's not really affected things in terms of spoiling this thriller. For what it's worth, the last hour's begun. I don't think it's going to take an hour. Williams bowls, well, that jumps up off the glove of James Bracey. And I don't know whether there was an edge on that or not, whether it's just extra bounce that we've seen before, but the ricochet fell well short of Bancroft at second slip. And Williams marches back to his mark, but what we can say is there was definitely extra bounce. The first time that Williams has got one to leap up off a length. Here he comes now, bowls to Dudgeon. Fizzes through into the gloves of Bracey, but Dudgeon doesn't play a shot. So he's not come out with the attitude of anything else other than the fact I'm going to be there at the end. Does possess some powerful shots, does Keith Dudgeon. He's a powerful man, but restraining himself at the moment. Kent 2 swings of the bat away. 8 more required. Williams, he now bowls to Dudgeon. It's edged but short of second slip. Controls it well enough, despite the squeak of nerves from my colleague who's rejoined me, Matt Cole, alongside.
Funny old game cricket, isn't it? Yes, that one that blooped up towards the slip was interesting from Dudgeon as well, wasn't it? So
yeah, I must admit I didn't know whether he got an edge or whether it had just come off Bracey's It certainly did come off Bracey's glove. It's just whether it was edge then glove or whether it was just extra bounce. I think the slips have moved even closer. Williams in and bowls. Dudgeon has hit it high up in the air. It's a skyer. Should be taken. Is taken by Graham van Buren. And Kent are 8 down. Keith Dudgeon could restrain himself no longer. Went for a huge heave-ho. Straight up. Straight into the hands of Graham van Buren at mid-wicket. He completely lost his shape there and threw his bat on the ground as well, knowing that he was a goner. It's another wicket for Williams. He has his 3rd wicket. 3 for 60. Dudgeon departs without scoring. Kent still need 8 runs to win. And they are now 8 wickets down.
7 for the tie.
Oh no, not another one of those.
Never seen one personally, but that'd been something new on me. But oh wow, what a finish this is. I mean, we shouldn't have expected anything different, should we? After nearly 4 days of cricket, it's seesawing between the two sides,
and even
almost session by session, not having any idea who's going to win it. I still don't know.
Just when you thought, no, it can't be made interesting here, it has been.
Well, Keith Dudgeon will not strike the decisive blow for Ken, that's for sure, but he has been very much, as you said, at the centre of the action with that. I mean, I guess if it had come off, it could well have gone for 6. We might be saying, well, it's almost all over, but instead, straight up in the air, Van Buren's underneath it. Williams takes another wicket. An excellent cricketer, 3 for 60, he has, as you say now, and James Taylor on debut comes out. I mean, taken 10 wickets, could find himself on the losing side now.
Sorry, Mr. Taylor, you haven't quite done enough for us yet. You've got to come out and do some batting as well.
If you wouldn't mind hitting a couple of 4s just to see us through, would that be all right? Or not, I don't know. Joey Everson is stranded at the other end at the moment, watching this passing by slightly, and would very much like to have, I suppose, Kent's fate in his hands, but he'll watch James Taylor at the moment.
Trying to get himself as settled as he can be.
Yeah.
Where did Gloucestershire want Charlesworth at deep point? Again, he's about halfway to the boundary. I suppose 2 balls left in the over. Maybe they want Taylor to take the single to keep the strike for the next one. In comes Williams and bowls to Taylor. It's down the leg side. He tries to turn it away. There's an awful tinny noise off the bat, but it doesn't go anywhere near a fielder and not in the air for any length of time. And I think that's the important thing from a Kent point of view. This is sort of got to be up to Everson now as the established batter. His last scoring shot was a thundering cover drive, and there's 1 ball left in this over to see whether either Taylor can see it off, whether Gloucestershire can tempt him into taking a single. They're going to leave the leg side almost completely open now, other than Matt Taylor at mid-on. Graham van Buren moving into cover, and Hammond goes into a wide 3rd slip. Williams into Taylor. He bowls back of a length. It's cut away by Taylor. He wants the single. He'll take the single to keep the strike. So Everson will be at the non-striker's end for the next over. Well, I suppose you take every run, and with 8 down rather than 9, maybe it's worth it. Gloucestershire don't have many runs to play with, but I suppose it's got to the stage where they just want to be batting at the bowlers rather than Everson. But a single means that Kent needs 7 runs. Gloucestershire need a smaller number of 2 wickets.
Yeah, just looking back wistfully, 204 for 4 they were just before Tuanda Mieye went. They needed 57 with 6 wickets remaining, and Gloucestershire have clawed their way back into this one to make it a proper competition. I don't know where the balance of power is now. It feels much more like 50-50 than it has on any other part of this final day. Goodness. This game of cricket, well, it has been fantastic entertainment and a fantastic game. Are they icing James Taylor a little bit here? They're certainly giving him time to think about it.
Well, the over rate actually moved back up to +3, so they've got
Oh,
oodles of time to play with to make sure they get everything right. And when sides tend to have that amount of time, they do tend to use it.
Yeah, Graham Van Buren moving to square leg beside the umpire now. Bell charging in from the Ashley Down Road end, 7 to win for Kent. And Taylor gets inside the line of that one, along the ground to Price. At short mid-wicket, he took the catch that got rid of Ekanch, low down. I'm looking at the batters that Kent have lost the last, well, certainly the 3 before Dudgeon. You think Mier on 108, he's seeing them home. Nope. Benjamin 42, he's seeing them home. Nope. Ekanch looks very well organised, hit some lovely shots, 18, no. And Dudgeon gets a duck, it was hurried. Taylor, that ball from Bell, you heard though on the effects microphone, a noise off the bat. It's gone to Hammond on the offside this time. 2-5-4 for 8. See, at the moment, Joey Everson, who's the senior partner here, is I don't know, is he a nervous spectator? He's a spectator nonetheless. Okay, Bell might be thinking, I get Taylor here. Cohen's in next. It's Bell to James Taylor, driven back at the bowl. He stops it, half stops it with the fingers. It was a good blow from James Taylor, who's no mug, as we said, with the bat. But Bell stops it. Another dot ball.
He was 10 unbeaten in the
I was
first
gonna say, yeah.
innings, just looking back. Yeah,
10 will do it.
Certainly played some decent shots in that 10 as well.
But yeah, this is a very different situation, obviously, for James Taylor. Already 10 wickets in the match. 10 runs, 2. Bell 2. Taylor drops it into the offside. That looks very good from Taylor, I have to say, from a Kent point of view. He just drops it into the offside, and that's a single. 2 balls to come.
When does Bancroft make the calculation that he's got to bring pretty much everybody up? You do drag it out that little bit longer for definite, get more opportunities to take the wickets that way. But there's still space for Kent just to gradually knock these runs off. You can get him in singles.
They can. They possibly could, but Bell bowling to Everson now. It's an LBW shout. No, says the umpire. Hope you're all right at home.
Well, the umpires are under immense pressure at this stage as well, aren't they? It's going down the leg side. It's a good decision from Chris Watts, but
you'd appeal, wouldn't you?
Of course you would. Goodness
just
me.
the sheer adrenaline is taking you through to an appeal there. 6 to win. Oh, yeah. I mean, theoretically, it's one blow. I don't think Joey Everson's going to be doing that. 2-5-5 for 8 as Bell bowls to him. Defends it bat and pad. And that's the end of the over. So again, the responsibility will be on James Taylor on debut. On loan from Surrey. He's already done as you were saying, Ed, he's pretty much earned his corn for Kent with 10 wickets in the match. But maybe forced to try and see them home here for Gloucestershire, bowling at the Kent number 10 to try and take the 9th wicket. Heavens.
Do you want to take this? I mean, I don't know whether Taylor can win it with a 6. That would be remarkable.
That's very gracious of you.
But if it's going to happen,
okay, thank you very much.
We'll have another conflab if it's 9 down.
Alternate balls then, maybe. I think
maybe.
I've heard that done. I've never really been in, well, haven't been in this position for a long time where it's so close. Ed, thank you. 2-5-5 for 8. What a game of cricket. 2 slips in behind James Taylor, keeper up to the stumps. Williams comes bounding in. Taylor gives back to that. It's just past Bracey. It's bounced in front of first slip. In fact, Bancroft comes round to take it. Didn't look entirely convincing, Ed Seaborn.
No.
But it's no run either.
No, I mean, it's just somehow, some way, isn't it? You're just living on instinct as a cricketer in this sort of situation. Pretty much everything you're told at the start of the match, start of the day, start of the session flies out of the window.
As you say, Williams to Taylor. It's Yorker length, but outside the leg stump. It's jammed into the ground by Taylor, and it's fielded by Van Buren at mid-wicket. Passes it to Matt Taylor. Now Williams comes from the pavilion end. 6 to win for Kent, 2 wickets for Gloucestershire. Bowls, Taylor forced into a late defensive shot there, back at the bowler, and there's no run.
Gonna have to do this again on Friday, Williams and Bell, you'd imagine.
Point.
I mean, I'm not sure that either of them are going to be rested.
And you look at the overs, I did briefly go, look at the overs they've bowled compared to the rest of the attack today, and they have got through a lot of work, and they're still charging in, as Williams does to Taylor. Good length ball. It's decently cut away. Wide of the slips. Oh, he slips as he comes back looking for the second. I'm not sure they would have made a second. Field there. But yeah, there was no chance of it. He slips at the non-striker's end, so it's just 1. 5 to win. A boundary. Scores a level.
I think he might have made it back, but yeah, we'll never know whether
would you have risked a second.
Well,
I don't know.
He's the one calling it as well.
Yeah, good point.
He'd have made the call.
It would have been a brave call from the man in his first appearance. But I have to say, he's batted very coolly over the 2 innings we've seen so far. But further adjustments, what do they want to give Joey Everson or not give him? And Charlesworth is saying, do I come in from the point boundary 2/3 of the way? He does. Single slip in as Williams bowls to Everson. In bright sunshine, Everson defends it. And, well, it might have been a gentle drive, but Miles Hammond picks it up at cover anyway, shines the ball, tosses it to Ed Middleton.
I was just looking to see what over of the spell Williams is in. It's only his 5th, but it feels as though he's been bowling for about 8 or 9 overs straight at this point.
Yeah, and he's bowled pretty much, well, a ball shy of 21 overs. Bell's got through 21 today as well. Williams then to Everson. Everson drives, it'll beat Hammonds. They'll come through for 1. Will they make the second? No, says Joey Everson. They see Ben Charlesworth coming up. They're not taking that risk. 4 to win.
Yeah, good call.
I think
to leave it at 1. I mean, and
Everson being on strike as well. He's the senior partner, isn't he? So Bell takes off his cap, whips off the jumper, and we have yet another over of this thrilling game. We're not going to get to the full allocation, that's for sure. One thing's going to happen. Kenneth's going to score 4. Gloucestershire are going to take 2 wickets, and they're the spoils. It's fair to say, on one side, there'll be absolute jubilation in such a close contest, and the other, there will be desolation, won't they?
Yeah.
Having come so close, Gloucestershire having bowled themselves back into this. So.
Exactly. Each side with so many different points to look back on. You almost don't really know where to start, but it's just been a fantastic battle between these 2 sides.
Keeper up to the stumps as Bell bowls, no slip in. Everson beats him just outside the off stump. It looked close. Bracey feels it's even closer. Joey Everson ignoring the hullabaloo, just adjusts his pads. How close was it?
Oh,
close enough.
It's almost gone under
and
him.
And it's kept a little bit low as well.
But a little bottom edge, because there's no slip in place now.
True.
A little bottom edge ends it.
That's a good point.
Pretty much ends it. There is a deep third, but still.
A margin of half an inch maybe. Bell to Everson. This one's with Price at the short mid-wicket. No aggression shown by Joey Everson. Williams is doing further warm-ups. He's thinking, I might have to bowl my 22nd here. Let's see, this is the bowling coach coming round. Just a brief word with Ed Middleton, hands in pockets, smiles between them. But the tension palpable here at the county ground, Bristol. In comes Gabe Bell to bowl to Joey Everson. Back at the bowler. Fielded by mid-on. Will Williams, of course, is bounding across to grab it.
Just glad for something to do again, as I so often say. I mean,
he doesn't like to be left twiddling his thumbs, no. So, 257 for 8. 4 runs to win for Kent. 2 wickets for Gloucestershire. Bell to bowl to Everson, inside part of the bat, but driven straight at Cameron Bancroft, who's now at that short mid-wicket position.
Get to the stage where you sort of analyse every micro movement of the batter. You see him raise the bat there, and you think maybe that's the shot that's going to win it, and then the ball's not quite there for that. Maybe this is the ball that's going to just sneak through, and it ends up being neither, and you go through it for another delivery and potentially another over. Again, Gloucestershire have got the time to play with. I don't think there's any thoughts of deliberately slowing it down or anything. I mean, it's not like that. Time is not an issue in the game at all. They've got,
but there's no point in them rushing either, is there? They might as well do. Oh, they're going to get a helmet now, are they? There we go. I think there's an element to this as and he's going long stop. He is going long stop. Cameron Bancroft is is almost fielding behind James Bracey. Bell bowls to Everson, drives it. It won't beat Will Williams. Of course it won't. The drive is stopped by Williams at mid-on. And I just thought for a moment, time stood still. Was Williams going to get there? Of course he was. But if that had beaten him, could well have gone for the boundary, which is all Kent need. 1 ball left of Gabe Bell's over. James Taylor, hand on hip, is standing as if nonchalantly at the non-striker's end. Bell to Everson, bouncer, good one as well. Everson just keeps the head out of the way. End of the over. Yeah, Cameron Bancroft was fielding basically as a long stop, wasn't he?
The short ball had to come with that field. They basically said to Joey Everson, okay, if you want to win the game taking on the pull shot, you can give it a try. So he was out trying to pull in the first innings as well, so maybe that just entered the equation. Bancroft and Bell had that long discussion, whether it came from the captain or whether it came from the bowler saying, I feel like I want to try that short ball. But again, it ended up in a stalemate, as quite a lot of this game has ended up in a bit of a stalemate. Just 2 runs in it on first innings, and each team almost snuffing out the other at various stages.
So James Taylor batting at 10 for Kent, 4 to win, 2 wickets for Gloucestershire needed. Taylor gets everything in line there, up to mid-off, no run. To Middleton. As I said, it's a lovely evening now, and I think it's fair to say a number of people that weren't in the ground before may have come in, may have heard the commentary.
Well, if you're in
just looked at the score on the text and said, yeah, maybe from the area, come and see what's happening.
In the local area after work, if people come in with memberships. Or
why not?
Flavour after tea.
Williams to Taylor, jabs the bat down on that. There's no aggressive intent from either him or Joey Everson, but that means the pressure building as well. I guess you could argue, if they can do this, look for a very rare bad ball from either Williams or Bell, but it's keeping Gloucestershire in it.
8 runs off the last 5 overs.
Oh, goodness me. It has been a nerve fest. Here's Williams to Taylor. Takes the bottom hand off there. Rather jabs it into the offside along the ground. Williams excited by that.
You just get into this situation, don't you, where you think it's either got to be block or as Dudgeon did, you think, oh, I've had enough, I'm just going to swing for everything. And you're just looking for that one ball where you can do something in between. And Williams is not offering up a ball that's full enough that you can really drive. He's not bowling it short enough to cut.
Williams once again to Taylor. Taylor does go for this one, cuts it away. Is that the boundary? It is indeed, and James Taylor has won it for Kent. The winning runs 4 backward of square, cutting the ball away from Will Williams, who has no right to be on the losing side with the bowling he's done. 4 wickets in the first innings, 3 in the second, and a miracle run out as well. It's been absolutely brilliant, and the game has been absolutely brilliant. But James Taylor, having taken 10 wickets on debut for Kent, his first 5-wicket haul as well, included in first-class cricket, said he was emotional after that, has struck the winning runs for Kent. Tawanda Mayeye with a century and 90 in the first innings as the 2 biggest knocks of the game. But I could go on and on summarising what an amazing game of cricket this has been. Notwithstanding who you support, this has been quite exhilarating for most of the game. We've had no idea who's going to win it, and that lasted more or less until James Taylor hit that 4 in the 71st over on the final day. Kent finished 261 for 8. They take 21 points from this game. And a huge sigh of relief, I'm sure, from their entire lineup. Gloucestershire will be devastated, but they have played a fantastic part in a wonderful game of cricket at Seabourn.
Yeah, they look a deflated group as they walk off the field, and it's one of those things, isn't it? When you lose so narrowly, having given so much, it feels worse than it does when you get roundly beaten and in time. In a day or two, I'm sure Gloucestershire will feel they've played a part in a tremendous match. But yeah, as you say, now there will be a deeply disappointed group, but they shouldn't be, because they've all given what they could to the game and have pushed Kent all the way in that chase. And there were plenty of opportunities there where, you know, it's that sort of test of character as a side, isn't it, that you use as the building blocks for the future, in terms of, at one point, Kent 204 for 4. Looked as though the game was fairly dead at that stage. They kept on chipping away wickets, but just a couple shy. And, you know, you could point to many heroes across both sides, with Gloucestershire, Bell and Williams particularly standing out. Cameron Bancroft, a really gutsy knock of 83 to give Gloucestershire a chance of defending a score in their second innings. But I have to say, probably a group that deserve a great deal of credit and special mention of the ground staff, because they have prepared a fantastic 4-day pitch here that's led to a late finish on day 4. A pitch where, okay, you have to work very hard for your runs, but Tawanda Mayeye, Bancroft, Charlesworth in the first innings have all proven that you can bat for long periods of time out there. But there's plenty there for skillful, accurate, fast bowlers to make the most of. And once again, we've had a thriller at Bristol.
Yeah.
The games here over the past couple of years have been fantastic, and here's another one to add to the list.
And huge credit to the ground staff. I know we say that, you know, almost is a passing comment because of the work they do, but this pitch has been outstanding. I mean, I know Gloucestershire have fallen foul of the pitch assessors in the past, but as both teams have. But this was just a proper sporting wicket, and basically led to the cricket that we had.
And in terms of what's to come, Gloucestershire back in action here on Friday with another home game against Northamptonshire. Kent at Beckenham.
Against Durham, indeed so. Yeah, so it'll be Ben Watts and Martin Emerson for that, with guests as well from 11 o'clock Friday. Yeah,
the roadshow continues.
It does.
The County
Never
Championship
stops,
one last round of 4-day fixtures before the T20 blast continues. So myself and Radders will be with you from Friday, from just before 11 o'clock. Radders from BBC Radio Northampton might well still be in action, are they? No, they're not.
Derbyshire have beaten Northamptonshire by an innings and 113 runs. So
there we go.
that is that for the County Championship round, as Kent have won this match, an absolute thriller by 2 wickets. Fantastic game of cricket. Real pleasure to be here to bring it to you.
Thank you for your hosting, Seaborn, and thank you for everyone listening, obviously.
No worries. Thank you very much, Matt. It's always an absolute pleasure to work with you, and massive credit also to James Healy, who's operating the pictures on the live stream and does a fantastic job there, especially with all those replays of all those plays and misses over the course of the 4 days. That is it from Bristol. Have a very good rest of your Monday evening, and we will be back from Bristol on Friday. See you then.